If you're to take...
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's going to be straight chopping some heads off, boy.
Yeah, you got plots from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They go need
Get some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Sonetta didn't want this to be allowing.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Peace. Let me do a mic check. Mic check, mic check. Let me adjust the camera. Nice. Mic check. If you can hear me, press a 9, please. Press a 9. If you can hear me. Let's see. Check the room, see if they're pressing 9s. Can you hear me? Press a 9. If you can hear me, press, and there they are. They're coming in now. Wonderful. Peace and love, everyone. Nice to see everybody here for another beautiful Tehuti Podclass. It's going to be another great one. Wonderful. Let's give a shout out to the people in the room, and then we'll start with the affirmation and get this podcast started the right way. So first of all, shout out to Jody. Shout out to Stephen E. Stephen E, one of the great supporters. Dedicated Stephen E. Peace and love to you, my good brother. Shout out to Stranger, the namer of the moderators, who actually is one of the ones who sent in a question. Couple questions actually. Shout out to Stranger, appreciate you, my good brother. Shout out to Carolina, one of the loyal, dedicated supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to Carolina, peace to you. Shout out to LLC, I believe this is David Reed. He's one of the other consistent, newest of the consistent supporters of the Tehuti Podclass, keeping this thing going. I actually have a Tehuti supporter shout out, 2-part shout out today. dedicated to the supporters that are keeping me here, because that is what's keeping me here, is the supporters. Harassed it for ye culture. Harassed it for ye culture. You're one of them. Shout out to you. Peace and love. Excelente. Wonderful, wonderful. LL's OFP says the snake style is undefeatable. It appears so. It appears so. Is it undefeatable? To be in denial of Tehuti's facts and truth is Isfet, evil. That's true. Are my team in the house? Is the team in the house? Is the team in the house? All the way from Amsterdam. Shout out to you. Tutmos. Wow. Imagine how this knowledge is spread, that there's someone in Amsterdam. Who would ever thought there'd be somebody in Amsterdam named Tutmos? That's amazing. Wonderful, wonderful. He says, from Amsterdam. Then he says, Malachi would be proud of you. I hope so. I hope anybody who sees the truth would be proud of what it is that I am doing to spread it. Shout out to everyone. We have Ka of Antu, Anat, Hotep, great Neter Tehuti, Hotep, to the Nefer Netert. That's the beautiful goddesses. Hotep to everyone in the chat. Tua for your valuable time and teaching. Tua for your valuable time and teachings. Great Sabbath. So she says in full. Hotep, great Neter Tehuti. Hotep to the Nefer Netert. Hotep to everyone in the chat. Tua for your valuable time and teachings. Great SABA. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, beautiful. And right back to back is Anu, Hotep, Uncle Uja, Seneb, to the twice great, everlasting light, Tehuti, Amen, Hotep, Ra, Hotep to the chat. Hotep to you, Anu. Wonderful, everybody's here. Is RPM here? Where's RPM? I thought I just saw his name for a brief moment, then it's gone. There it is, RPM. Peace, family. Peace, RPM. Okay, I see that the team is stumbling in. I see the team is coming in here. We got a Tef, Rem, Kem, Ma'at. Shout out to you. I see Primordial Thought. He's the newest of the newest of the dedicated. Primordial Thought. I'll be talking to him today. He sent in a question that's not going to have any type of Tehuti breakdown. No backdrops or no screen shares, nothing like that. It's going to be a conversation to clear up something that he asked about my format of teaching. So look out for that. It's going to happen today. Shout out to Eric G, who just actually sent for his diet plan. Shout out to Eric G. Shout out to Shannon Southern, the loyal, the dedicated, who's at every Meta class. She makes sure she's there. Good supporter. She is very serious and has actually interacted with my with myself and one of my goddesses live. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. We have the beautiful, wonderful, beautiful Ma'at Dawson, also known as Ma'at Aten. Shout out to you. Ma'at Aten. Shout out to you. Lovely young lady, young goddess, upcoming seed of Tehuti, peace and love. Okay, we have, who else we have here? Let's get it started. Might as well get it started, all right? Let's go. Is everybody here? Okay, good. All right, everybody. She says, tuned in, blessing. Andromeda Miserabilis says, I don't know what that is. Those are signs, and I see the snake in the palm tree. Shout out to you. Hey, shout out to Godmind. Shout out to Godmind. Peace, family. How you doing, Godmind? Stay in tune today and send some good support, Godmind. Long time no see. Peace and love. He's one of the dedicated. Shout out to you. Okay, let's get started with the beautiful affirmation, and let's get started with the class. Is everybody ready? We're going to start with on the count of 3. And I will actually, for the new people that are in the room, I will put it up on the board and you will be able to read it with us. At least know what it is that we're saying. We're going to start in a moment. 1 moment. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Then here it is on the screen. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki em ma'at, un en es, nintet aset em ma'at, min habapet em ma'at, her en hu, kiwi per ikut. I live for ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love. My name is Tehuti. I'm in HOTEP. We're going to get started with the introduction. If you are new in the podcast, press 9. I think Dawson is new, but anyone else new, press 9. If you are new in the comment section, press 9. Oh, we got straight out the gates. Angela Gates, straight out the gates. Peace and love. Angela Gates, peace and love to you. Okay, if you are new, press A9. We're going to get into the introduction. Here we go. Ready? My name is Tehuti. I'm in HOTEP. I've been a teacher for I have lost track of decades. I've been a teacher for several years, several decades. Let me close some windows. I think something is interfering with. Let me close some of these windows. Boom. I'll close this. Close a lot of these windows. I see things are moving very slow on my end. Let me close that. Close that. Close that. I have the tiger talking. We're gonna close that. I'm gonna close. What's this? Chemical found widely used in sweetener. Oh, that's something that Kemet sent me. I'm gonna close that. Wonderful. Close this. Photonic entanglement. Close that. We'll just leave this open. Close that, and that should be it. Okay, now I should be moving smooth again. Here we go. Okay, and shout out to Hati Ma'at, one of the Ma'at-raters. And shout out to Matt Dawson says, Nastasia is here as well. I like that name. That's a name. Sounds like I'm dreaming. Nastasia. I think it sounds like the stuff that makes you, it sounds like something that makes you sleepy and dreamy. Nastasia. All right. Shout out to Nastasia and everybody. And Matt. Oh, I lost it. Matt Dawson. Shout out to Nastasia. And we have Sharik Aru. I'm thinking that's Sharika. You must be. It needs to be Sharika Aru. Sharik Aru. Wholeness. Family. Wonderful. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? Let's start it. My name is Tehuti. I'm in HOTEP. I've been teaching for several decades, breaking people out of the matrix since the early 90s, before there was a YouTube, before there was a Google, before there was a Wikipedia, before there was a search bar, before any of these easy mechanisms that makes it very easy to obtain knowledge today. Prior to that, I was a teacher, breaking people out of the matrix. What developed me into the being that I am today is that I came in contact with my true self, my ancient self, because we all existed prior to coming to this physical realm. It was confirmed by my mother when she told me that she saw the world winner energy. Something appeared to be over her while she was at the hospital. And then she said when it entered her, then she went into labor with me. So she acknowledged that some type of energy was here prior to me getting here. And that is all of us. All of us were here prior to. I just tapped into it because I sacrificed some of my younger life, most of my younger life. I never had the college life. I never had the collecting a lot of women life or anything like that. I never had that life. I actually was raised up amongst animals ever since I was around 7 years old. And when I became into adolescence, as they say, adult, I immediately joined an organization and became a teacher. So I've been teaching people how to break out of the matrix. And what developed me, one of the things that developed me was I had to have my very first debate in order for me to have a roof over my head. And that's what sparked something within me. It is actually the first thing that linked in biological imperative to teaching. So biological imperative is self-preservation. It is the want and ability that your true self has to survive. in its pure form, biological imperative, what causes you to eat and what sparks the dopamine inside of you that makes you want to have sex, eat, and keep yourself alive. It's very in tune with the back of the head called the reptilian brain, the reptilian cortex in the back of the head. And there was a spark in me when I was a youth, younger, and that is when I started coming into information and knowledge. I took a stance that I would constantly be studying in my house, teaching my little brothers and sisters, teaching everybody that I came across. And my mother was not much into that. She was a Seventh-day Adventist. So she wanted me out of the house. Now, of course, as a young man, I had nowhere to go. I knew nothing about supporting myself or anything like that. So we made a wager. And the wager was that I made with my mother was I could stay living under her roof as long as I have a debate with her pastor. And she is the judge. Obviously, that's set up for me to lose. And that switched me. That means that while you see these other people out here debating for fame, whatever they're debating for, to get recognition, for clout, for wins under their belt, whatever it is that they're debating for, I was introduced to debating to survive, to have a roof over my head. So my mother set up the debate, brought the pastor over with all of his books and Bibles, had me on one side of the table, the pastor on one side of the table, and we ensued in a debate, the great debate between a young, maybe 19-year-old and a 47-year-old pastor. And my mother, who was a Christian on his side, would be the judge at the end to tell us who won this debate. We debated for 5 hours until my mother kicked him out of the house. So my mother asked him to leave the house because she said this is completely embarrassing. She couldn't believe that her pastor of 47 years old is getting manhandled by this 19-year-old, her son. How was this possible? She kicked him out of embarrassment, and I was able to stay inside the house. Something else happened directly after that. The next couple mornings afterwards, we saw a note on our door, and it was a notarized letter from the court of a restraining order against me. And the restraining order was that I was no longer allowed within any premises within a certain amount of feet of Seventh-day Adventist Church. Have you ever heard of a restraining order against a church before? Well, I have the very first one. So the pastor went and notarized a restraining order from the courthouse, and I was no longer allowed within a certain amount of feet from any Seventh-day Adventist church. I was no longer allowed. I had a restraining order at 19 years old. I guess I am a criminal. So I had the restraining order at 19. I wasn't allowed around any churches, and that's when I realized that this is extremely serious. I was able to stay in my house, and it was the first time I had any type of legal suit against me. Anything pertaining to me in the court of law restraining me from doing anything, all had to do with me coming into the truth. And that is what developed the snake style. That is what developed the Tehuti that you see, because I spent my youth watching a TV show called Columbo and living around animals for most of my life. Anyways, as time went on, I saw a few brothers that were downtown, and they were all in white garbs, and they started talking to me, breaking things down, asking me questions. I realized that there were people that were able to break down knowledge and break down religions. So I ended up joining the organization. Upon joining the organization, I immediately started flying towards the top because of my teaching abilities, because of the snake style abilities. And so I rose towards the top of the organization until I started sending videos into the teacher at that time. He saw the videos and he said, "We want you to live up here with us." He called the home and said, "We want you to live up here with us." So I ended up moving in with that teacher at the time. And he had me as a teacher, like a secondary teacher. Whenever he was not around or out or coming in late or something, I would have to hold the class down. That was the other thing that developed Tehuti, was that we were building property, building on our land, doing all of that. And at any given moment, the teacher could come and say, "Hey, they're coming. They're coming in 1 hour. They're coming from Canada. They're coming from Jamaica. They're coming from Trinidad. They're coming from the UK. They're coming from all over the world, New York. And there's been about 1,200 people coming, and you got to teach." Okay, what am I teaching on? I don't know. 1,200 people are coming to see me teach, and I don't know what I'm going to teach on. Wait, okay. Biological imperative kicks in, and I tap into myself. I tap into that which is in me that gives me the ability to have this gift, because we all have a certain gift, and my gift is to be able to answer questions and able to retain information and knowledge. So the 1,200 people came up, and it was happening on a consistent basis. And I'd be the teacher until the teacher would come up. They made DVDs. Remember DVDs? They made DVDs at the time, cassette tapes of me, and circulated them across the world with me and two other brothers. At any rate, when the other teachers saw that I was escalating to that point, they didn't like that. I'm not into jealousy or anything like that. I don't know what jealousy feels like. I've never wanted something that somebody else has. I always want things that I want, and then I obtain and get them. So they saw me teaching up on the stage, and they saw that I was not teaching what directly was in the teacher's books, but everything I was teaching was a scientific article backing the information, because I was always about science backing the information. Scientific articles, archaeology. I was always giving the archaeological site, the scientific backing, the news reports, and it wasn't in the teacher's teachings, but the news reports were in the books. I would go look up the news reports and start teaching from the news reports, from the scientific article. I will go and research the scientist that was being spoken of and teach directly from what the scientist said on the thing he was studying. The other teachers were like, where are you getting that from? I said, I'm getting it from the scientist who the teacher's talking about. I just have a means to get directly to the scientist. I think I can find, I'm that kind of researcher. So they told me that I have to burn all of my books that are not written by the master teacher. And I said, I can't do that. They came to my dwelling with not pitchforks, what are they called? Torches to burn all of my writings that were not from the master teacher. I told them I couldn't do that. So what they would do is they would play this little game, unfortunately, and the game was whenever the teacher would leave to go out with the ladies or the children, they would actually remove me, and then when he would come back, he would say, where is Amenhotep Ra? And then they'd put me back in, and he would leave, and they would remove me, and it became this strange game. And so what they did was they took my DVDs that were for sale all across the world, and they cut my head off of the cover page, and we didn't have Photoshop. I don't know what it was back then. AOL, I'm not sure what it was back then, but they were able to take a picture. Maybe they glued and printed it, but they put the picture of another person's face there over Tehuti's face, and that became, and he started getting the credit for the classes that I was teaching. This was one of the beginnings of the disappearance of Tehuti and the popularization of other teachers that you may see online. So my head was removed, his head was stuck on, and so it's me teaching on the tapes, but they have him on the cover, so they think that I'm him, and that became the switch. And ever since then, they've been trying to erase Tehuti. So anyways, I left that organization because it was too, the teacher told me it was too dangerous to be there. And then it got really dangerous, unfortunately, when the teacher started, they said that I can't teach, and I have to leave what I'm teaching from. Then the teacher came in rebuttal. The key teacher came back and said, if anybody in this entire organization wants to learn how to teach, go learn from Amenhotep. That was the end. That was it. That was the end of me, because now they're being commanded by the teacher to come to me to learn, and the jealousy just escalated. I got away from that organization, and I ended up taking the same snake style, same studious aspect and finding out information, and I started studying fitness training. I started studying real estate. I started studying other things, and I learned about those things. And I ended up meeting someone who said they would reveal the secrets to me on several of those things. But I ended up meeting that person on the docks in New York, and they were definitely of the Italian persuasion, with the slick back hair and the shirt that opened up with something shiny in it. The jacket opened up and something is shiny in it, and he let me know that he gets a good vibe off of me, and he will reveal the secrets to me of how to be successful in business and reveal his contacts. But if I let out the family, the secrets, then he's going to place me right in the pond with the shoes of cement. He let it be known. And he let me know his name, and he said his name is for the other job that he does, which is to remove people from this planet Earth. So I took him very, very seriously. So anyways, I learned the knowledge from that particular teacher or accessor of knowledge, and I ended up studying fitness training. And then I ended up selling fitness products. When I had nothing, I was a single father. And I had absolutely nothing in my name. I had quarters in my couch that I had to dig into my couch and get quarters to get cereal from me and my son at the time. But I had the faith that no matter what, I would succeed and I would do it. So I would send out lists to people of supplements that I don't have, and due to the trust they have for me of being a teacher, they would send me money and order it with faith that they're going to get it. Then I would take that money and ship it off to the suppliers, and they would supply me, and that became my business. I took that business back to the organization, started teaching them real estate, and people became very, very successful after that. But anyways, the people in the same organization ended up doing some foul business, robbing me of several thousands and tens of thousands, which dropped me back down again. Because of course, when you're robbed several tens of thousands of dollars, your life is going to change tremendously. So I went right back down again, and I got away from them. And then I went into seclusion. I started just teaching my family, and I was in Canada. And then I ended up just performing. I took the money from the real estate and I invested in magic. I started learning from the teachers of David Blaine, Chris Angel, David Copperfield, and the likes. And I invested tens of thousands of dollars that I couldn't put back into the real estate because that went sour. So I took the money that I had and started just putting it into magic. I said, well, maybe I can walk down the street and perform for people and help them break out of certain psyches, and they would give me tips. And so I did that. I started teaching and doing magic at the same time, using it as a doorway to start teaching people on the streets, and it was beautiful. I was doing that in Canada. I put Kemetic papyrus on the streets and start doing fork bending and things like that, and picking up students while making a living. Anyways, I saved up enough to come to California. And when I came to California, I started teaching only to my goddesses at the time. And I started teaching a brother named Mahati, which I met at the pier performing. He saw me with the Ankh, another Ankh, but it was an Ankh almost about this size. And he started asking me questions. He was a Hebrew Israelite. And he stayed with me almost every day. I told him, you can come learn from me. I'll teach you. I brought him to my house, introduced him to my goddesses, and started teaching him one-on-one sessions. He started doing things for me, like moving my bags and protecting me and things like that. And I developed faith in him. And then he one day said to me, him and my goddess actually, Nana said that there's people on the internet that are teaching out there. And he said, you need to get out there. And so I went and looked on the internet, and what did I see? Lo and behold, what did I see? I saw I saw my students from years ago. They were the popular YouTube people, and I was like, oh, that's such and such. I was, oh, okay, that's who's teaching on the internet, because I'm not an internet person. Oh, great. The children of my students were now popular, or the students were popular. And I said, oh, I remember him. He was brought to me as a pastor to debate and destroy me. And he was brought to me to debate me. And I ended up converting him into knowledge. And he started teaching Kemet, started teaching knowledge. And he was a pastor. Now he's a YouTube guy that was popular. And I was like, okay, great. So Ahati says, you need to come on and let yourself be known. Let people know who the real teacher is. Because I used to teach and not show my face on Pal Talk. I wouldn't teach with video. So he said, come on out. And I said, well, if you find me a program where I can have boxes, where I could teach with little boxes and have people come in, I'll talk to people. He went and found a debate league that actually had the StreamYard. I didn't know what StreamYard was. He told them about me. They were very highly interested. They invited me to an interview. And here's where it all begins. When they invited me to the interview, I said, okay, I want to spread this knowledge. I want to answer your questions. And then where it all began was the champion of that league challenged me to a debate. His name was Judah Nazareth, who swears to this day that he won the debate. And I asked him on Sonnetter a couple of weeks ago, I said, you won the debate? You were the champion when I came? Were you the champion the day after? I just like asking snake style questions. I'm not going to say I won or lost. I just want to know, were you the champion when we debated? Were you the champion? The day after we debated, were you the champion? No? That's all. So he challenged me to debate, beat him, and then the league started setting me up with different people. I don't know these people because I'm not internet savvy. Started setting me up with these so-called big names. We'll get you the Unc West. We can get you a Zion Lex. I'm like, what is a Zion Lex? I don't know. We'll get you. We'll have you talk to Jabari. I said, what's Jabari? I don't know what these people are. So anyways, they set me up to debate, and I kept winning debates. I became the first Kemetic representative champion of a Hebrew organization of about 30,000 Hebrews. I was the Kemetic champion, which never happened in Black history, and any history really. And they kept bringing me to different people. I was just beating them. And then eventually Sonnetter said he wanted to interview me. I did an interview on Sonnetter, and then Jabari came, said he wants to have a talk with me. That led to a debate that he somehow forgets that he had. And that is because, other than he doesn't want to scar on his name, but I said I want to have a conversational debate. So in the beginning of the conversation, you'll see where I'm saying we're saying we're having a conversation, because I said I want to do an interactive debate where we talk back and forth. That's how the crowd's going to judge. And then Sonnetter saw that go for a little while. Then he said, no, let's put up the time clock like the regular debate. So Jabari is telling people that he never had a debate with me. So anyways, beat him, went to beat Zion Lex, and then went on the Killer Priest Podcraft. And then a lot of my old students from 1996, 1992, 1993 saw me, and new students from the Killer Priest show said they wanted to have one-on-ones with me. I tried to have one-on-ones. They were paying me very considerably to talk to me for an hour and a half. They were giving me anywhere from $90 to $200 on one-on-ones, $50, $40 for an hour, $200. It was very, very good. The reciprocity was great, but it was taking up too much of my time. Three one-on-ones is my whole day, and I'm back to sleep. So I announced on the Killer Priest show that I'm going to have the Tehuti Podclass. AD, who was the engineer, was so impressed with me when I came to the show that I'm the first person that ever, and the only that I know that ever got paid for being on the Killer Priest show. So he saw the way that I taught, and he said, we have never seen anything like this before. The super chat skyrocketed to like $500, $300. He said, we have never seen this before. The engineer at the Killer Priest Podcraft took his wallet and opened it out and dumped it into my hand. He said, you deserve more than this. This is just all that I have in my wallet. I'm going to talk about getting you paid. We have never seen anything like this before. And I said, thank you. I announced on the Killer Priest show to all my students this, and this is why we're here right now. I said, I'm going to work my system off of trust, reciprocity, because everybody's seen and shown, I've already shown and proved the level of teacher that I am. So I'm going to work off of trust. Here's the trust. The trust is I'm going to open up a section of my YouTube channel to have a pod class. I asked Killer Priest, what is this called? He said, oh, these are podcasts. He called it Podcraft. I said, okay, well, I'm a teacher, so I'm going to make up a new word, Podclass. I'm going to have a pod class, and you all are going to come in and ask me questions, but it's going to be based off of reciprocity, which means that the questions you're going to ask are going to be based off of support. No super chat. I'm going to invent something that's never been brought to YouTube before, and that is, forget the super chat, I'm going to have Cash App and PayPal. And I'm going to be the servant of the people. What does that mean? That means that I am not going to come to the show with anything to talk about. You all know the high level of quality and the gift that I have. So I'm going to put myself in the most risky situation. And that situation is, I'm going to sit here in silence until I see a question asked and another question asked and support given. Just like the breakdancers that sit like this, and then you throw them $10 and they start breakdancing. I'm going to do that with teaching. But it's very risky because I don't know what anybody's gonna ask. But hey, I did this before, except for in front of 50 people on a podcast. I did in front of 1,200 people live with news reporters there. So I can do this. Let me prove my gift. Let me show my gift. So I set up a system where you can send in questions, and the way that it works is this. I'm going to put the Cash App at the bottom, the PayPal. So I invented and brought something completely new to YouTube that has never been seen before, and that is a teacher that teaches based on whatever you all send in and whatever support you give. How do you send in the support? Through PayPal and Cash App. How does it work, Tehuti? How does it actually work? Well, I discovered and found out, discovered in the sense that I discovered it from I discovered it for me, that you can actually write in questions in the PayPal and in the Cash App. So you can actually support and talk, such as this. This is Owen Hythe, who asked a question about the Nicene Council. This has never been seen ever on YouTube history before, and that is, you will never go on another channel and see anyone send in $43.72 to ask a question on something that seems as simple as the Nicene Council. But when I gave that answer, that was about 45 minutes to almost an hour, the crowd shook. The person who asked that question said they'd never seen nothing like that. My breakdown of the Nicene Council included the woman's placenta and the blood that comes out and in of a woman's placenta. That's how deep we get. And if you know about the connection of that, you can go back to that podcast. When I started doing that, people started seeing, oh, it's worth giving the support. Donators came in, like Lamar Owen, giving $172 for Port of Light and the Conscious ETs. But don't get discouraged, because of course the money that you send in to ask questions doesn't have to be that high. Those are the big donators. Of course, we have Chris Harris giving like $5. We have Amon Ra giving $33. You can send in $10. You can send in whatever it is, but it is reciprocity. This is for support from a Muslim, from Tamir Amallah, sending in support. I figured out that the PayPal, you can actually type in even more. So here is the PayPal. Look how much you can type. This person sent in $10 support. No question at all. Just want to show support. Thank you so much. This person sent in $22 for an amazing breakdown. That means that after a person sent in the donation for an answer, this person was so impressed that they sent in an extra $22 to tip the waiter. Just like we've all tipped the waiter. So you can send in large sentences in PayPal, such as this brother here, Beged Leisure, who sent in $50. And what did he want to know in the beginning? He wanted to know how to have an out-of-body experience. He was around the atheists. He met me because he watched the Jabari debate. And the people that were in his circle were the atheist people. They just believed that the material were principles and such. He asked me how to have an out-of-body. I gave him lessons, a few one-on-ones. He started having them. What happened? His mother, Renanette in peace, unfortunately passed. And he said that that was his only friend. That was the only person he was close to. He said, Tehuti, can you please have a session on me, with me, to show me how to contact, or how to have my mother contact me? That's a very deep question. That is somebody trusting me with their very life connection with their mother. I said, yes, I'll do that. We will have some one-on-ones. We had our one-on-one sessions. I told him what to do. He stayed diligent. He practiced it. He did it. And what happened? His deceased mother came and visited him. And they were able to do things together after she had already passed. This is what I do on the Tehuti Podclass. This is the difference between what's happening here and all those atheist conscious people that actually don't believe in spiritual revolution, as they call it spiritual. They don't believe in conscious energy forces. They don't acknowledge those things, and we do here. So I was having one-on-ones showing brothers how to contact their deceased mother, their ancestors. One sister had a one-on-one with me and actually met up with me in person. Had a one-on-one with me, met up with me in person. And we conjured up the energy that brought back the children that she miscarried. And so she ended up right there in the one-on-one, started having connections with the children that she miscarried. They were little babies. They appeared as little babies crawling on her shoulder. And she was extremely, extremely struck by that. But that's because all those things are real. They were normal for us in the motherland and what they call Africa. This was normal behavior for us. But when we became Europeanized and atheistized, our belief system vanished and was replaced with Christianity. So, with all that, shout out to Rigo, shout out to Bijan Ferro. I actually have a one-on-one with him tomorrow. What's up, Bijan? I got a one-on-one with you tomorrow. Gonna help you with your life tomorrow. Shout out to you. Shout out to Rigo, one of the biggest donators, supporters ever. He's gonna get a big shout out today. I actually designed something to shout out my biggest supporter. Shout out to you, Rigo. Shout out to Robert Williams. Shout out to Robert Williams. Shout out to Kemet 101, who was actually, I think he was the first of the large supporters. He was the first. He actually set off the large donations. I believe it was him who set it off with this donation right here, $127. Is that him? I think that was him right there for the moderators. He set off some large monster donations, and people followed suit. Shout out to you. Shout out to the big donators. Oh, this poor brother here. He used to come over here. He was having some issues with his mind and such, and he is over on the other channels just about the bickering. Poor guy. Shout out to you, Nathaniel. I hope you come back to the knowledge, but he's over just where they argue. Shout out to the great supporters. So let's go ahead and get started, everybody, with the Tehuti Podclass. You may see on my hat over here, this is Niyat 2. This is the second Niyat. And she's all the way from South Africa. She's all the way from South Africa, and she represents photonic entanglement and Kemet, the great weaver, the energy force that knits things together that you can't see. So she's all the way from the southern parts of Africa, and she represents that to me, because I was raised around animals. And then we have, of course, the other female energy here, Mamba. Hey, Mamba, say hi to the crowd. Where are you? There she is. A Melanolukos snake, which means black light. For those who want to know what that means, all of my serpents and animals actually represent a name or some aspect of something that I teach. So this is the black light, Melanolukos. And if you want to look up my class called The Black Sun, look that up and you'll see a whole class I did on the soul being black. And this is Mamba, which is actually the word for black light, or light coming out of you. The Mamba. Mom is a word that means to give off light, and Ba is the soul. Say hi, Mamba, to everyone. Isn't she beautiful? How big is she? Does she ever end? She ends somewhere. Okay, that is Mamba. So yes, I teach with animals. We're about to get started, everybody. I hope everybody has already started supporting. And I'm actually going to give a shout out right off the bat before we start the class. I'm about to give a shout out to everybody. Shout out to Schema Uno, Boots Lee Farnsworth, shout out to you. And King Lamoa Productions, shout out to you. Okay, everybody, before we shout out to Ra Shelley. That is Ra Shelley a new person? I believe so. Shout out to you, Ra Shelley. Shout out to you, shout out to you. Okay, here we go. We're about to get started, everybody, with the Tehuti Podclass. Are you ready, everyone? Let me check my Gmails. Let me check the questions that are sent in. Let me do a check. So everybody, once again, this is a supportive class. It is based strictly on your trust, on my trust for you, that you all are going to support. Send in questions through Cash App and PayPal. And I'm actually about to go look right now in my Gmail and see who has actually already started, because it has already started. So I'm going to go give a couple of shout outs, and I'm going to get into the first question in the Tehuti Podclass. All the donations have already started. They've already started. Shout out to shout out to it started Monster. Oh my goodness. Start out again. This is a support that I get. I also show the donations that come a couple days before the podcast, because I know you all want to support through the week, and I tell you all that I'm going to announce them in the podcast. So if you send in a donation on a Wednesday or a Thursday, I'm gonna we don't have the podcast then, so I'm gonna go ahead and give the shout outs. Oh, am I sweating? I guess. Okay, so shout out to, look how we're starting off the podcast already. This is someone who's a great supporter, and her name is Nema. She's starting out the podcast with, it's already started out with the biggest donation already. I should have saved this one, but this is starting out already as a monster donation already starting off. Let me go ahead and put it in the proper section. I have sections for people's donations because of announcements that I give, and I always want to be appreciative of the people that give support. So the people that are giving large support, I have them particularly specifically noted as something. So I'm going to go ahead and put this number 1. Okay, boom. And let me go ahead and give off look how the podcast is starting already. Look how it's starting already, everybody. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Ready? Look how it's starting. I'm going to give her some huge noise. It's already starting off. Top tier donations. Here we go, everybody. First donation, which was given a few days ago. Nema with $100. Let me give her some noise. Hold on a second. $100. I asked her what it was for. She said it was for everything. I thought it was for something specific. She said it's for everything. Shout out to you, Nema, for the appreciation. I appreciate you. Shout out to you. Let me go ahead and give you some bombs for that. This is how the podcast is starting already. It's already started. This has never been seen on YouTube before, because there's nobody doing this. I'm actually doing something that's never been brought before, which is changing people's lives based on the questions that you ask. I don't force any information on anyone. Your questions are what guides me. I'm like your genie. You rub the bottle, ask a question, and I answer it. Because the question is personal from something you've always wanted to know, that is why my answer affects people so much. So it is not just coming to a lecture. It's not just coming to a lecture. When you come to a lecture, the teacher chooses what he wants to lecture about. Thus, he's always very comfortable. $100 just for Tua. He's always very comfortable because he can talk about whatever he wishes. But when you answer somebody's question that's coming from their journey, that has nothing to do with anybody else, their personal journey, the answer is going to have an effect on them that they wouldn't have as if they just went to a lecture. Completely different. You see the difference? Because you could have that one burning question or a couple questions that they could have laughed you off the block, laughed you off the YouTube channel, your mother screaming at you, your friends calling you evil, you pagan, and you come here and you ask it, and that question changes your life. So of course we're going to see donations of such. So shout out to Nema for that monster donation, setting it off. Shout out to you. That's a 20-year-old, by the way. To all you older people out there, that have been working for 40 years in the Podclass. That's a 20-year-old. That's a 20-year-old donation. Shout out to you. But she's not done because she always says that she wants to. She did this last week too. She always says that she wants to give the 72 cents at the end. So what did she do back to back? Because she gave the 100 back to back. She wanted to be she wanted to equal the 72 and the 11. So what did she do? She actually added to it. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. And when she added to it, it actually made it $101.11. That's from a 20-year-old. Did I say she was 20? I don't know if yes, that's from a 20-year-old. Dedicated. Sends me morning affirmations and donations and support. Her, Antu, Anu, Scribe, Jay Kirkland, send me morning affirmations. This 20-year-old who just dropped $101.72 has altars built for my goddesses. She built altars for my goddesses. This is true dedication and loyalty from someone's life that I am changing. Okay? Shout out. Sharika says, set the tone, sis. That's right. Oh, you're coming up, Sharika. Don't worry. You are the tone. I know she's smiling over this. So look, shout out to the donators already for the support, starting right off the bat. Right off the bat, everybody. Now with that, we're going to get into the very first question, and then I'm going to go with the rest of the donators, the rest of the supporters. I just saw that was the very bottom at the bottom, which means it was the earliest one given. So I was like, let's start the class off with this. Let me show that. Did I say she was 20 yet? I know. Yeah. Yeah, she's 20 years old. This is somebody who's so dedicated and loyal that when they didn't have much of a job or anything, I was in a certain situation where I asked my supporters to support their situation. She went to her piggy bank, dumped out the piggy bank, counted out, I think it was $27 in coins, ran down to the bank, turned it into money, and sent me that. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. I'm gonna go ahead and do one more because she has another one. I'm gonna give that one after. Huh? Hold on, please. I'm gonna go ahead and do one more. She's not even done yet. I'm gonna do hers after the next question. That's not. There's another big one she had sent. So shout out to this brother here. This brother here is a dedicated supporter. I'm going to go ahead and show his, and then we're going to get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go. This brother here donates every single week, him and his son. And I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to him. And then we're going to get into the first question. He's so loyal and dedicated that he couldn't make it to class today, and he actually emails me to let me know that he can't make it. But you know what? He can't make it, but he's gonna send this. Boom! Shout out to Hika Kepa Ra. This is not even a question. This is $30 for support. What did it say? Appreciation. $30 for appreciation. Shout out to you, Hika Kepa Ra. You are awesome. I appreciate you very, very much. I'm gonna give you a nice round of applause because I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. After I do the first answer, I'm going to give a donation to all the consistent big supporters in the last month and a half or so. All the consistent supporters, one, and then all the largest supporters in the last month and a half. And I'm going to shrink it down after this to every month. I'm going to give a shout out, dedicated visual shout out to all of the consistent supporters and the biggest supporters that actually keep me here. They keep me in a relaxed state because if I were doing anything else, I would not be able to answer these questions. Shout out to Hika Kepa for appreciation, $30.72. I appreciate you very, very much. Don't we, Mamba? She actually talks.
What's up?
And these spider
Oh,
talks.
you
When I'm gonna let
lovely
you hear let you hear
Please
Nia
subscribe
talk.
and follow me on all
Nia
social
2. This is Nia
media.
2.
Your support is
So thank
very
you.
much appreciated.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you all ready, everybody, to get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass? Press a 9 if you can see me and hear me clearly. Press a 9 if you can see me and hear me clearly. This question is coming from Akmos York. What an interesting name. Akmos York. Press a 9 if you can see me and hear me. Press a 9, everybody. We got Nema. Nema says peace and love, Sharik. Peace and love heart at Sharik Rock. Oh, Malkia Wamangu, another large supporter. Appreciate you. She pressed a 9. Stranger has a question in here somewhere. Did a masterpiece for him. Atef is in here. Shout out to Atef. Stephen, you can see me. Okay, good. A few people can see and hear me. We are about to get into the very first question of the Tehuti Podclass. I hope you are all tuned in. Here we go. Turn the music down a little bit. Let's put on the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. Let's see what it is. What is the very first question? And it is coming from Akmos York. Let me go ahead and get it on the screen for everybody to see. Now, this is somebody who I've never ever seen before, never seen support before, and came right out and sent in a donation. Let me see if it's up on the screen. Move this over here. Sent in a donation support, and let me go ahead and try to get it on the screen for everybody to see. Where are you, Akmos York? Akmos York. He sends in. What did he send in? How much did he send in? Okay. Okay. Support here. Let me see. Let me get it on the screen. That's okay. There it is. Akmos York comes in out of nowhere. I've never heard of him before. Never talked to him before. Hey, man. Let me put it on the screen. And it is Windows and where is it? Chrome tab. Here it is. Shout out to Akmos York. And he says, we're the Anu people, the Anunnaki. Who here has ever heard of this before? The Anu people. Anybody ever heard of this before? The Anu people. Anybody ever heard of it before? It actually came out, became popularized through a gentleman named Cheikh Anta Diop, Ivan Van Sertima, Chandler, and it became very popular. And then it became repopularized. It became repopular again. Anybody ever heard of Wayne B. Chandler, Ivan Van Sertima, Cheikh Anta Diop, Cheikh Anta Diop? I want to get their names right. Anybody heard of these men? I'm sure you've heard of at least one. And this Anu people became very popular. That's right, Kimmy. Come on, originals. So press a yes if you've ever heard of the Anu people. While you're doing that, let me take that. While you're doing that, I want to Melkia. I can't click on you right now. 1 second. Melkia Wamangu said yes. Okay, good. Let me go ahead and fix something on the screen right here. And before we get started, I'm going to let you all know that there's people in the room. One's name is Stranger, and there's a couple other people in the room that have wrenches in their hand. They were named by Stranger, and they were called, not moderators, but they're called the moderators. That is the beautiful Nani Aset Mur, the wonderful secretary Unki M. Ma'at, the strong protector Ahati Ma'at, and the technician scribe, who's now known today as Ani Pata Aten Tehuti. These are the moderators. You'll see them with wrenches. They keep the room calm. The room stays calm. This is not a drama room. There's never really any drama here at all, ever. But they are the ones you can ask questions to as far as where to get my books, if there's any lectures I've done lately, how to get into the MedNetter class. You can put those kind of questions in the room, not questions about knowledge, because that's my job, but questions about how to navigate in the room, how to send in a question, what the PayPal is, the Cash App, things like that. And if they see anybody acting rude or crazy because they're from the other channels, they give them a warning and then they put them out. Because we don't have any toleration for any ad hominem, name calling, or anything crazy, crazy, crazy. Nothing like that. Nani Aset Mur, the beautiful, the great secretary, Ankia Ma'at, the protector, Hati Ma'at, and the technician, the scribe, Ani, Pata, Aten, Tehuti. We just recently got his name. Shout out to the moderators. Peace and love to all of you. Named so by a man called Stranger, who's not a stranger to us. we gotta change his name for he's a stranger to the he's a stranger to those who lack knowledge. To us, he's a familiar. We're gonna change his name to familiar. He's familiar in here, but to the other people, he's stranger. Shout out to you, stranger. Those are the moderators. Once again, Nani Aset Mur, Nani Aset, the moderators once again, the beautiful Nani Aset Mur, the great secretary Ankia Ma'at, the protector Ahati Ma'at, and scribe, the technician of the beautiful website that they're going to talk about on the next break, and that is Ani Pata Aten Tehuti. Yeah. All right, everybody, let's get to class. Ready? Get your pen and your pads out, everyone. We're going to remove that from the screen, and we're going to remove them from the studio, so everything can run smooth. Okay, stranger familiar, what's going on? This is a beautiful sister who's a great supporter. She's actually on my supportive list that I'll be announcing as soon as I'm done this answer. Shout out to Shahid. All right, so let me go and check and see who has heard of the Anu people again. I'm going to scroll up and see the Anu people. Anybody has ever heard of the Anu people? Because the question the brother asked, just to show the diversity of what you can ask of the Tuti Podclass, you can actually come here and ask questions of things you may have read in other people's books, because a lot of people were raised up under Cheikh, Diop, Ivan Van Sternadama, all of those people, the Bobby Hemmets, the Phil Valentines, the Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, all of those people, and they know that they can come to Tehuti and ask, what is the truth? Is what they taught the truth, or should there be correction? Because, you know, Tehuti's going to break it down unbiasedly. None of them were my elders, so I have no qualms. I don't care if they were my elders. That's the thing. I was not raised up under Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Ivan Van Serna. I don't really even know them. I was out in the ponds with turtles and snakes. So as all this was going on, I didn't get that whole experience of all those people. So I don't know them. They're brought to me actually by you all. You all are the ones that bring me knowledge of all these teachers that are out there. I don't quite really know of them, but when they're brought to me and information is taught that needs to be corrected or praised, I do praise and correction. Usually it's correction though. We're going to see here. So this is Akmos York, who says, we're the Anu people, the Anunnaki. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tuti Podclass. RPM says yes. I think RPM said yes. I lost the... Robert Williams says yes. Bounty said I've heard of the place Anu and the Prem Haru. Atef went through a lot of schools before he got to me. Says yes, I heard of Wayne Chandler, Ancient Future. That's right, I got the book in my room right over there. I haven't read it. I've actually I've only read of books that have been in stores. I've only read maybe 3 in my life. I've only read 3 books. Okay, so Jody says, yep, maybe that's yep. She heard of the Anu people. Malkia says yes. That should be yes. You're the Anu people. RPM says yes. Official off LLC says yes. Okay, good. So we've heard of the Anu people. So it is Wayne Chandler, Ivan Van Sertima, and Cheikh Anta Diop that made this popular amongst the brothers and sisters. And now we're going to get into the answer. Shesh says, no, Saba, never heard of the Anu people, but I'm sure we will learn from you, great Saba. Thank you. And she sends me hearts and, I don't know, hearts and, oh, faces with hearts and faces with hearts on them. 1 second. Hold on. One moment. Something very important just came up. One moment. Emergency just came up. And I gave the address. Everything is fine. Okay. All right, everybody. Here we go, everybody, to the answer. Are you ready? Boone Bounty Farnsworth says Cheikh Anta Diop was a genius. Oh, yes. Okay, here we go. Atef Rem says neither have I. Have it, but never read it. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get into the answer. What are these Anu people? Are they the Anunnaki? What is this Cheikh Anta Diop is talking about? What is Wayne Chandler? What are these the great elders talking about? What is Ivan Van Sertima? What are people today? Even the Nuwabians mention it. Who are these? What are these Anu people? Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. What does Tehuti have to say about this? Let's see. Ready? Let's go entire screen. And let's go. Here we are. You all can see the screen? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let me get some water before I start. Mamba, are you ready? I'm ready, Mamba. Are you ready? You're being very calm and nice. Here we go. The Anu people. A very interesting subject. Were they the Anunnaki? It would appear the words are related, right? Oh, what's this on the screen? The Anu people, a very interesting subject. Were they the Anunnaki? It would appear the words are related. It does look like that. Anu. The Anunnaki were the beings of Anu, and then you have the Anu people. Is there some type of correlation? And it's correlation causation. Let's find out here at the Tehuti Podclass. Okay, what is the truth? That you will get here at the Tehuti Podclass. And that is the reason you support. Tua, let's begin. Some of the most popular, respected Black authors have been attributed to bringing the community's awareness to the Anu people. These scholars and books attributed to the teachings of the Anu people are Cheikh Anta Diop in his book, The African Origin of Civilization. Cheikh Anta Diop, which I'm sure almost everybody has seen this book or has it. Ivan Van Sertima, I'm sure 90% of the podcast and people watching have heard of him. These are the old greats that we have. And some of them the late greats, the old greats. Ivan Van Sertima in his book, his writing, which you can get for $200. Egypt Revisited by Ivan Van Sertima, 1989. You can get this for $200, people. Okay? So when you're watching the podcast and I put together these this information for you and this visual, beautiful information stamped in YouTube personally for you forever. And we say reciprocity. Just understand that Ivan Van Sertima's book is $200. Now that's some reciprocity, of which we're about to correct. Actually, here we go. So Egypt Revisited by Ivan Van Sertima, 1989, $200. But don't worry, people, because you get the shipping for free. And the good brother who looks like his ancestor, Akhenaten, Wayne B. Chandler. This man is Akhenaten. He looks... If anybody here knows what Akhenaten looks like, just get Wayne B. Chandler's picture and put it beside Akhenaten, and we know that is definitely his ancestor. Here is Wayne B. Chandler. Good-looking young brother, strong-looking brother, and he looks like Akhenaten, definitely representing the genes of the followers of Ma'at, and he's Wayne B. Chandler. And that's actually on page 117 of Gods, What is Being and Men, Egypt, Gods and Men, Egypt's Old Kingdom. So Gods and Men, Egypt's Old Kingdom, page 117. What is being referred to? Attributes. What is this being referred to? What are these attributes of these three writers are attributed to these three writers? What is this Anu people that's attributed to these three writers? What is this? What is it, everybody? What are these Anu people? Well, here's the picture that actually comes up, the image, when you type in Anu people. This is the image that they are all referring to as the quote-unquote Anu people. Have anybody seen this image before? Anybody ever seen this image before? Let me check the chat and see. Anybody ever seen this image before? This is what they're talking about, the Anu people. Let me go check the chat. Peace, more wisdom. Peace and love to you, Tehuti and family. Anybody ever seen that image before? The Anu people with that particular image right there. Put it back up, right here. So it looks like a man, representative of movement. He has a large staff in his hand. He has small waistline, large shoulders, looks very strong. Looks like he has calf muscles and quads, and he looks very serious and strong. And he has a staff in his hand, and it looks like some writing there. There's some writing there. Most of the time when you see this image here, you don't usually see anybody addressing the writing that's there. Oh, Melkia Wanga, you said yes, you've seen that before, right? And you've seen that. Now, let me ask you, Melkia, when you saw that, was it in Cheikh Anta Diaz's book? And did you see it as the Anu people as well? Is that where you saw that? Or did you see it somewhere else? I'm just actually curious. Did you see that image and the mention of the Anu people in Cheikh Anta Diaz's book? Or did you see it from another source? Shout out to you, Melkia Wamangu, one of the great supporters. We also had a great one-on-one with. Wonderful. Okay, I'll come back and check your answer in a moment. I know it's a little lag on my part for when I actually see the responses don't come as you type them. So, oh, another source. She said she's talking from another source. Okay, not a problem. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom. So we see this. We see meta-netta looking writings on the side, but usually when people show this image, they usually don't address the writing. So there we go. This find and concept of the quote-unquote Anu people actually dates back to an archaeologist find by a British Egyptologist, W.M. Flinders Petrie, which most people I'm sure have heard of if you study Egyptology. He's actually called the father of Egyptology. Petrie Flinders Petrie, in 1853, 1942 to 1942, in the early temple of Abti. So this was found in the temple of Abti that they're calling Abydos today, underneath the quote-unquote dynastic temple. So they know it was of an older thing because sometimes when you see temples, they're built on top of older structures. So it was underneath the dynastic temple was this image here. It was found on a green glazed pottery. They call it a fiance. I can never say that word. Some French word, fiance, but it's basically green glazed pottery. Here he is, right here, everybody. Here is who actually was the one who brought to light, and there he has Narmer's head in his hand. There he is, the one who brought to light the Anu people. There he is. So before Cheikh Anta Diop, before Wayne Chandler, before Ivan Van Sertima, was Flanders Petrie, who actually brought about the concept and title and name. So prior to this, you do have the original discoverer, but he is the famed archaeologist, famed Egyptologist that got the fame for it. There was another one that helped him with the find. He had the French name, but he's the one that got the credit for it. He's the main Egyptologist. Prior to him, you don't see the term Anu people anywhere. So here's the founder of the term Anu people that we're being taught of today. His descriptions of the Anu people were recorded in his book. You can get the makings of Egypt starting actually on page 68. This is how we break things down here at the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to give you the name of the archaeologist, the name of the Egyptologist. I'm going to give you all the new people that are watching this class. I'm going to give you the modern day scholars that mention the people. I'm going to give you the books that you can get the information from. I'm going to give you their names, and I'm even going to go ahead and give you where you can buy the books. I'm going to give you the actual page number, of the books that have the listings in it. And I'm going to give you where they got it from, the actual Egyptologists that originated the concept of the Anu people. This is what we do here at the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to give you the pottery image. I'm going to give you the dates of the lifespans of the people, the temple that you can find it under. I'm going to give you their original book, in his book, The Makings of Egypt. And I'm going to give you the page number of this old book from the 1800s. From the 1800s, I'm going to give you this old book over here. I'm going to give you what the book looks like, The Makings of Egypt, and I'm going to give you the page number. If you go get the book, you can find it on page 68. Page 68 births the concept, and I'm going to give you the image of the page that actually birthed the concept of the Anu people. And it starts off right here with the spotted robe, number 4, represented a slate palette, British Museum. The type is most like of the figures at Ivres in the northern Taurus. Number 6, the Chief Fayum Lake, somewhat Bedouin. And then we're going to go to 49. Here it is. The Anu people. Here's where it begins. This is the beginning of it in the late 1800s to early 1900s with Flanders Petrie, page 68 of The Makings of Egypt. Here's the birth and the beginning of the concept of the Anu people that we're learning about today. Besides these types belonging to the north and east, besides these types belonging to the north and east, there is the aboriginal race of Anu, or Anu people, written with 3 pillars, who became a part of the historic inhabitants. The subject ramifies too doubtfully if we include all the single pillar names, but looking for the Anu written with the 3 pillars, we find they occupied southern Egypt and Nubia, and the name is also applied to Sinai and Libya. As to the southern Egyptians, we have the most essential document, a portrait of a chief Terra Neter, roughly modeled in a relief in green glazed fiancé. There's that word again, it means pottery. Green glazed fiancé, and this is 37:9, found in the early temple of Abydos. Preceding his name, his address is given on this earliest of visiting cards. Place of the Anu in Hemen City, Terra Neter. So there's the beginning, page 68. Here is the book if you want to go get that old Egyptologist book, The Makings of Egypt by Flanders Petrie, which is this man right here, back in the early 1800s, way before Cheikh Anta Diop, way before Wayne B. Chandler, and before Ivan Van Sertima. Here is the origin of the birth of the concept of the Anu People. Here we go, everybody. Check it out. Let's go. All right, so what else? What else? Is this relating to the word Anu as in the Anunnaki? Because that's the question, right? Let me break some matrices here by pointing out some key aspects. Notice it says, everybody, notice it says, quote unquote, Aboriginal race of the Anu who became a part of the historic inhabitants. And here is where the Egyptologist psyop begins. Of course, when we look at the man in the image, he is undoubtedly what whites would call a Negro African. More psyops words, but the point being that if this is pre-dynastic and it's of the quote-unquote Aboriginal race, that would mean the original race of Egypt was quote-unquote Negro. Thus, to change that, they say these Anu race became a part of Kemet. You see the psyops in the writings over here? They became, see it right here, I'm gonna move my mouse? Who became a part of the historic inhabitants. That means they were not the original. They call them Aboriginal people, but they became a part of it. But if you were to say they were the Aboriginal people who already were the founders of it, then that would be acknowledging that the ancient Egyptians are black, because look at the man. Look at the man right here. If that's not Wesley Snipes, I don't know who is, but look at this man right here. So they show this image and they say, look, they're the Anu people, but they're Aboriginal, but they became a part of the histories. But yet they're older than the so-called Kemetic temples. You see the psyops? Here's where the psyops begins. Another matrix I will break is the word Anu in this quote-unquote Anu race, because that's the term that is heavily circulating. But let's look again, everybody. Does it just say Anu? It says the Aunu people. Besides these types belonging to the north and east, there is the Aboriginal race of Anu, or Aunu people, written with 3 pillars, who became a part of the historic inhabitants. We see Aunu. It doesn't look like Anu from Anunnaki anymore, does it? And note, it is written with 3 pillars. Let's do a Tehuti Podclass translation right here in front of you. So what they do is they get rid of the fact that it was said Aunu and Anu. And when it gets into modern day times, all you hear about is the Anu people. So when you keep hearing Anu, 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 Anu people, you're going to associate that with a word that sounds similar. Oh, Anunnaki. But if you were to read it as Aunu, you would never say Anunnaki. No, you said that doesn't sound the same. Anunnaki. So when they get rid of the Aunu, which is the real source of it, and just say Anu, and that traces back to the Anu or the Anunnaki, which at the time there was a huge debate, still going on now, who were the original fathers of civilization and mothers? Was it the Sumerian people of the Anunnaki, or was it the ancient Egyptians? So they say, well, there's an Aboriginal race of the Anu people, and they became a part of the inhabitants. Not that they were the original inhabitants. So let's do a Tehuti Podclass translation, and let's actually see, because when we look back at the image that's so popular, we see a bunch of writing here. But when you see the brothers talk about the Anu people, you notice they never address what the writing says. What does this actually say? Well, Tehuti's going to tell you what it says, and let's see if these are the Anunnaki. Let's take a look. So what we see here, first off the bat, I gave this a translation. This is the Het Medu. It is house. It means a family, and has 3 lines. 3 lines can make a word plural, or it can signify power. As in right over here, here's the same word right here, and it is Het. This one's just elongated. If you look, you see the little square here within the square, or within the rectangle, you see the square. Within the square, that's the doorway to get into a house. So that is Het, as in Het Heru. And it's spelled here with a T, Het, and T emphasized that it's HT, Het. But here it is Het by itself, because it makes it sound Het all by itself, but now it's 3 pillars. We're going to get into that. So this is Het. Right off the bat, we see Het. What's the next symbol here? What's the next one? Oh, this is the owl, which is the M sound, and the flax, which is the H. and it says meh when put together, which is actually a part of the Aunu word and can describe the direction of a town. This meh attached to the pillar glyphs below is where the Anu aspect of the pillars comes into play, which I will explain shortly. And over here, what do we see? I have my arrow pointed to it. There is a version of the meh right here, and meh here translates to as north. And it can be spelled like this, or it can be spelled with the owl and the flax. And it is the word meh or mehit, and it is also the north, the direction of something. What is this here? The circle with the cross? The circle with the cross is nut and represents a living community or town. And here is where it gets interesting. Those pillars are actually Dejed pillars and represents the erection of the light spine of Asar. But when combined with the meh before it, also links it to the Aunu pillar, which is also an erection symbol of Osar, the erection phallus. So here I'm going to wave my hand over the Nut symbol here. It is a word for a town or a dwelling, and here it is right here, clearly for you, and there it is right there. And this word can go with this word to describe the direction of the Nut, the direction of the town. That's why when you look up here, you see right here, that's the same symbol, and there's Nut, the town, north, meh. And here is Nut, town, and there's the cross in the circle, and there is the same symbol there with the cross in the circle. So it is the town. And then we have over here, this is Terra. Terra, which is growth or dedication. It is loyalty. When you're loyal to something, you depend upon it to grow. The first thing the Kemetians were loyal to was the weather itself. That's the first thing the Kemetians were loyal to. Before there were any pharaohs, before there was any laws of Ma'at, before there was anything written down, they were loyal to the weather itself. They were loyal to the Nile flood, because without understanding the Nile flood and the way the stars position themselves, so you can understand what is the harvesting season, what is the raining season. If you don't have dedication to that, your plants don't grow. You understand? So dedication in ancient times directly related to farming and plants. It related to nature. Before you were dedicated to a person, before you were dedicated to a religion written on paper, you were dedicated to nature itself. You were growing with nature, because you couldn't grow, because you couldn't eat if you didn't grow the food. So that's the word terra, is actually a plant that grows out of the ground, and it means dedication, and it also means growth. And it's a symbol that's inside of the word Tamaray, which means land of the abundant flood and growth. That's the terra. Okay, that's the first time that's ever been broken down to my knowledge, really ever. But here we go. That's what you get when you come to the Tehuti Podclass. So that is terra. He is the dedicated in growth, growth to the nature, growth to watching the flooding of the Nile. And then it says terra neter. So the dedication and growth is to the Netiru. So his name is growth, dedication to the Netiru in the town. This is the translation of it. Okay, so there it is right there, everybody. You see the meh, which can also be the north, which is the nut, which is also the town. When the meh and the nut come together, they actually form another concept, because the actual three pillars are actually the Jed pillars. So there's another set of pillars that I'm going to show you. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Let's break this down. What are these Anu people? Are they the Anunnaki? Did Ivan Sturma ever break it down? Did anybody ever go into the Medunetter and actually break it down? Or is it easy to say, hey, Anu people? So what is Aunu really? Pronounced Yunu. It has been right in front of you all along, but guides by a matrix European word, so you never actually saw it. Aunu has been in front of you all this time, but it was hidden, everybody, under the word Heliopolis. The Heliopolis, you see, under a Greek word, polis, Helio, which is the city of the sun. And when we look right in Wikipedia, Heliopolis, what do we see? Iunu, ancient Egypt. Iunu literally mean the pillars. You see it? City of the sun, a major city of ancient Egypt. It was the capital of the 13th of Heliopolite, Nome of Lower Egypt, and major religious center. It is now located in Ain Shams, northern district of Cairo. Heliopolis was of the oldest cities in ancient Egypt, occupied since the pre-dynastic period. Isn't that what Flanders Peachtree said this was? It's a pre-dynastic image under a temple that's of the oldest. It's older than the temple that's there, built upon it. And what is it called? Iunu. That was the ancient city in the what they call the pre-dynastic period. It greatly expanded under the old and middle kingdoms, but is today mostly destroyed. Its temples and other buildings having been scavenged for the construction of medieval Cairo. Most information about the ancient city comes from surviving records. The major surviving remnant of Heliopolis is the obelisk of the Ben the second stone of the temple of Ra-Atum, erected Seret. That's what you see in my background. Senuseret 1, they say Dynasty 12. It still stands in its original position now with the Al-Masala in Mataria, Cairo. The 21 meters, 69 foot high red granite obelisk weighs 120 tons, 240,000 pounds of Monte Saitorio from Heliopolis in Rome under Augustus, where it remains. The two smaller obelisks called Cleopatra's Needle in London and New York also come from the city. So what do we see? Inu is the name of the old city. That's a pre-dynastic, as they say. That was there. That was the Aboriginal people. That was the original people, not who became a part of the Inu. We became a part of and a part of, but yet the city's there underneath what people are calling Egypt today. Here it is, right here, everybody. Here it is. We're going to go to the page, Haru, page 22. Plate 5, and what do we see right there on that page? We see right here, I'm going to start from right over here. Osar making offerings on the day of the 6th festival. Tanat in Inu. You see the pillar? There's a cross on top. But see the pillar? Heliopolis? There's the Inu right there. Nothing to do with Anunnaki. Nothing to do with some people that came in and became a part of Kemet. It is the name of the city prior to the dynastic, as they call it. And then what does it say? What does it associate with Inu? What pillars does it associate with? So in day 6 of the festival Tenet in Heliopolis, in Inu, what do you say? I am the priest of the Djed. See the Djed? Also pronounced, it looks like it says Tetu, but that dot there makes it a soft T, which makes it a D. That's Djedetu, Djed. That's the pillar that you see. Get a good look, everybody. See this pillar? See this pillar right? These pillars right here have ridges right here, and then a stem. Let's go back. Let's go back and look at these so-called Anu people. Let's go back and look at them. Here it is. Let's see. Look closely. That's what they're calling the pillars. See how it's ridged? Let's see over here. These lines are straight, but this one has ridges because that's the Djed pillar. But it's also associated with the straight pillar, which we're going to get into when a certain word is in front of it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. I'm glad you could come. I'm glad you could come break these matrices and get the truth, because it takes extreme diligence or a gift to be able to get these answers, because nobody's going to give you this. Here we go. Asar M. Anu. Look at Anu right there. But it's not Anu. It has nothing to do with Anunnaki. It is Isar M. Inu. What is this? Osiris in Heliopolis. There's the Asar Neter symbol. There's the M in Inu. And what's that, everybody? There's your circle with the cross in it, which is a town. How do you say this word? Newt. What's the symbol of Newt? The pot right here. You see it? This has nothing to do with Anunnaki or some inhabitants that came from somewhere else. And no, it is Asar's culture. Always has been. For tens and tens of thousands of years. Asar of Inu. That little dot on the top of the A makes that A and E sound. There's a city. Remember earlier when I said this is the owl, which is M, and the flax, which is H, and it says meh, which is actually a part of the Anu word and can describe the direction of the town. This meh attached to the pillar glyphs below is where the Anu aspect of the pillars comes into place, which I'll explain shortly. Remember when I said that? Well, here we are. Let's get a good look. Let's break this down step by step. There it is right there. What you're looking at there is you're looking at the flax, symbol of eternity, symbol of preservation, because the flax is actually what's used to preserve the sahu, which the European calls the mummy, because he used to eat black people's skin. So he used to call it mumia because he thought it was a black form of a medicine that he used to eat on the side of a bag like potato chips when Europeans would come in and eat black people's skin like potato chips. But in actuality, it was the preservation of life, which was white. And it started off green, turned white to represent the eggshell which the deceased would hatch out of, and thus the symbolism of being born again. This symbol right here is an owl, a little bit distorted, but it is an owl. It is one of the only meta symbols that actually face you because it represents Ma'at. It's actually how you spell Ma'at, which means to examine. So thus the owl is facing you because to examine something, you have to look at it. Welcome to the Podclass. So this is An-Meh. There it is together, everybody. An-Meh of the north. Remember I said Meh gives it a direction. An-Meh of the north, Heliopolis. Remember that, everybody? There it is right there. Let me shrink this down a second. Let's go back to Peachtree here. Back to Peachtree here. Where's the Anu people? There it is. The Anu people, besides these people belonging to the north and east, there are the aboriginal race of Anu Inu who became a part of the historic inhabitants. No, they didn't become a part of anything. This has been a part of the culture from the beginning. Those are the originals there in Kemet. You don't like them because it looks like Wesley Snipes. So there's the An-Meh. It's a word put together. That's An from Inu, and there's the Meh. You see? So there you see the Meh right over here. And when you look at the Terra Neter symbol, I'll shrink it back down. Look at the Terra Neter symbol right here that I broke down. Here you see the Meh. Right here, there's the MH Meh, and it's right there in front of Anu. Inu. See the Inu, the three Djed pillars? The Inu, and there's the town of the north. The town of the north, Meh Inu. You see? It's always been there. It's always been a part of the culture. Nothing is added. Nothing is coming from any Semites or whatever they're talking about. This is the In Meh. And you see the north. Right? Where you see the lotuses. There's the north, and there's the Nut symbol right there. There's the cross with the circle that I've been showing you. And it's Heliopolis, a town near Tanis. It's an actual town that's always been Kemet, never came from anywhere else, never went anywhere else. It is one of the oldest of the towns that they call pre-dynastic. An-Meh of Anu of the north. Boom! The Meh, when attached to the Meh when attached to the meh and in emphasizes those the Jed pillars are also Inu pillars. They covered over the word with Heliopolis, as it says right there in one of the oldest areas of the pre-dynastic. Remember, it said pillars, and that little dot over the A makes it an I sound. Once you learn that, then the Inu to Anunnaki Psyops matrix doesn't work anymore. Yes, the Inu are not a people, but the pillars themselves, which represents the Ben phallus of Asar. Yes, the word that is now in your favorite Jewish Hollywood actors and comedians' name, taken from the Kemetic Inu, which represents the son of. So when you see Ben Affleck, Ben Stiller, that's from the Ben. That's the name of the pillar. The son of fertility, the origin of life. Yes, the original Inu people of Kemet. HOTEP, I am done. There is your breakdown. Boom. There it is. I hope that cleared that up for you. The question was, are the Anu people the Anunnaki? Absolutely not. And there's your answer. I'm going to go check the chat to see what the people thought of the answer. I hope the person that asked the question is in the chat. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in so I can take a couple-minute break. And I'm going to check the chat room to see what people thought of the answer. Let me get some water. Well, that was good. 33 minutes. All right, let me check the room to see what the people thought of the answer. I hope the brother Akmos York is here. That's just the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. That is how I answer questions here. Show your support if you appreciate the type of answers that I give. It is Cash App TTMU, if you appreciate what you see, what you've seen, what you're about to see, and what you have faith in, support what it is that I'm doing, because that is actually what's keeping me here. Let me go ahead and check the chat and see what people thought of the answer. We have Nema starting it off with wonderful breakdown. Tua and LLC says, OFP LLC says, always on point. Malkia Wamangu says, fire as usual. Big Vapes is giving claps. Robert Rays says, Ma'at. Glad you all all appreciated the answer. I got the link in the room for the team to jump in. Team jump in, and also Primordial Thought jump in, because I'm going to also address something that you asked. And Angela Gates says, great work, Saba. Thank you. And Primordial Thought, you can jump in the room. So I'm going to address a question that you asked after I come back from my break. And then we're going to get into the other questions. So team jump in the room. And we're about to do this. Where is Atef? Where's Menkor Ra? Where's Ahati? Where is the team? Jump in. I'm going to take my break. Did you like that? Mamba? Mamba liked it. Mamba liked it. All right, everybody. Boom. We got Atef Rem Kim jumping in the room. Kemet 101 says, Supreme Tehuti, supreme knowledge. What's up, my brother? What's up, my brother Atef Rem? Oh, was he on mute? Can you hear me? Can I be heard, everybody?
HOTEP, Saba. I'm trying to get my sound. Is it an echo? How do I sound?
Sound great. Okay, sound great, my brother. So that's the Anu people, Atef. I don't know if you saw that before in any of the books or anybody broke that down to you, but that is the Tehuti breakdown of the truth of the Anu people.
I didn't even read the book, Saba. Hey, look, I got it right here. I was buying all the books. Every book I heard you say on Killer Pre-Show, I start buying them. But you didn't say that one, but the Miriam Lithiums and the Legends of the Gods, all of that. I was writing it down, and I didn't know what it was, but I was buying it, and I was buying every book I was hearing brothers talk about. But I didn't read that one yet, though.
Okay, we got XA says, now I know. And we got Nanda Pro, mixtape voice, dang SABA. Where'd you get the knowledge? That's a good question. Where'd I get it? I've read no book to get that answer. I've never read any of those books that I'm showing. All the books that I'm showing as sources, I've never read any one of them. I've read 3 books in my life. Those are for you all to read to get that information and give sources out. I don't have time. It takes me 2 months to read 4 pages of a book, so I can never read a book. Shout out to you, Menku Ara. How you doing, good brother?
Doing good, Saba. To you. How you doing, brother?
Doing all right, man. Me and Mamba are relaxing and answering questions, and Nia 2 is on the hat.
Nice.
Okay, Primordial Thought, you can jump in too. All right, my brothers, you can go ahead and speak. I'm going to take a little break. I'm waiting for, has anybody seen Scribe in the room yet? Have you seen Scribe in the room as of yet?
Not yet.
No, I haven't, Saba.
Okay, he's the one that can let people in when I step off. So okay, Primordial Thought, can you hear? Because I'm going to go ahead and answer you when I come back. So I'm going to step away for a minute. I'm going to listen out. If you see Mahati or Primordial Thought or anyone trying to come in, speak on it. I'll hear you from the background. You brothers can go ahead and talk about whatever you want to talk about till I come back. Talk about what you thought of the answer. Talk about whatever you all do, and I'll be back. Everybody that's watching this, support the Tehuti Podclass. It is Cash App TT Amun. It is PayPal at Rocky SV. Show your support for what it is that I do, because this is the only place this is happening. Every other YouTube channel that I've seen is drama, arguments, somebody trying to knock down somebody else, talking about somebody else. This person is this person is that. Where is the information? Test these people. Send these questions that you send to the Tehuti Podclass. Send them to those other channels. I want to see what they do. If they can stop talking about other people, talking about their own ego, talk about the information, help people out. But since you all can't get that there, I love it because all those other channels actually promote this one, because it gives you all nowhere else to go. What other channel, you guys type it, I will give you full permission, type it in the room, any other YouTube channel that you can go into and send these kind of questions to, and they do breakdowns like this. What's the name of the other channel? Go ahead and type it in the room, and I'll go there and I'll bind with them. I have not seen one, because if you type that channel in the room, believe me, I'm going to send a flock. I'm going to send the whole podcast, and when they get bombarded with the Tehuti Podclass questions, we're going to put your name up and say, this person here said that you're doing what Tehuti does. So when I send 20 people to that channel and they start sending in questions, break down the ETIs in the atmospheres, break down the Houston meeting on the UFOs. What's the ANU people? Break down out-of-body experience. When those people get those questions and get bombarded and can't answer them, we're going to say, this person, because I'm going to screenshot your name when you put it in the room. Whoever you are, put the name of the channel that you can ask these questions to and get answers, and we will tell them that you sent us. And I will tell all my students, send them super chats and cash apps of these questions, and let's see how they do. I'll be back, everybody. Support. Peace.
Peace. Hotep Ma'at. Peace, Menku. How you doing, good brother?
Hotep. Peace, brother. I'm doing good. How you doing?
Man, I'm excellent, my good brother. My Earth Day tomorrow in a few minutes. What time it is? 11:25 over here. Yeah, I'm excellent, my brother. I'm absolutely excellent. Shout out to everybody in the chat. teachersatmaat.org, Tehuti's Podclass. I know ain't nobody getting no breakdowns like this. Put the link in the chat so we could come holler at y'all.
It doesn't exist. Stop the cap. It does not exist. I want to say happy Earth Day to you early. You know what I mean? I thank the netters for you, my brother.
Peace and love. Yeah, brother. Listen, I got the book too. I ain't read this one yet neither. I was getting all the books. Hey, look, I just want to learn. All I want is the truth. I don't want to argue and none of that. Listen, I'm trying to raise my kids try to take care of my family. You know what I mean? I'm trying to learn something. That's it. I'm tired of, ain't y'all tired of the ignorance? Ain't y'all tired of, brother, it break my heart when I turn to them other channels now, because if we all could come together and just, it just don't make no sense. And the thing about it is that only thing we would unite for is the truth. That's it. Just my aunt, we would just unite for that. It's ridiculous, man. It's really sad. So I'm absolutely grateful for my teacher. I'm absolutely grateful to the netters. I'm absolutely grateful to you, brothers, and everybody in the chat that makes this possible every week and gives me an opportunity to learn. Because y'all see me up here on the panel, but all I want to do is learn. Shout out to the best teacher, period. There's nobody out there. There's nobody out there breaking us out the matrix. I'm sorry. There's no one out there right now, not on the internet or off the internet or whatever, wherever. There's no one out there that is. I'm telling you, I just heard my aunt. I got the book. I didn't read this book yet, because by the time I got this one, I was already watching Killer Priest. I was already watching SABA on Killer Priest. So, you know, it was no need, because I was getting a class every single week. And shout out to you, SABA, because I'm eternally grateful. I absolutely am. And shout out to everybody in the chat that makes this possible, because without you and your support, this wouldn't be possible. So support the truth. Support our SABA. If you appreciate him, then support him. Like he says, if you appreciate the waiter, then support SABA. We are supporting foolishness every day. If we look in the mirror and we really ask ourselves, what are we actually supporting? When we go to the store and we spend our money, our hard-earned money, what are we actually, are we, so just look at it like this. Is it beneficial or not, or detrimental? Is it helping or hurting? Whatever you're getting, is it helping you grow and be strong and nourish you and nourish your mind, nourish your body? Listen, I recognized immediately, because all I wanted was the truth. So it didn't matter where it was coming from. You know, I was tapped in, man. And when SABA started teaching about frequencies and things like that, I was immediately drawn to it, because all I was looking for was the truth. I'm tired of arguing and fighting. I'm tired of fighting my own people, man. I'm tired of fighting people that look like my children and look like my family and look like me. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of us not supporting our women, not supporting our children. And then the thing is, we making it easy for these folks because we funding their system with our ignorance. We funding it. We are the ones that are funding the system with our ignorance, because we refuse to accept the truth. And it's sad. Peace, Ahati.
Peace.
Peace, good brother.
Yeah,
you got your chicken, bro? Go ahead, brother.
I had some hot sauce, some barbecue chicken, and I was throwing it in, and then I had to go throw some mouthwash in my mouth, and man, talk about burning.
Yeah.
It was on fire.
Peace to you, brother.
How you brothers doing?
Excellent, good brother. Excellent.
I saw in the chat it's your Earth Day, huh?
Tomorrow, yeah, I'll be up. I'm gonna be on the show. It's no better way to spend my Earth Day than with you brothers. Man, listen, it's beautiful. A brother gave me something that some headphones or something. And I didn't look at it till I put it in my locker. Then I came back, I was showing somebody else, and then it said, "You have excellent taste."
Oh, nice.
Shout out to a Tef Rem Kim Ma'at. Peace, Ahati. You want to speak, brother? Where's Scribe? Shout out to Scribe.
Am I showing lag on my end? A little slow motion.
Nah, you seem pretty good.
Okay.
You got a nice background too. I love that background, brother.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, another great lesson, of course. The new people. You know, I like when SABA teaches on the Anunnaki too. They don't get enough credit. In my opinion, they don't get enough credit because they get overshadowed by Kemet. And I would really like to see somebody asked Saba about a little bit more in depth into who the Anunnaki people are. But what's interesting between the two cultures is that they both use similar terminology, such as you saw tonight with the teaching. And as far as I know, Saba is the only one that can really go in depth into that subject. I mean, I learned from him, of course, about the Anunnaki, but I don't see anybody else really teaching about them. I mean, you hear people say things, they quote stuff from, who's that Jew's name? Zachariah Sitchin. You hear them quote him a lot, but other than that, you really don't hear much about them. So it's always good to see Saba teach on that. Hold on a second. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Your sound is good though, brother. Your sound is good. He logged out. Peace, Minku.
Peace. I appreciate what you were saying, brother. We have something and someone we could be united with, and for the people that are choosing to not do that, it will be to their own dismay. We are the most divided, lost people in the world, and so it's sad that people's egos won't allow for the teacher to be greater than them. He is the master teacher, and people just have to accept it, or if they want to not accept it, that's on them. Yeah.
They make songs about it. It's levels to this. Don't they talk about it?
Yes.
They make songs about it. So it's like, listen, respect the real. Like, it's ridiculous, man. It's really, shout out to Nap the Pro. He said, I felt sad watching that other channel the other day. So much division. Yeah, we stronger together than apart. And I look forward, shout out to Annie. I look forward to the day that we can unite and be strong like we are supposed to be. It's really sad. It really is. But we have a beautiful gift in our midst in the form of the Netzer, and a beautiful example of Ma'at. Henu, Saba, Tehuti, Ama, Hotep, Ra. We have an excellent, beautiful gift. And I look forward to people appreciating the gift that is before them and us right now. Yeah. I really do. So my birthday, my Earth Day, whatever is beautiful, is excellent, because I appreciate my teacher, and I appreciate you, brothers. So listen, I understand. I really do. And I look forward to the day when our people understand. That's just what it is, man. That's just a fact, man. It is an absolute fact. Let me read something from the card. The brother said to me, he said, thank you. And this is dedicated to my teacher. So what he said, thank you. Let me see if where my light at right there. He said, thank you. Now this brother here, he ain't even off his 90 days probation. That's what he said. He said, thank you for your endless lessons on work and life, and continue influence and leading others. I'm not going to say his name. I don't know if he wants to be known. And then I had another one of my beautiful coworkers said, happy Earth Day to the best supervisor ever. And I want to dedicate that to my teacher, because my teacher is a beautiful example of excellence. And I try to echo that, like my brother Ani says. So shout out to you, Saba. Peace and love. Hotep Ma'at.
Yes, definitely. Shout out to Saba Tehuti. Hotep, I was curious. I was thinking about you and Ani today. I was thinking about, I really would like to hear some of the magic and some of the amazing things that's happening since you received your Rin.
It's It's still unfolding, brother. It's actually beautiful. So the like I was saying with the headphones I had received, it said you have excellent taste. So shout out to you, Minku, for asking the question in the Monday Metal Nutter class about crying being excellence. So that was a message for me. That was a message.
We have that in common. We are very, the waterfalls, we let them flow, and it's very healing, brother. So yeah, that question, I was trying to figure out myself, right? I was like, why? Because I don't feel like I'm an emotional person, really. But when the truth hits me, one of the ways the evidence manifests, or I say presents itself, is tears. Tears fall. When I'm healing, the tears are flowing. And when Saba shared about the Rayleigh lighting, and when we cry, the tears go inside of us, and how the tears are excellence and perfection. Oh, the Meta Netter Monday. People, if you are not in the Meta Netter Monday, you are missing out. The Meta Netter Monday is transformational. It's very powerful. You should definitely be trying to get those sessions if you can't join us in person. But yeah, shout out to you, HOTEP. Yeah, I had to ask that question because it's my story. Like, it's my life. It happens all the time.
Yeah, man, it's real. It's a lot of magic for me, bro. The same with me. It's only gratefulness for me. Whenever I feel grateful and I'm real happy, and it doesn't get me sad. I don't cry like that. I used to be the goonest goblin in the pumpkin patch, So my tears be they be gratitude tears, man, because I'm always constantly thinking of my ancestors. This is, like I said, that segment back there represents my mother. So I'm constantly trying to stay in tune as our ancestors did. You see my beautiful aunt, and all these different things I was doing subconsciously. Like, I was following my heart. I was doing what felt real to me. And yeah, those tears, bro, is they emotional, whatever it is, but it's always, for me, it's always gratitude. Cause I just want to learn, bro. And you're right. When that truth hits me, I told you one day, man, I couldn't stop crying, bro. It was off, and I was shaking, and it was after, I think it was the one of the Matrix. I think it was after one of the Matrix classes. I don't think I ever mentioned, like, it was bad, bro. Not even bad, like, not bad in a bad way, but I couldn't stop. I had to go outside and walk on the grass barefoot. I didn't know what was going on, but it was just gratefulness, man. I just was like, wow, like, what is going on? I'm looking around, and because I'm trying to figure it out, because I already knew everything else is a lie. Everything a lie. I never had nobody tell us the truth like this, bro. Never. You can't tell, look, week after week, never, and be an example. This is why the brother named me the Techetu. Listen, I'm careful with my speech because I speak slang fluently. So SABA is an excellent example of speech, and I recognize that early on. So I'm very, very, very reserved with my words, because I'll say something and it might not be, politically correct, or it won't be excellent, and I'm still learning that. And that's why I say I'm glad to be at the beginning, because I'm unlearning and relearning. And one of those things I'm unlearning and relearning is my vernacular, because, as you know, we don't speak our mother tongue, we speak English. That's the Tamahu language. So that's what it is. And when I saw SABA and his if you know, I didn't know SABA looked like a Netta for real, right? But I could see in his speech when like people was attacking him and just going at him, like, just the disrespect, the way he handled it, I was so impressed, and I recognized that as as a standard that I needed to strive for. Because the thing about it is that I strive for excellence, and I stand on my and all I want is the truth. I just want to learn something. So, you know, every day I'm breaking different matrices and unlearning and relearning, and that's just what it is for me. So I'm excited. I'm happy, you know, and I'm grateful to have a excellent, beautiful, wonderful teacher in our midst, and I'm eternally grateful. And shout out to you, Ahati, for all that you bring and all that you do, and you too, Minku and Ani, because this thing came together like a whirlwind. It came together beautifully.
It's so powerful how he teaches, and I know for sure on all the channels, no one is presenting the meta netter as much as SABA is doing. And you know what's interesting in my journey and learning, because I'm in the beginning the same as you. Now it used to be like really foreign, right? But now the way he teaches it so clearly and so precisely. And the more I'm starting to learn it, I'm just like, it looks so familiar now because of how perfectly he teaches. Like now I'm starting to recognize more and more of the language and the so-called glyphs and the symbols. And I'm like becoming a new person the more I'm learning the information. And it's all SABA's guidance, leadership, and teaching. So he knows it, he lives it, and he delivers it in the way that you can metabolize it. So when he was showing it early, I was like, I know this. I did not know anything about MetaNetter 2 years ago, two and a half years ago. And so the power in being around so many teachers, Ahati, Ani, you, SABA, you know, I have this new understanding. And with the chat, guess what we are? We are a solar system because we are light, right? We are solar systems. And you know what solar systems do? They produce more stars. I was like, yo, the MetaNetter class last Monday when we were talking about the rays and the one with the arrows, I don't know if I'm supposed to be giving all the secrets of the MetaNetter class, but yo, we are a solar system. You know how powerful that is? You know how much light and life-giving that is? And that all is a testament to the teachings of the master teacher, SABA Tehuti. Ahati, Yeah.
No, go ahead. No, I was gonna say, brother, he teaching us who we are for real. You didn't even know who you was. That's the best gift a brother, anyone could give you. A netter for you to introduce you to yourself at whatever age you are, 22, 27. What was you saying? Go ahead, Ahati. I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's a beautiful gift, bro.
No, I'm enjoying listening to you, brothers. I actually want to hear Menku. Don't give away all the secrets, Menku, but maybe a little preview will entice people to sign up for his great and inspirational, life-changing MetaNetter Monday lesson. So give him a brief preview. Just don't give him the ball.
One thing that I'll say about SABA's teaching and the MetaNetter Monday is the way that he's teaching. He's really taking his time so that we understand the MetaNetter, and he is also sharing how his story and how he became into who he is. And so his testimony coupled with a living language, you can't do anything but grow. It's impossible to not grow from the light that SABA shares all the time because that's who he is. That's what he does. And so the Meta Netter class, you know, the one-on-ones, the pod class, when he debates, when he teaches, if you want to grow, you just have to be in the light. So I'll just share that. Welcome back, Saba.
Hey, hotep, everyone. Beautiful. We got beautiful comments. That was a great lesson. To Saba. We got LLC saying the Tefran Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, Menko Ramari Ma'at. You are some good brothers. Much respect to you all. Beautiful comments, everybody. This is the love that's only here. And for those who want to share in this love and this knowledge, as my brother Tef says, come join us. So wonderful. Let's get it on. We're going to do some shout outs to the donators. Thank you, brother, for your great words. Yes, the Meta Netter class. You're right, Mankora. It's not what people think it is. They think it started off just Meta Netter letters and things and breaking down things. Now it's jewels that I don't share here. It's personal jewels, things about my life. The Meta Netter, understanding what the Meta Netter is, which is not a language. Meta Netter is the echoing of the material. That's what it means. It's the Metut material. So it's not A, B, C, D, E, F, G, although it can be communicated through a language, but is the whatever energy is echoed from the material. That is the definition of Meta Netter. But anyways, we'll save that for the people who want to come to the class. For those who want to come to the Meta Netter class, you can email me at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. And it is Mondays. It's turned to Mondays at 1:30 now. I had to change the time. So, okay, everybody, we're going to give some shout outs to the beautiful people that have supported so far. And then the next question that I already see in, I see, oh my, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I already see one in. But let me give a shout out to the donator supporters so far of the Tehuti Podclass. Let's give them a shout out. These are the people that keep the class. And also, you know what I'm going to do before I do that, everybody? Before I do that, let me give a shout out. Let me get to the screen. Let me give a shout out to those people that are the consistent supporters and consistent donators. These are the people in the last about 2 months or month and a half. And from now on, it's going to be every month. The greatest of the donators are going to give their own personal selective shout out, because there's people that come once in a while, they donate, they disappear, they come back. Some people here were watching the Tehuti podcast from the beginning has never donated. They've never just given a donation. I'm not sure what type of hatred that is, but they were watching for 2 years, but they just never supported. I'm not sure what that means in this language, but for those who do constantly support, and then there's the monster supporters, I'm going to give you all a shout out right now. So here we go, everybody. These are to the beautiful consistent supporters, and then I'm going to show live support, and then we're going to get to the next awesome question. Oh boy, the questions. Oh boy, the next question is all about Jews, which is interesting. So that's going to be it's going to be all about. Somebody asked about the Exodus and the Jewish agenda in the Exodus story, and yes, I can freely talk about that. So I can talk about that, the hooks, right? I can talk about that openly. But let me go ahead and give the shout outs before we talk about the Hasidic and Ukraine people. We're gonna give a shout out to the donators and the supporters. And here we go. Let me put this in over here. Boom. And here we go. Let me see if it's showing. Wonderful. Let's see if it shows both. Oh, you know what? I have to cancel it out of here. I have to show it. I have to show it like how I teach the pod class. It's not showing. Let me go ahead and fix that. I'm going to open it up in the same program that I open up my Podclass answers, and on the screen, I hope. There it is, perfect. Here we go, everybody. Let me give a shout out to the donators, the consistent donators who get their just due. These are the supporters that consistently show their gratitude and appreciation here at the Tehuti Podclass. And here they are. Boom, can you all see the screen?
Yeah, we can see it, Saba.
Okay, actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to cancel it out of here. I'm going to show it in a way that I can, where I can be on the screen as well. Let me fix that, everybody. Hold on. Let me go present, share, boom. Should be a, oh, it's Chrome tab. Windows. Here it is. Oh, it shows. Perfect. Excellent. I think it's going to show. I should be able to come to the screen. Block this out. There we go. Can you all see that on the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let me give a shout out to all the awesome supporters. Appreciate you. I'm going to read them off. Thank you all so much as the consistent supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. These are the recent top consistent supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. Tua, you all keep me here. And who are these consistent supporters of the last month or month and a half consistently? Rigo, Hika Kepara, Ascari, Stephen E, Vortex Ninja, Raphael Gary, Anthony Drain, also known as Zeptepi Slim, Lamonte Wilson, XA, also known as Sal Vega, Primordial Thought jumped in there as one of the most consistent now. Bijan Farrow jumped his game up. He jumped his support up. Bijan Farrow, who's also Sincere Austin, Scribe, of course, Sherika, Atef, Menko Ara, Marima At, Sari or Sarah Broomfield, also known as Arrested for Ye Culture, Atum Trenton, who's also Atum, who's also Trenton Donaldson, John Presley, Big Vapes, Justin Jackson, who is Hika Kepara's son, Marvin Mazongo. These are the consistent recent supporters. If you don't see your name on here, you may be on the next tier because I'm going to show another tier. So if you don't see your name on here as a consistent supporter, it was hard to go through them all, hard to fit them all. It's going to be adjusted each time, and you may be on the next tier. What is the next tier? So these are the recent top consistent supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. Tua, you all keep me here. Tua, very much. I greatly, greatly appreciate you. This is the reason why I even exist here on the internet teaching, is because of all of you. Now for the next tier. The next tier on the Tehuti Podclass supporters. These are the monster, the netter donators. These are the netter donators. The people that truly, they give beyond what's even expected. And I want to give a shout out to them. Shout out to the monster donators. I appreciate you. I'm going to give a shout out to you. Let me give all the haters a warning. A warning, because what you're about to see has never been seen in YouTube history before, where people give these type of Cash App support to an actual teacher for answering a question. Shout out to the netter donators. Let me go ahead and show the netter donators. And I'm going to show this each week until the month is up. When the month is up, then I'm going to show the next consistent, and it will more likely be the same people. Maybe more will be added onto it. Shout out to the netter supporters. Appreciate you. Here you are. Here are the netter supporters. These are, oh, there's more names. I'm sorry. There's more names here for the the recent top consistent supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. I'm sorry. After Manzingo, there's Biged Leisure, Maharu, Shesh Shait, Carolina Mencina, who is Carol, Ra, Jason Kirkland, Raw Minerals, who is Nahum, Nito Campbell, of course, Netzer Unk Hotep L, Nana Amun, Amun Mat Ra, Amun Min Ra Suit, Atum, Nook Poo, Eric G, and David Reed. Those are the recent top consistent supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. You all keep me here. Thank you very much. Now we're going to get into the monster. The monster supporters. Let me drop a bomb for the monster supporters coming up. Get ready, everybody. What you're about to see has never been seen on YouTube before for any type of support for any of the teachers, any of your favorite Kemetic teacher, anybody that you've ever seen. What I'm about to show now has never been seen in history other than the Tuti Podclass. So thank you all for making this history. And the history we made is, here we go. These are the Netzer donators, the monster supporters recently to the Tuti Podclass history. Tua for being a part of this history and are responsible for creating the environment for me, Tehuti, to give the highest level of answers in Earth's history. Tua. And who do we have here as the monster supporters? Who are they here? We have Stephen Escalar with a regular of $50. It's not just one time $50, regular of $50. Let me go ahead and shrink this down. Regular of $50, Stephen Escalar for the monster Netzer supporter. Stephen Escalar is up there. He's a regular supporter and one of the monster supporters. $50 on a regular. Stranger who actually give a shout out to the monster supporters with $50. Shout out to, it goes up from there because we got, he says, shout out to the monster supporters. Saba, please do breakdown of an understanding of mastery of animals and their utility in modern times. And we're moving up. We're moving up to Sal Vega. $72 just for the application of what he sees me do. He sees me apply this knowledge. $72. Monster donators. And of course, we're going to move over to the Monster Beat Get Leisure, who gives $50 on a regular. He gave $50 for a Metanetter class that I'm actually going to have to turn into a one-on-one with him. $50. Monster donated from the very beginning. And of course, Hika Kepara, who gives a regular $72.72. Not only that, but brought his son, who's actually doing the same thing. Shout out to Hika Kepara. And then, of course, we move on to the monsters. The monster, Nema, the Netzer donator, right here for the knowledge I can utilize forever. This is a regular for her. $100.72 is a regular. This is a normal for her. Shout out to Nema for making the list of the monster donators who help keep me comfortable so that I can give you the highest quality of information. And of course, the monster himself, Rodrigo, who gives a consistent, he gives nothing under $72. $111.11 for each matrix breakdown. As you can see, he's on part 4. What does that mean? Does that mean he gave $444.44? Shout out to Rigo. And of course, we move on to the latest of the monster donators, Sharika, who gave $270 for Metanetter classes. Shout out. Try to catch yourself up with Metanetter classes. She drops $270. She's brand new. She came with that. She came with that. Shout out to Menku Ara, who toppled everything we've ever seen before with a one-time donation of $333.33 for a question emailed and support. This toppled everything we have ever seen before on the Tuti Podclass when it was given. This is the absolute top of anything ever given at the time. Shout out to Menku Ara, who set a completely new standard. Shout out to Menku Ara. And we got Sarah Bloomfield, also known as Harass Did For Ye Culture, coming in with the monster 155.55 for just support and hail. One of many. She's consistent with the 444, 555, 15, 155. She did a one-on-one with me, dropped a monster on me for a one-on-one. Shout out to Sarah Broomfield, also known as Harassed, for ye culture. And of course, again, what do we have? We have Sherry Ka coming in with questions. She's the one that asked the question about Nike. $137 donation. This is all back to back, by the way. Her big donation, the $45, $54 donation, her $270 Meta class donation, $137. This is all from somebody who, this is her first week. This is her first 2 weeks coming in. The biggest donator ever in the first 2 weeks ever in the Tehuti Podclass history. No one has topped Sharika in donations, and you're about to see why in a moment. Shout out to Sharika. Of course, we have Iga Keparat's son, Justin Jackson, with the $100. A regular day for him, regular monster donation day for him. Shout out to Justin Jackson. Black Alucard, who actually invented the monster regular donations. He was the first to give large donations on a regular. It was Kemet 101 gave this big monster donation. Black Alucard was giving donations 50, 50, 50, 50 on a regular, 100, 50, 50 on a regular with no question. Black Alucard has no question for me, other than he wanted a body a diet plan. I gave him a diet plan, and he looks like a little bodybuilder now. Shout out to Black Alucard. Can you brothers still hear me clear? Can everybody still hear me clear?
Yes, Saba, you clear.
Awesome. Sarah Jean again. Remember we just left her? Did we just leave Sarah Jean with the 155.55? For the conscious light, I come for as the conscious light. As conscious light, I come for support. But Sarah Jean didn't end it there. She came again, back to back, dropping 125. Shout out to Sarah Bloomfield and her beautiful, wonderful skateboarding daughter. I'm gonna call her Sky Blue. Shout out to Sky Blue. Shout out to Sarah Jean, Harassed for You Culture. And what else happens after that? What happens after that? Terry Patty comes in with a monster $200 for a question that I answered already. He saw the answer that I gave. There's some people here that was in the Podclass that was actually upset that we were asking for donations for answers that are being given for somebody who already donated. Well, if you're watching it and you appreciate it, why wouldn't you want to donate again? Why would that even affect you? But Terry Patty said, forget that person. You answer the question on bricks. I'm going to give you an extra $200 on top of the answer you gave. He's not even the one. I don't even believe the question came from him. He said, Tua, support. I value your teaching, Saba. P.S. Bricks Breakdown was another eye-opening wake-up call. Shout out to you, Terry Patty. Terry Patty, Bricks Breakdown. No, Brick Breakdown again. Yeah, I already did that one. Bricks Breakdown. Then comes the chaos. Then the chaos comes. The good chaos. Sherry Ka, with the largest donation that has ever been seen, one time, largest donation, her first donation, by the way. Did I say it was her first? Yeah. Guess which donation this was? It was her first one. She came in with this. This is how she introduced herself. She introduced herself. Oh, bam, bam, 720. My name is Sherry Ka. Bam, 720. Nice to meet you. Hi, my name is Sherry Ka. Bam, 720. There's the introduction. That's how she introduced herself back to me. Bam, 720. Gratitude, which came back to back with 3 other ones. Shout out to Sherry Ka as the biggest donator ever, one time in the Tehuti Podclass. These are the monster nectar donators. Shout out to them. It's going to change every month, but it's going to get smaller because these same people are going to be doing the same thing. There's going to be more people added. So shout out to, these are the nectar donators. Shout out to you all for being a part of this history and are responsible for creating the environment for me, Tehuti, to give the highest level of answers in Earth's history. Shout out to all of you. I appreciate you and love you very much because you all, nobody has any idea the time that it takes for me. Let me take this off. the time that it takes for me to actually make these answers pretty for you. These answers are made pretty for you. I have the answers here, but I have to structure them in a pretty form with sources and books. A book from 1800s, a book from 2003, a scientist from 2023, a scientist from 1700, a meta word, Hebrew, the Masoretic text. To put all that together for you all, I have no life other than this. So the second that when these donations stop, even a little bit, you know that noise? What is it? The Roadrunner? What's that noise they make when the guy does it? Yeah, that's me, because I have the goddess already waiting to take me out of here. I can get out of here at any time. I'm here for the love of the people. And for me to give up my entire life, Hati can't even hardly see me anymore. He used to be over here every Wednesday. I know he misses those days. Now he's like, is there a day? Is there a day? I can't have time to see Hati lives down the street. I can't even see him. But there was a time where I could see him every day at the pier, every Wednesday. I know he remembers those days. Those days are gone now. Nobody can see me anymore. That's how busy I am putting these podcast questions together for you. Shout out to all of you all. You all are awesome. And if I had to take any other hours in my day to do anything else, I would not be able to do the podcast. My podcast answers, the time that I take to do what you see me do, it doesn't end. The same place that I'm sitting right now, I'm going to be sitting here until Thursday. I take breaks to work out, and I'm going to be sitting right here back and forth till Thursday. And then just when I think it's over, oh, it's the podcast again today? That's my life. My life is completely dedicated to all of you. I have to have designated time to spend with my goddesses. They're actually sorted out times. There's no like a TEF, you know, you can spend time with your goddess and go to the park or do something or go out with the family, do that. No, I have to be penciled in. Like, no, it has to be this time to this time on this day. My time is for you all more than my goddesses. So I spend way more time with you all than my goddesses. Shout out to everybody that keeps this podcast alive. Okay? I don't understand the people that don't support. I don't know if you're homeless. I don't know if you literally don't have $5 every 4 months. I've never met a person that doesn't have $5 every 4 months. I don't know how you keep your internet on. I'm not sure how you do it. I don't know if it's a hatred for me.
That's not you. Being homeless.
If you're homeless, you can't be watching it because you can't pay your phone bill, right? No. How do you pay the bill? But I don't know if any homeless people that watch it for 2 years. Are you homeless for 2 years? Are you down and out for 2 years? That in every 3 months you couldn't even send in $5? So that has to be like the definition of hatred for me. To watch me and just say, I am not going to give you anything. F you, forget you, I'm just going to watch you. That has to be complete, utter hatred. But other than that, the people that do love me and love the podcast, thank you for that, because this is what keeps it going. Speaking of which, we're going to go ahead and do a couple more of the donations. Hey, there's Cash Peden. Haven't seen this brother in a little while. Cash Peden is the one that made up the donations 111-222-333-444-555-666. I don't know if y'all remember that, but he made this trend, and then people started doing it. Other people, I think Raphael Gary, other people started doing 111-333, and they started doing it. Cash Peden, shout out to you. Nice to see you. Jump back on that consistent supporters list. Glad you appreciate it. 73 people watching. Let me go check the Gmail and see if there's 73 supporters, because I'm about to read off some of the donators right now. Let's give a shout out to those people that are keeping the Tuesday podcast. I'm going to give a couple of shout outs. Then I'm going to get to the next question, which is a beautiful question. Here we go, everybody. Shout out to Sarah Jean. Where's the brother of Scribe? Where is he? Where's Scribe? You have sound effects, right?
Yes, Saba.
Oh, okay, good. We're going to give a couple of these. The next couple of questions is one here about the origin of the cross. Oh my. I see it already. I see it here. Okay, 1 second. My screen is doing the saving thing. Hey, Mamba. Okay, hold on. Okay. Is anything shown on the screen? No, nothing.
Not yet, Saba. The hate is great. The love is fake.
Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to you, Israel Horley. I appreciate the now. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're one of the supporters too. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Hey man, here we go. Let me see if I can put this on the screen. Okay, we're gonna get this on the screen here. Shout out to you, Mamba. When it comes to giving donations, they do a dance like they're doing the samba, cucaramba. We don't like those people, but we love those people because they're gonna turn around soon. It's okay, y'all. Here we go. You ready? Here we are. Boom. We're gonna give the shout out to Windows. Who's this? Sarah Jean. Shout out to you, Sarah Jean, for the $4.27 digestive aid supplement with the meal tip. That's right. The digestive aid that changes people's lives. Thank you for appreciating that. Appreciate that. Shout out to you, Sarah Jean, one of the Netter donators. Shout out to you. Okay, let's go ahead and give the next one here. I'm gonna go through a couple of these kind of fast and then get into the next question. Oh, we are back with Nema. Nema's back. Nema's back. Did Nema ever leave? I don't know if she ever left. Did she just do 100 and 100 and then one? Did she do 100 and then $1.72 to add to the 100? Well, she's back. She's back in a full effect. Full effect. Here she is. Let me go ahead and show her. Go ahead and give her some big noise. I'm going to put it on the screen right now. Sarah Jeans was on the screen, right? Did that show up?
Yeah, it shows, Saba.
Okay, let me go ahead and put the next one on the screen. Here we go. Ready? Boom. Windows. Shout out to another $40.72 from Nema. Give her some noise. She's not done. Mamba. He just says Tua. Shout out to you for the Tua. $101.72. Back to back with $40.72. Shout out to Nema. Shout out to you. You are fabulous and awesome and a wonderful supporter. Strange is back. Strange is back. Wait a minute. Is this new? Strange, are you in the room, brother?
Yeah, he here, Saba.
I thought I seen this question already. Unless he sent another one. I thought I saw this question last week. Stranger, tell me, is this a new donation for this week too? Is this a remix of the other question? I thought. Let me go ahead and read it. Let me go ahead. Here we go. Okay, strangers jumping in. What's on the screen right now, brothers? What's on the screen?
Nothing yet, Saba.
Okay, from June 2.
It looks like he said yes, Saba. Stranger says yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Wonderful. It's along the line of the other question. Maybe I can merge them into one answer. Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Not that process. Oh yeah, Saba got bars. Oh man, I'm gonna come up with some. I have to put these bars on track so that they don't pass with me when it's my time to go. I gotta record these. Okay, here we go. Strangers, show it. There it is. Give them some noise. Boom, 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 boom. Stranger, the namer of the navigators. And he says here, was the lament of Hermes Trismegistus in the Hermetica, in which he describes the fall of Egypt to Asclepius, the first example of an attempt at fake news or propaganda to damage control and usher in a new system, which was first Matrix Christianity after the rejection of Caesar as a deity? Oh, this looks really familiar, stranger. You can send me a let me check something. This looks like what I've already seen. Let me see. May 26th, and it says it's from Stranger. It says, I'm sure we can find it another time. I thought this was asked already. If not, no problem, Stranger. You can talk to me. You can talk to me afterwards. Cash Peden says, yeah, I know it's been a long. I know it's been a minute. I'm one of those broken ninjas. What's this? What? I'm one of those broken ninjas now. Still appreciate the knowledge. The knowledge, though. Oh no, man. Oh no. Keep your head up, my brother. He's a broken ninja. Keep your head up, my brother. Shout out to you. That's a broken ninja. Okay, here we go. Stranger, the name of the moderator. Shout out to you. Let me do a couple more. Then we're going to get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. I see the support is coming in nicely, everybody. Thank you all very much. It's coming in. Oh my goodness. XA, that's right. Let me give you an example here of a person that wants a one-on-one with me without even knowing when he's going to get it. I'm so busy, I don't know when I can give one-on-ones, but a couple people actually either canceled or turned their one-on-ones into something else. So I do have a little bit of time now, but shout out to, I'm going to save this as 7 1-on-1. Salvega. Shout out to you, my good brother. And here's what Salvega just gives as a donation support for the one-on-one. And what does he give? Share the screen. Boom, boom, boom. And is it Windows? Yeah. Give him some noise. Give him some noise. $99.99 to have a one-on-one with Tehuti. Shout out to you, my good brother. He says, I cross a bridge to bend the knee. One-on-one, Saba. I'm glad you crossed that bridge, my brother, and we will have definitely a one-on-one. Contact me when I told you to, and I'll see how the rest of my week looks. It's usually always on Sundays and Saturdays. The only time I have 1.5 hours to do anything for anybody. So $99.99. Shout out to you, my good brother. That is support for a one-on-one with Tehuti. Appreciate you. We'll do a couple more, and then I'm going to get into the question. So send a message to me tomorrow, Salvega, or sometime after the weekend. I'll look at my schedule and I'll tell you. I got to do one-on-ones. I tell people like a month in advance or something. That's how busy I am. I'm like, okay, it's June 1st. I'll do a one-on-one with you Saturday, July 1st. It's crazy. Okay, here we go, everybody. Shout out to what's on the screen there, everybody. Is anything showing on the screen?
Not yet.
Okay, no problem. Shout out to, this is Atum, by the way, who is Trenton. He asked great, beautiful questions. Thank you for your support. And right now he's throwing in a $7.27. So this man's a consistent supporter, and he's throwing in a lot over the time period. Lots and lots. Shout out to Trenton. $7.27 for Tua for all you do. Thank you, my good brother. Tua for you and all that you do to keep me here, because that which you do is what keeps me here. Uh-oh. We got somebody who's made an order in the Tehuti Podclass. Oh my, let me put here just to show you the diversity. Diet, Eric. Just to show you the diversity here at the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go and put this on the screen. So we have donations for support. We have donations for questions. We have donations for the Medunetter class. We have donations for the one-on-one. And now just to show you the diversity of what I do to help people, we have donations for a diet plan to change this man's body. I do that as well. I don't just teach about the mind and about the matrix. I teach about the body and about the body matrix. And you can actually send in support for a diet plan. When you send in the support, it takes me about 2 days. You give me your if you have your body fat, your height, your weight, the amount of times that you work out per week, and a picture of yourself currently, and a picture of anybody that you see on the internet, or any picture that you see in a magazine of someone you aspire to look like. I will tell you right off the bat if that aspiration is something you can do with or without enhancements. A lot of guys send me, so shout out to Eric G, Tehuti's diet plan. That just show the diversity of what you can do and get help with here at the Tehuti Podclass. So sometimes people send me diet plans. They send me a picture of somebody from the internet, and I tell them that that's not a body that you can get to eating some vegetables. There's enhancements for that kind of body. So when you send me a picture of the body that you want, I will right off the bat tell you if that's a realistic goal, if the body fat is too small for the weight, if it's something you want to do not want to do, but I will let you know. I'm not like the fake trainers and diet plan people that actually show you pictures of guys that are on enhancements, and they're training you for years, like as if you're ever going to get to that, and you're never going to get to that, so you just keep paying the guy. No. I've trained professional competing bodybuilders, and I've trained 60-year-old ladies. So I train them all. I give diet plans for them all. Thank you, Eric G. Appreciate that. I'll do one more, then I'll get into the question. And we got oh my gosh. Ma'at Ra, Nito Campbell. Oh, Anthony Drain, and Nito Campbell. I'll do Anthony Drain, then I'll do Ma'at Ra when I come back. Anthony Drain with the donation that he sends before each class begins. Thank you, Anthony Drain. I'll go ahead and put him on the screen. Shout out to you, my good brother. And we're going to get into the question of the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to you, Anthony Drain. $10.72. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. I'm seeing the support tonight. It is better than a couple of weeks ago, which actually a few weeks ago, I was a little discouraged when I saw the little minimal Podclass donations. I was like, damn, it's dying down. They got bored of this. Like, I'm gonna go back. They don't want me here no more. That was a couple of weeks ago. But then the next week after that was great again, and this week is great again. So maybe that was just, maybe people were out on vacation, on Memorial. I'm not sure what's going on in the world. Maybe there was something happening. Shout out to you all that are great supporters. Appreciate all of you. Shout out to this name I've never seen before, Luvara. HOTEP Sabatuzzi. Shout out to you, Luvara. Hey, Primal, I was calling you. Primordial, I was calling you to come to the screen so I can answer your question in here. I'll call you on again. It's not going to be a big breakdown. It's a question you asked about the format that I'm doing. But stick around. I'll call you on the next break. Okay, everybody ready? We're going to get to the next answer. Question of the Tehuti Podclass. Are you ready, Mamba? I'm going to put you down over here for a bit. I hope you are pregnant. We need some baby Mambas. You go over here for just a minute. A momentum. You're one of the best behaved young ladies ever. Melanalucos. Okay, everybody. I crossed the bridge to bend the knee. Okay, everybody, what I'm going to do is I'm going to step away for a quick second. When I come back, let me put the question on the screen. I'm going to come back in about a minute. I got to step away, do something here. Come back and answer this question. I'm going to go ahead and put the beautiful question on the screen here. Look at this question, everybody. This is actually, this is from Stranger. Here we go. We're going to talk about Ahati's Primordial. Yeah, Stranger. We're going to discuss some of Ahati's favorite people on the planet Earth. and Strange's beautiful question I'm going to answer. Let me go ahead and get this on the screen here. We're going to talk about a biblical psyops, a biblical psyops that led to a historical psyops of a group of people having us think they are something that they are not, and it is a sympathy psyops which has garnished them. I don't know what the number is after billions, but whatever number money is after the word billions, if there's such a number, is it zillions? But whatever that number is, that's the number that they've garnished off of this particular psyop that started biblical and moved on into this world. And the sympathy is real. So let me go ahead and put the question on the board here. Who's here? Who said they're here? Oh, shout out to the beautiful, wonderful Honey Jar, who says, I am here. Shout out to Honey Jar. She is a jar of honey. Peace and love to you, and all your great support. Honey Jar one day will come to the screen when she is ready, and she will give her testimony of her journey and how I've affected her life and what she became. One day she's going to come to the screen and break it down. Shout out to Honey Jar and the beautiful children and everybody on her side who is watching. Shout out to Honey Jar. Okay, here we go. The question that's asked here is, let me blow it up and put it on the screen. This is from Stranger, the name of the moderators, and we're going to correct the question because I had to talk to him outside of here and correct this question. He actually worded it. He said the wrong people. So here we go. Phone tab, and here it is. There's the $31.41. Give him some noise, please. He said, and the question is, now what's interesting about this question is that it's the wrong people, but it's the right people. These people on the screen actually became the people today. So these Romans became the Italians and the Spanish and the Spaniards, which became the people that we see the same. It's all the same people. But he said, why did the Romans choose Kemet as the place to write the book of Exodus? Now I'm going to correct the question, because what he meant to say is, why did the Israelites, the Hebrews, Jews, choose Kemet as a place to focus their Exodus story in? That's more of what the question is. So I told him, I said, the Romans didn't write the book of Exodus. The Romans didn't write, first of all, they didn't write the book of Exodus. Second of all, they didn't write the book of Exodus in Kemet. But it is, why did a particular group of people, the Israelites, the Jews, the Hebrews, why did particular people choose Kemet as the place? Let me get back to the screen. Why did they choose Kemet as the place to focus their Exodus story on? So which means the question is, there's a lot of places that story could have happened, right? The Jews and the Hebrews didn't have to, they could have been enslaved by anybody. But it seems that the most popular enslavement is from the Kemetians. They could have picked ancient Greece, enslaved them. They could have picked the Babylonians. The funny thing is that the Babylonians, according to the biblical story, did enslave them too, but nobody talks about it. It's not a popular story like the Egyptian one is. There is a Babylonian enslavement, but the Egyptian one, the Pharaoh, let my people go. I don't think there's a movie on the Babylonian enslavement. There's about 7 movies on Moses, let my people go, and let my people go, and But where's the movie on the Babylonian enslavement? What's that movie called? The Theft? Did you see the Israelite movie on the Babylonian enslavement? No, but we got the
Never.
Egyptian one. We've seen the Egyptian one, right? Ahati, there's the Egyptian one. Where's the other enslavement? Did they not come in contact with anybody else? So why did they pick Egypt, Kemet, as a place to center that story in? Is that story real? And did centering the story there accumulate in what they are today? What happened today? Did it change the world? We're going to get into it, everybody. I'm going to step away for just 1 minute. I'll be back. We're going to walk you through why did they choose Kemet to pick the Exodus story, to have the Exodus story in. And is the Exodus story actually real? Somebody asked me a question about the Exodus story. I told that person, I don't know if it was Menkura or somebody, I said, I can't get into it because there's a debate I'm waiting for to answer it. I don't know if it was you, Menku, somebody asked me. And I said, I can't get into that. I'm going to get into a little bit of it here because I'm going to ask a couple of questions that's going to it's going to be crazy. I'll be right back, everybody. 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Peace, Ahati. I don't want to hog the mic, brother.
No, it's cool.
Man, listen. I'm looking forward to this answer too.
Yeah,
Menku, huh?
I'm looking forward to this one. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Yeah, this is excellent, man. It's a beautiful gift, man. I'm telling y'all. Y'all have no idea. Y'all have no idea how grateful I am to be a part, to be in the midst of greatness, to be in the midst of excellence, because that's all I was looking for was excellent. The truth, the excellent truth, the beautiful truth. That's it. And we have an excellent teacher before us. Shout out to Ani. Hail to you, Ani, brother. Menku, you got some words you want to share, good brother?
I'm just happy to be here. I'm excited for this breakdown, and I'm really grateful, and it's been wonderful to see all the supporters of SABA Tehuti, because we have something very special here. I've never witnessed anything like this in my lifetime, so I'm super grateful. Like Saba said, all of you are keeping this Podclass going, and it just makes sense. You know, the Tahu will quadruple the support for the stuff that they need to keep them and benefit them. So we have to do that for the things that benefit us too. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to talk about gambling, but you know, poker is like all chips in for me because I'm trying to win. You know what I mean? I want to see my people win. So we have to support, you know, everything Saba is doing. So I'm glad that he shared who are the people that are helping support, keep this thing going. And we have to continue to keep it going. So I just wanted to share those few words.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing right now. My beautiful goddesses, she always passed out. She's laying on the side. She usually had the headphones in, but it's a beautiful thing because it's a whole life thing for me. My eye is everything. So I'm completely transforming every single thing about my whole existence right now on this physical plane. So it's a slow process. So shout out to everybody out there that's on the same journey of stepping out the matrix, because it's really not an easy walk. And I know that, but it's a beautiful walk. For me, it's beautiful because I've seen so much and witnessed so much. I've experienced a lot. So this is beautiful. This is actually excellent. And this is what all the sacrifice and this is what the journey was for. So it was all worth it. So now when I look back, I'm grateful for even the journey, because the journey was beautiful. I have a brother that he says it's a beautiful struggle. It was a beautiful struggle for me, and it continues to be. So hail Saba Tehuti, I'm a HOTEP Ra. Shout out to the best teacher right now. The internet, the outer net, period.
Shout out to you.
Us.
Come join us. Yes. Here we go, everybody. You ready? 81 people watching. Are you ready? We're going to get into it. Why? It's an interesting question. Why did they choose Kemet to have the story of the Exodus? That question there already assumes that they made a choice. That means that whoever asked that question definitely 100% does not believe that it happened. Because they didn't go into Egypt in the story and say, hey, we choose right now, enslave us. We choose you to enslave us. That's not how it went. So the person who asked that question has an idea that it's a story that was written by somebody with an agenda. Let's examine it, everybody. Let's examine it. We're going to take this to the judge and the jury. Let's go. You ready? Here we go. Let's see. So for those who just, oh, Honey Jar said, oh, in the universe. That's what Kim says that too. The best in the universe. Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and Atef co-signed it. Facts, Honey Jar, of course. Yeah, I knew it. Okay, there we go. Yes, sir. Peace to Danny Salinas. Hey, Menkura and Atef, and maybe a Hati, but you guys remember this is one of the major brothers from where you guys are from the Podcraft. Danny Salinas, remember him?
KP, that's a fellow
fellow
Podcraft brother.
Danny Salinas been around for a while. What does he say? He says, peace to Lord Tehuti, peace to you, Danny Salinas, and he put a hat. I don't know what these things are, but I'm sure they're all positive.
A wand, a globe, and the stars.
Oh, the crystal ball thing? Is that what that is?
Yeah, the crystal ball, yeah.
A globe or something. Okay, shout out to you. Danny Salinas. Here we go, everybody. Ready? For all those who just, he says, peace to the gods, peace to you. You're one of the gods. Peace to you. Everybody, 84 people. The numbers are growing, and I haven't broke down anything in the last half an hour. And the numbers are growing. Usually when I stop teaching, the numbers go down. When I take breaks, they're growing now. It's 84 now. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Stranger, you know Danny. Stranger and Danny from the same craft, same time period right over there. That was fun over there, but I want to tell everybody that I enjoyed every minute over there, the Killer Priest Podcraft. That was a beautiful thing. I don't know what energy came to eliminate me or what. I'm not sure. I mean, I have an idea, but whatever the energy is, I hope it reverses and rectifies whatever it is, because that was a beautiful family over there. That was a really beautiful thing that was happening over there. You guys, if you only saw what happened when the cameras closed. When the cameras closed, it was Killer Priest going crazy on me, going crazy. Killer Priest was going hyper. All the things that he couldn't do when the cameras were on, because he had to keep his composure and, you know, just say that's a good teacher, he did a good job. When the cameras closed down, they were going there. It was pure love. It was pure love. I never Killer Priest pure love. Pure love. I can't even explain the type of love that I got from him when the cameras went through. Shout out to Killer Priest. I hope that love is still there. I don't know what happened, but shout out. Okay, here we go, everybody. Here we go. We're gonna put the question on the screen one more time for those who just stepped in. And the question is, where's the question? Uh-oh. Sorry, everybody. I should be. What? Oh, it's a Chrome tab, right? Is that it? Is something on the screen, gentlemen?
It's coming. It's loading.
Yes.
Okay, there. The strangest sent $31.40, and it is, why did the Romans choose Kemet as the place to write the Book of Exodus, which was corrected as why was Exodus, the Exodus chosen to happen in the Kemetic culture from these particular people? That is actually the question, which actually are the ancient Romans anyway, so they're all the same. There's no these particular people I'm gonna explain today. I'm gonna explain here that these particular people that actually are the Romans, are the Spanish, are all these same people. What they're called today is because of something that happened in history that changed them to what they are today, but their genetic didn't change to something else. They're not some race of people, or We're gonna see. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're gonna break this down on YouTube. Here we go. Okay, so brothers, I'm gonna jump back into the chat. Peace and love, Atef, Ahati, and Kara. Jump back in the chat so I can have a smooth presentation without any glitches. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. Here we go. Ready, everyone? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. What's going on with this Exodus story? Why did it happen in Kemet, supposedly? Why that place? Of all the places that it could have, the story could have been written about, why is it there? Oh, okay. And here it is, everybody ready? Here we go. Boom! Let's do it. Okay. The Exodus story. The Exodus story. Why does it exist? Well, Tehuti, it exists because, well, you know what? Before I do this, press the 9 if you can hear me clear. I got to do this because once I go to this screen, I can't see what you all are typing. You may be typing Tehuti, we can't hear you. Press the 9 if you can see me and hear me clearly, because once I switch screens, I cannot see the chat room. Press the 9 if you can see me and hear me clearly right now before I get into it. Shout out to Rick Roll Truth, Tehuti the legend. Ghostface Nutmeg. Wait, what? Ghostface Nutmeg. While waiting on the answer. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Okay, good. I see the 9s rolling in. Angela Gates still here. Jody's here. Robert. Is that Robert Reyes or Robert Williams? Honey Jar is here. One of the Roberts. Robert Williams is here. Awesome. Malkia Wamungu is here. XA is here. Nema's here. Stephen E is here. Let's go. Boom. Let me do this. Make the music just a little bit. A little bit. Just a little bit. Everything's going slow, but that's okay. Here we go. Turn me down just a little bit. Boom. Ready, everybody? Here we go. The Exodus story. Why does it exist? Well, Tehuti, it exists because it's a part of history. Wonderful. Wonderful. What actually comes up when in search for this story outside of the Bible, everybody? What actually comes up when you search for the story outside of the Bible? So, again, the Exodus story, why does it exist? They say to me, the Christians and the Hebrews says, it exists because it's a part of history. Well, wonderful. When you look for this in history, not it exists because it's a part of the Bible. Understand the wording. It exists because it's a part of history. Okay, wonderful. Well, actually, what comes up when in search for this story outside of the Bible in actual history, which is archaeology? And what happens when you look for the story in archaeology? These articles start coming up. Okay, this is the New York Post. Did the Red Sea part? No evidence, archaeologists say. New York Post under the Africa section by Michael Seichman. That name, Michael Seichman. April 3rd, 2007. A worker removed sand from the remains of a worker removed sand from the remains of a military fort. The ruins roughly coincide with the timing of the Israelites' biblical flight from Egypt. A grave containing a female skeleton near the military fort. Egyptian archaeologists say no evidence has surfaced to confirm. Here, where are you going? What? Go back up there. Back up. Okay. No evidence has surfaced to confirm the Exodus story. Sean Baldwin for the New York Times. In Egypt today, visitors to Mount Sinai are sometimes shown a bush by tour guides and told is the actual bush that burned for Moses. So the tour guides say that's the bush that burned for Moses, but the archaeologists say no evidence of this. They're in North Sinai Journal. under the Africa section that came on the New York Times. So what do? We go to probe for answers. Archaeological evidence for the Bible is non-existent. Archaeological evidence for the Bible is non-existent. This is by Jimmy Williams, May 27, 2002. The archaeological evidence of the Bible is scarce. In fact, it's non-existent. After 200 years of Christian archaeologists digging up the whole Middle East, they haven't found any proof of the exodus of the Jews from Egypt, Hebrew slaves, or the 10 plagues. None. And this is from a nation of people who wrote everything down in stone. The Sinai has no proof of any large group of people traveling through it ever. The first evidence correlating to the biblical story doesn't appear in canon archaeology until around 100 years before Babylonian captivity, around 600 BC. This lack of evidence includes persons such as David and Solomon, who should be recorded in other nations and supposedly lived relatively close to those who wrote the Bible in the Babylonian captivity around 500 BC. But there is nothing. The archaeological evidence for the Bible is non-existent. Uh-oh. Well, Tehuti, those are atheist archaeologists. Let's get a reference from the modern day Jews themselves. And I say to that, yes, we shall. Because of course, yeah, the atheists, they're not looking for proof of the Bible. Well, let's go to the Jews, because the Jews are the ones that went through the captivity, and there's a lot of Jewish archaeologists. They have the billions of dollars to actually fund many archaeological research. So let's go to some believers. What do the believers say, Tehuti? Yes, we shall. Okay. Let's go to the actual Jerusalem Post. What better to go to than the Jerusalem Post itself? The Jerusalem Post by the Jews, Jerusalem, the Exodus. Does archaeology have a say? The Exodus is so fundamental to us and our Jewish source that it is embarrassing that there is no evidence outside the Bible to support it. By Stefan Gabriel Rosenberg. What does that sound like? Who is Gabriel Rosenberg? This came out in 2014. Let me read it again. In the Jerusalem Post, Israel News, the Exodus. Does archaeology have a say? The Exodus is so fundamental to us. Who's the us? Who's writing this? Stephen Gabriel. So who's the us? One of the Jews. He's the us. He's one of the Hebrews that went through the Exodus. It's so fundamental to us and our Jewish sources that it is embarrassing that there's no evidence outside of the Bible to support it. Oh my, isn't that what the atheist archaeologists say? Hey, you guys are on point. The short answer is no. The whole subject of the Exodus is embarrassing to archaeologists. The Exodus is so fundamental to us and our Jewish sources that it's embarrassing that there's no evidence outside the Bible to support it. So we prefer not to talk about it and hate to be asked about it. This is in the archaeological circles. So in the archaeological circles, when they have Jewish archaeologists, so embarrassed that they prefer not to talk about it, and then don't ask about it. And let's move on to Chinese archaeology. Is this an atheist, everybody? No. This is a Gabriel Rosenberg, one of the us, one of the our Jewish sources, one of the Jews themselves. He's embarrassed. So it sounds like the Jews, the Hebrews, the regular archaeologists, the Egyptologist archaeologists are all on the same page. So it doesn't matter if it's Michael Seichmann. It doesn't matter if it's Jimmy Williams. It doesn't matter if it's Stefan Gabriel Rosenberg. It doesn't matter, it seems. It seems like no matter where you go, all the archaeologists have to admit there's nothing on it. And the Jewish archaeologists and the rest of them are actually quite embarrassed. And can we not talk about that subject, please? You know, let's not talk about it. Boom! The Jews themselves concur. The Exodus story is not archaeological, historical. It only exists in their book. But where did this book come from? What is the agenda behind it? And the psyops begins. Thus the words turn green. The story is that the Torah was translated by 72, of course 72, right? 72 Jews, or a group of men called the Ptolemies. There are a few interesting details that people overlook in this psyops. One is there's no Hebrew historical account of this tremendously historical, world-changing event ever happening. It can only be sourced to the Greek men who put it together in the letter of Aristeas. Here it is. Here it is right here. There's no original writings of this story, but this is the main story that actually formed the Bible that we have today, or at least the source of it. This is one of the biggest events that would ever happen in Jewish Hebrew history. To actually have the kings of Egypt summon you with the authority to go into different rooms to translate your holy book. So whatever you write down is the official established word all throughout ancient Egypt. And the story goes as this. King Ptolemy once gathered 72 elders and placed them in 72 chambers, each of them in a separate one, without revealing to them why they were summoned. He entered each one's room and said, "Write for me the Torah of Moshe, your teacher." God put it in the heart of each one to translate identically as all the others did. What do we have here, ladies and gentlemen? We have 72 men being called. They don't know why they're called, so they didn't prepare. They had 72 different rooms. They were never told what to do until they were in the room, and they were told, write the Torah, and they all wrote them identically. That means God preserved the word, that you can separate different people and all have the exact same Bible. Because of course today, right, we only have one version of the Bible. Why? Why do we only have one version of the Bible? Because God would not allow any other such thing. Because when the 72 Jews were called into the room, they translated it identically. That means that was one version. And it doesn't matter who you were. If you went to the 72nd Jew, the 16th Jew, the 31st Jew, the 28th Jew, the 4th Jew, and took their writing, it's the exact same thing. So that's today, there's only one version of the Bible, right? No, there's not. I wonder when it changed. Well, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. So that's the story right here. Here's the actual letter of Aristeas, Greek Latin bilingual, in Oxford edition, 1682. 1682. Let me see something. 1692 edition. Oxford edition of 1692. Here's a letter where the story is in, where they went to the Ptolemies. Okay, so boom. Next I ask, where is the Exodus story written? The psyops answer is in the Torah, right? And the reason we have it today is because 72 Jews translated it into Greek on the command of the Ptolemies. So listen close, read close. It just says the Torah, not the story of Exodus. It didn't say the story of Exodus was translated, did it? It just said the Torah, not the Exodus story. What is the difference, Tehuti? The answer is in the book of Exodus itself. They flipped it. Exodus is not in the Torah. The story of what the Torah is in the book of Exodus. There's no Exodus story in the Torah. It is a psyops. You cannot open any one Torah today and find the story of Exodus in it. It does not exist. But you can open up the book of Exodus today and find the story of Moses receiving the Torah. So it's actually backwards the way that they're telling you. Let me show you the neurolinguistic flip, because they flipped it on you neurolinguistically, telling you that the Exodus story, it's in our Torah. And the Torah was preserved because 72 Jews were separated and they all told the exact same story. But there is no Exodus story in the Torah. There's the Torah story in the book of Exodus. Not the same thing. Let me break the matrix for you. Exodus 24:12. Moses receives tablets and the writings on them called the Torah. No Exodus story, no 5 books. Because of course, think on this, family, think on this, everybody. How could God give Moses the Exodus story if Moses is literally living it out? He's literally living it out while he's receiving the books. If Moses was revealed the entire story, he would already know the entire story right there. Moses would know everything before it happened. Think, people, think. You have a story of Moses. I want everybody to think, because we really believe this and never ever use this type of reasoning. But I'm going to give you this reasoning for the first time. I don't know if you've heard this on other channels. I'm not sure who else is teaching whatever else is teaching, but I'm going to give you the Tehuti analysis. The story is Moses is on Mount Sinai. Moses is on a mountain, the burning bush. God comes to him and gives him tablets. The Jews and the Christians say, well, those are the first 5 books of Moses. Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers, right? That's what they tell us, right? 5 books, the Pentateuch. And Moses received them from God, right? But he's living it out. He's in the story. Moses is a part of the story. It hadn't happened yet. That means if Moses received the first 5 books that had all the stories of Moses and the Israelites in it, then he's literally a psychic now. He would never have to get angry. He would never have to prophesize. He would never have to guess. Literally, his whole story is in the books that he received already on the mountain. So you can say, hey, what's going to happen to you Israelites next? Well, let's go to the book of Numbers over here. That's going to happen on Tuesday. Oh, you want to know what's going to happen a month ago? Let's go to the book of Deuteronomy over here. This is going to, if God gave him the first 5 books, then Moses would already know the whole Exodus story. He'd already know the whole Deuteronomy. He would already know the outcome of everything in the Israelite life because it's already written and he has it. Obviously, Moses didn't have it because he's actually living it. I'm glad I got out of the debate room. I'm glad. Well, they forced me out, but here we go. So then Moses would know everything before it happened. Think, people. Some group of people made that narrative up and you believed it, even though it did not make sense. Here is the book of Exodus in the Masoretic text. Here it is right here. And the Lord said unto Moses, come up to me onto the mount and be there, and I will give thee tablets of stone and the law, the commandments, which I have written, that thou may teach them. So what did he receive? Law and commandments on tablets of stone. He received tablets of stone. They were bare. And then the laws and commandments are written on the tablets of stone by God. 2 blank tablets, nothing on them. No Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers, no book of Joshua, no none of that, no Spider-Man, nothing is written on them. He says he's going to put the law and the commandments which I have written. That's what he's written on the 2 stones. Let's look at the word for law. Look at it right here. It is Torah. See it? So in the book of Exodus is where you have the story of the Torah. T-O-R-A. That is right there. There's a ta, wow, ra, and a he that says Torah in this language that nobody knows the name of. So whatever this language is that nobody knows the name of it, it is te, wow, that's a T, that's a W, that's a R, and that's a H. One of the first languages I learned to read when I was 18 or 19 or so. I said, let me go learn this language. So here, there it is, Torah. So you received the Torah. You didn't receive the book of Exodus. The story of the receiving of the Torah is in the book of Exodus. Moses didn't have that book. We have that book. So where did the book of Exodus come from? Well, here's the PSYOP switch. Tell me if you catch it, everybody. Let's go to the origin of the Bible that those 72 Jews translated. It is a Septuagint. You can look it up on a simple Google search. It's Septuagint. Being a composite work, the translation process of the ancient Septuagint has several distinct stages. Several distinct stages, shifting from Hellenistic Judaism to Christian adopted. It began by the 3rd century BC, and it was completed by 132 BC, initially in Alexandria, but in time elsewhere as well. The Septuagint derives its name from Latin versio Septuaginta interpretum, translation of the 70 interpreters. See how it changed to 70 now? What happened to 72? Okay, Greek, and whatever that word is, metamorphosis, habudamikonta, okay, translation of the 70. No longer 72, everybody. Remember the 72, we're going to forget about that and erase that part of history. It's 70 now. We knocked 2 of them off. 2 of them decided not to translate. So it's just, man. How anybody could be a Christian or Hebrew after these pod classes, you just got to be, I guess it's like taking drugs. You know that it's going to kill you, but it feels good. Okay, so here it is. So 70 now. So they knocked off 2. There was 7. Remember, it was a specific number, 6 and 6 and from 6 from each tribe, and it equals 72, and there's 72 chambers. Well, the Septuagint now just means 70. So the other 2 translators, they got fired or something. Where's Hebrews? Where the other 2 translators go? Hey, Captain, how you doing, man? You want to go work out? Yeah. Okay, so 70 now. And Ptolemy II, Philadelphia, is the search entry to translate the Torah or Pentateuch from biblical Hebrew into Greek for the inclusion of the Library of Alexandria. Let me see if you all see the psyops. Here it is, everybody. Do you all see the psyops and the word association switch? The story says Torah, then we see it now says Pentateuch, which translates to as 5 books. And boom, right in front of us, they switched history. And thus, we today are now thinking the Torah is 5 books. When in Exodus 34:4, the Torah was just the laws, 2 tablets with laws. They were to follow, not a story of Exodus. So see what they did down here when you go look it up? First, the Ptolemy story over here. This is a sad world. This is crazy, but this is how it is. Ptolemy said, write for me the Torah of Moshe. 72 elders and 72 Jews and 72 rooms wrote the Torah, just the laws. By the time we get into the history that they give today, you see law is Torah. By the time we get into the history we see today, when you look it up on Wikipedia, they do a switch right there in front of you. Philadelphia is in the 3rd century BC to translate, 72 Jewish scholars. Why would they be Jewish scholars? Okay. You know the Jews just one tribe, right? The 4th tribe of Israel, Judah. You know the ones that are over the Torah called the Levites, right? So would it even be 72 Jewish scholars? They're all from the tribe of Judah? 72 people from the tribe of Judah. Forget about the Levites, even though they're the ones over the law, but we're going to get people for some reason from this 4th tribe called Judah. But anyways, okay, so 72 Jewish scholars were asked by the Greek king of Ptolemy II, Philadelphia, in the 3rd century BC, to translate the Torah, and then it says in parentheses, or Pentateuch. Uh-oh, how did this get in here? I don't remember this word in Ptolemy's request. Do you all? I remember this word. This word means law. That's 2 tablets, 2, not 5 books. 2 tablets with laws on them. They changed it to Pentateuch right in front of you, and you all said nothing. And now you all are running on with this Greek word. This is called the Pentateuch, and the Pentateuch, and why would it be named Greek? How could it go from a Hebrew word Torah, now it's the Pentateuch, now it's 5 books, but Torah is just a law. Never was it 5 books, and never are the 5 books mentioned in the Bible. Okay, so there it is. There's the switch right there, psyops right there. So We see now that they switched 70 to 72. They switched Torah to Pentateuch right in front of you, and boom, the psyops begins. And now everybody's running around with 5 books called the Pentateuch. And boom, right in front of us, they switched history. And thus we today are now thinking the Torah is 5 books, when in Exodus 34:4, the Torah was just the laws they were to follow, not a story of Exodus. But let's go along with the psyops. Let's go along with the psyops for a moment and agree. Let's agree. I agree with you, Hebrews. I agree with you that somehow the Torah, the laws, magically transformed into 5 books. 2 tablets magically went boop, 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 split up into 5 books. And now has a tragic Jewish slavery story to the Egyptians, and the psyops who believes gets deeper. Look how long they say it took to translate it by the Jews, who were supposedly fluent in both languages, right? They had to be fluent in both languages. If they're talking to the Ptolemies, could the Ptolemies speak Hebrew? Nah, no. So if the Ptolemies are giving commandments to the Jews obviously understand what the Ptolemies are saying, and the Ptolemies spoke Greek. So the Jews spoke Greek. And they obviously could speak Hebrew because they're translating it from Hebrew to Greek. So if you can translate something and it said word precisely, identically, if you can translate something identically from one language to the next, that means you are 100% fluent in both languages. So how long do you think it would take, everybody, to translate the Torah, which is just the laws? Not Jeremiah, not the book of Ezekiel, not Malachi, not Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, not Hosea, not Chronicles 1, not 1 Kings, 2 Kings, Samuel, no, just the laws. How long do you think it would take a group of fluent Jews to just translate the laws into Greek? How long would that take? Where are you going? Uh-oh. Hold on. Oh. Hold on, everybody. Where are you going? You're falling. Don't fall. Hold on 1 second, everybody. She's falling. Hold on. I'm going to put you here. I don't want you to fall. Go over here, man, for me. Go over there if you can. Which one? Which hat you want to go on? I don't know. This one? Okay, stay on that one then. I don't want you to fall because they don't have any skeletons. When they fall, they actually just explode. Okay, so the Jews were fluent in both languages. Ptolemy Philadelphus ordered 72 Jews to put this Torah together, from which we supposedly get the Exodus story. From that finish in 132 BC. Wait, did you ever think? When was Ptolemy Philadelphus? What year was that, everybody? What year was that? What year was that, Captain? What year was that, everybody? Oh, here it is. 246 BC. There he is. The bust of Ptolemy II, Ptolemy Philadelphus. He was in 246, January 28th, and March 28th. In 284 to 246. That's when he was there commanding that the Jews do the job. So 284 BC, and he ordered the Jews to turn the Torah into the Septuagint, and they finally finished it in 132 BC. I don't know if crack. I'm not sure which one is worse, if crack or the Bible, but we're gonna go with the Bible for now. To be any type of high-ranking priest in Judaism, you need to be at least 40 years old. No Jew will argue that. If you're going to be any kind of high-ranking priest, you're not going to be 20 years old. You're going to be at least 40 years old. Let me break a matrix for you. Never said before, because the psyops is deep. Here's something, an angle that you've never heard before. Let's do this mathematics. This is what I would do in debates if I was debating, but since I'm not debating anymore, I'll let the other people take this. They'll probably clip this podcast, write it in their own way, and present it in the debate. You may hear this now in the future. Here we go. So 284 BC to 132 BC is 150 years. Added to 40 because the age of the priest minimally is 40, so the minimum age of a priest, and that would make those priests that brought us the Exodus story 192 years old when they completed it. And you believed it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. So remember over here it says the Septuagint was finished in 132 BC, right? but it was ordered only by 72 Jews. He didn't order anybody else to do any other Septuagint, nothing else. He never said, and after you 72 Jews go away, we're going to get another 14 over here, another 14 and a 14. No. 72 Jews, that's it. They came out and it was perfect, he said. But according to the history they give you, it wasn't finished until 134. That's 152 years after Philadelphus ordered them. If it was those same Jews that were 72 in 72 rooms, that would mean they were in those rooms for 152 years, and they came out at 192 years minimum, 240 years if they were like 7 years old. Welcome to the podcast. Are you ready? How long did the letter of Aristes say the translation took? How long do you say? Let me go into the room. Let me interact with everybody. Let me interact. So according to the history that they give you, it was 152 years from 284 BC, and the Septuagint finally finished in 132, 152 to 54 years, or 154 years or so. Okay. How long did the letter of Aristes say it took? So it's 152 years, according to history. From the Ptolemies ordering it. I think I'm frozen. Hold on. One moment, everybody. Let me close some of these windows. Can you all see me okay? Okay, good. How long did the letter of Aristes says it took? So history that they teach you in theology school, into the Hebrews, the Septuagint started in 284 and it was finished in 132. That's 152 years it took. How long did the letter of Aristes says it took? Because Aristes is supposedly the first-hand account. That's the oldest account. How long did it take? We got a year. That means they're in the room for a year. We got 72 days. We got 40 years. Oh my goodness. How long did it take, everybody? Oh, welcome back, Annie. Nice to have you, good brother. You missed a lot. You're going to have to catch up. A lot went down. A lot went on. It's great. Great. But okay, we're just in the middle. Here we go, everybody. Ready? So here we go. Glad you say, brother. So how long did the letter of Aristes say it? Let me take you to the Associates of Biblical Research. This is coming from Bible believers themselves, quoting the letter of Aristes. Here we go. Shiloh excavations. And it says here, origin of the Septuagint. Very nice. The very first translation of the Hebrew Bible was made into Greek, probably as early as the 3rd century. The so-called Septuagint translation of the Hebrew Bible into Greek is traditionally dated to the reign of Ptolemy II, 285 BC. That's what I said, 285, 284. Now here, look what's under red. It is commonly called the Septuagint version from the Latin 70. Like, I guess they fired 2 guys, but 70, because according to the tradition account of the origin presented in the so-called letter of Aristes, they had 72 translators. You know how stupid they have to think you are to read that sentence and continue to read? Hey, this is called Septuagint, which means 70. Hey, why is that? Because according to tradition, there was 72 that did it. Drugs are good, I guess. 72. Now, the Ptolemy commissioned the librarian, and it goes on. Let me go down to here. Oh, here it is. Requiring 6 elders from each tribe, a total of 72 men of exemplary life learned in the Torah to translate to Greek. Okay? To translate to Greek. Now here it is. According to the letter of Aristes, the translation made under the direction of Demetrius was completed in 72 days. Here it is. Scribe was right, 72 days. So according to the letter of Aristes, where they're getting the story from, They say it was completed in 72 days. Wait a minute. The Septuagint was completed in 72 days? So what is this we're learning over here? What is this strangeness over here? It says, what does it say? It says the Septuagint was completed in 132 BC. I guess from 284 BC to 132 BC, that's 72 days, right? Which one do we believe in? Uh-oh. Somebody's making up stories. The Matrix is good. The Matrix is good. It's crazy. It is deep. It is organized. And look what it says here. It says, and a curse was pronounced on anyone who should do what, everybody? Who should alter the text by addition, transportation, or omission. Anybody who adds to that after the 72 days, a curse is upon thee. So it was done in 72 days. That's it. That's all. You can't add to it, because if you add to it, a curse is put on you. But yet, hey, in school, hey, the Septuagint started in 284 BC and it ended in 132. That took 152 years. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to become a Hebrew Israelite tomorrow. Yay. Boom. 72 days. Let's see. 72 days, 152 years. Yep. The math does not lie. But people do. As I've shown you. Oh, and did you see where it says that anyone who adds to it after the 72 days is cursed? Thus, that is 152 years of addition and lies, because 72 days is only 2.5 months. So after 2.5 months, anybody that is adding to the Septuagint, any Jews, anybody that's adding to the Septuagint stories, must be adding on to it if it takes you 152 years, and the original one was done in 72 days. So if you're working on, what are you doing for 152 years, guys? Hey, Hebrews, Jews, what are you doing to this thing for 152 years? What are you completing? It's already completed. Welcome to the Matrix. So that's only 2.5 months. The whole foundation of the Exodus story has no archaeological base. The origin of the book of Exodus, which contains the story, has no indigenous Hebrew claiming it. It appears to originate with the Greeks, who can get the story right off and took in 72. As soon as it appears with the Greeks, right off the bat, it took 72 days, or if you go by that story, or 152 years to translate. So where can we find this story intact today? You know where? In the Masoretic text. That's what you're reading, everybody. You think you're reading the original Septuagint? You are reading the Jewish Masoretic text. That's right. That's where you're getting your stories from. The Masoretic Jewish text, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the Podclass. So, yes, every time you go look up a word in quote-unquote Hebrew, I don't know why they call it that. I don't know. There's nobody in ancient times that called that language Hebrew. This is another psyops. Show me any indigenous person that called this particular language Hebrew. When the Hebrews existed, supposedly that language didn't even exist. But anyways, okay. So every time you go to look up the word in quote-unquote Hebrew, Exodus in the Blue Letter Bible or Strong's Concordance, anytime you go look up the Exodus story in the Strong's Concordance, it looks like this. And note the story of Exodus, yet it says Masoretic text. Here it is. Every time you go look up a word and say, I'm going to look up the Hebrew, you see them debating on the other channels. Let me show you what the Hebrew says. And the Hebrew says, and the Hebrew says. Well, here is the book of Exodus with the story of Exodus. It says, he hewed 2 tablets of stone like unto the first, and Moses rose up early in the morning and went up into Mount Sinai as the Lord had commanded him, and took his hand the 2 tablets. And here's the translation. Let's go back to the original Hebrew text. What is this text though? Is that the original Hebrew? Uh-oh, what's it say? What's this? Masoretic text. Who are these Masoretic people? What's Masoretic text? Hold on. Masoretic text? That's where you all reading the book of Exodus from, the Masoretic text. Okay, this is not the script that was in Moses' time, nor would have been the supposed time that the Ptolemy Philadelphus would have had any Exodus story translated from. This script didn't exist. This is the script in canon in 1200 BC. When I'm about to show you, they even make the mistake and say, when I'm about to show you, is the old book of Deuteronomy, the silver scrolls, and the scrolls of the silver, which they say was written by Moses. But look at the script, everybody. It's Canaanite script. As you can see, this is Canaanite language. Where are the Hebrew books in Hebrew in the time claimed by the authors? The Hebrew book should be in this language. This is the language that existed 1300 BC in the supposed time of Moses and the Hebrew Israelites. This is the script. This isn't Masoretic script. What is this? That's the script. This is the script they show you when they say, well, the original book of Deuteronomy, was it the oldest is in the Ebla tablet, the Eblas, and well, here's the Ebla tablets, everybody, right here. These two. Here's the silver scrolls, and here's the language on it. But hold on, if this is the oldest one and it's in this language, that would mean that this was the language in the time of Deuteronomy, in the time of Moses. So why is it that when we go look up Moses' words, we're not looking up that script with that writing and that tablet? We're looking up this. We're looking at this Masoretic. What happened? What happened to this? This is what we take to when they say that the Ebla tablets and more Eblas. What is this Masoretic script that the Exodus story is found in today? Who are these people? What is their date of these Masoretic people or Masoretic? Well, we're going to go to the Britannica Masoretic text. Here it is, everybody. Simple Britannica search shows us Masoretic from Hebrew, Mazareth, traditional Hebrew text of the Jewish Bible, meticulously assembled and codified and supplied with diacritical marks to enable correct pronunciation. This monumental work was begun around the 6th century AD and completed in the 10th century, 400 years. Scholars of the Talmudic Academy in Babylon and Palestine, in an effort to reproduce as far as possible the original text of Hebrew Old Testament. Their intention was not to interpret the meaning. So that's the Masoretic text. It's the official new version of where you're getting the book of Exodus story from. And the Bible protected, right? Because remember, this is protected. This is precisely translated. And the Septuagint, you can't, if you add to it, you get cursed, and it says that each was precisely, none of them was any different. So both of them were protected, translated, quote unquote, protected, translated, quote unquote, precisely under the Hebrew scribes. Yet when I go to the Masoretic text in Samuel 14:41, Masoretic text. Here's a Masoretic text that I put here for you. I actually cut this up so you can see the Masoretic text. You can see the English, and you can see the transliteration. So you can see this word for word. This is Samuel's 14:41 in the protected Masoretic text that says, "Therefore Saul said unto the Lord God of Israel, Give Thuman, and Saul and Jonathan were taken, but the people escaped." Period. End of story. There it is. That's Samuel 14:41 under the protected Masoretic text. Well, now to the Septuagint protected translated text of the same verse from the same websites. Here is 1 Samuel 14:41. Brenton's Septuagint translation. Look at all the words here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a lot more words here. This isn't a translation. There's more sets of words. It says, and Saul said, "O Lord, God of Israel, why hast thou answered thy and Saul said, why? And Saul said, "O Lord, God of Israel, why hast thou answered thy servant this day? Is the iniquities in me or in Jonathan my son? Lord God of Israel, give clear manifestations. And if the lot should declare this, give, I pray thee, to the people of Israel. I pray holiness. And Jonathan and Saul are taken, and the people escape. What? What just happened there, everybody? This is the Septuagint, which is the protected and the protected of the protecteds, right? This is the protected Septuagint. So this is not the Masoretic text that your Bible comes from. Look at all these words and look at it in the Septuagint. It's literally 2 sentences. Therefore Saul said unto the Lord God of Israel, give Thuman. And Saul and Jonathan were taken, but the people escaped. Like 2 sentences, maybe 3. In the Septuagint, and Saul said, O Lord God of Israel, why hast thou not answered thy servant this day? Is the iniquity in me or Jonathan my son? Lord God of Israel, give clear manifestations. And if the lot should declare this, give, I pray, to thee, to thy people of Israel, give, I pray, holiness. And Jonathan and Saul are taken, and the people escaped. Does that sound? Which one of these is protected? Hebrew Israelites, my brother, Captain, everybody, mighty Hebrew, JJ, and the rest. Where are you? I'm about to put you to the test, man. Hope you got a mental bulletproof vest, man. Here we go. So anyways, it seems like the Septuagint is not the Masoretic text. So boom, this group of people are from 600 AD to 900 AD writing where you are getting your Exodus story from. They say to preserve the old writing, but what old writing? There is none. All we have is a Septuagint, which they were consistently adding to for 152 years, and a Masoretic, quote-unquote, official text, which contradicts it. I've made it obvious. They are creating it as they go. So what major event happened between that time period? Who are these people? What if I were to tell you that they were a people of no true spiritual identity, semi-nomadic, and either moved from place to place, and are today separated into 3 groups that are really the same: Khazar, Ashkenazi, and Hasidic, Russian, German, Ukraine, Eastern Europeans. Have you ever heard of a sacred, holy, divine, ancient writing coming out of Ukraine or Russia? Let me go to the chat and ask everybody. Let me see. I just want to see everybody. Let me interact with everybody. Hey everybody, how you doing? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Hey, when it comes to getting ancient spiritual values, ancient spiritual texts, doing archaeology, looking up ancient writings with ways to communicate with higher powers, with ways to do meditation, with afterlife stories. Can you all type in the room? Is there any ancient ones from Ukraine? Go ahead and just type it in the room. What's the name of the ancient Ukraine spiritual guidance text? What's that one called? The ancient Russian sacred writings of the scribe of, who was the ancient Russian scribe? That if we were to eliminate, let's eliminate Kemet. Get Kemet out of here. We're all equal, or we're all the same people, right? We all bleed blood, blooded to blood, blooded to bleed, right? We're all the same people. Everything is the same, right? So let's get Kemet out of here. Get Kemet out of here. Get him out of here. Let's get the Yoruba out of here. Get out of here. Voodoo, get out of here. Ancient Dogons, get out of here. Get out of here. Hindus, get out of here with all your spirituality. Everybody, ancient Sumerians, get out of here. Since we're all equal, all the same, I just want to base my spirituality on Russia, Germany, and Ukraine. Go, everybody, go. Type it in the room. The ancient Russian, German, and Ukraine text is... Let me look in the room. The ancient Russian spiritual text, we got the Purim Haru, we got the Bhagavad Gita in India, we got the ancient Chinese writings, we got the ancient spiritual systems, we got the pyramid text, the coffin text. Scratch all that. I want to base my spirituality on ancient Russia, ancient Ukraine. What's the ancient Ukraine? Everybody's equal, right? We're all the same people. That the blood bleed, the blood of the blood, the blood to read of the blood, right? We're all blooded to read, the blood of the red. That's what they all say. Everybody's the same. It's just a skin color to skin. Okay, so we're all the same. Then I can negate ancient Kemet, Sumer, and the Nile Valley and the Indus Valley and the Hindus and the chakra. I can negate all that. I want to base my spirituality completely on Ukraine texts, strictly Ukraine and Russian texts. I want to get my salvation strictly from my equal brothers, the Russians and the Ukrainians, because we're all the brothers and the brothers and the bleed, the blood, the blood, the bleed, blood, bread, all human with one race of human to human. So good, we're all one race. So I'm gonna scratch mine, and I just want to base on the Russian Ukraine. Go. Okay. All right, so I guess we're not all the same. Dang, man, somebody lied to us. I think we're all the same. They're the same in the bleed, the blood, the red, the blood, the bleed. I thought we're all the same. And in Mexico, they have ancient spiritual systems, and everywhere they seem to have the Native Americans and the Ukrainian scribe of PTAH Spielberg. I'm not sure, but anyways, okay. Let's go. Okay, so we're all equal, the blood and the blood and the red and the blood. Here we go. Let's get back to reality. So the Ukrainian and the Russian and German didn't seem to have anything. Didn't seem to. If they do, type it in the room, because we're all the same. We're all the equal, the blood and the red and the blood. So we're all the same. But it seems like there's a group of people that didn't have any divine ancient spiritual writings coming out of Ukraine or Russia or ancient Germany. No. So they needed to create one. They needed to create one and a spiritual identity, and this was chosen in 740 AD. Here's where it all begins, everybody. Under King Bulan in 740 AD begins the official Khazar king from Khazaria. According to tradition, he instituted Judaism in Khazaria. Replied to Joseph, quote unquote, replied to Joseph. So the letter of Hizdiah ibn Shaprut in the quote unquote Khazar correspondence refers to King Bulan as a reforming king who drove the diviners and idolaters, shamanists, from the land and accepted monotheism. He had three to choose from: Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and he chose Judaism, made it the state religion, accepted monotheism, Judaism. In consequence of a dream or a vision, in consequence of another dream or a vision, he made a successful military expedition south of the Caucasus to Ardabil. From the spoils which he consecrated cult objects, still preserved in the time of the writer, after the religious debates held in Khazaria on the merits of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, he had three to choose from. Bulan gave his verdict in favor of Judaism, which henceforth became the religion of the king and all of the land and his servants, i.e., apparently, the leading Khazars. Rather than the people as a whole, Bulan here appears as the Khazar Kakwan, whom to beg, and it goes on. So basically, 740 AD, there was a large religious debate. King Bulan had presented to him Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. As a Khazarian king, the area of Russia, the whole area there, what did he do? He chose Judaism, and then Judaism became the religion of all the people in the land. And from that point, the people of that particular land claimed that they were the actual Jews. It was just a religious choice that came from a debate. Khazar, the original Khazar, King Bulan, never thought that he was from the Bible tribe of Judah. It was a choice he had to make in a big debate, in the correspondence letters, back and forth. Khazar correspondence, he chose Judaism, and everybody in that Russian area, Khazaria area, Ukraine area, everybody there became a Jew. Why? Because there was no spiritual system. It is good to have a spiritual system, but it's even better when you're using it as that type of king to control people. What would Catholicism be without Catholicism? Huh? What would the Vatican be without Catholicism? It's a sense of control. So in the book Reconstructing, now we're going to go to the book sources. In the book Reconstructing Ashkenaz, the human face of Franco to German Jewry, 1000 to 1250 by David Malkiel Samuel Kraus. What does that sound like? Identified the biblical Ashkenaz with Khazaria. So the Ashkenaz was a biblical word, and that was identified with Khazaria. So they took a word out of the Bible and identified it with the Khazarian area, which is a massive area, inclusive of Russia, Ukraine, and all those areas. And those are the same people. So when you think there's three, Ashkenazi, Khazaria, Hasidic, no, they took the Ashkenazi and combined it with the people in Khazaria and took on that title. You can find that in Reconstructing Ashkenaz by David Malkiel Samuel Kraus. If you don't know what type of person that is, go research. Okay, they're saying it themselves. Then, when you look up the last of the classification of Hebrews, we get Hasidic Judaism. What is that? They say it's three different types of Jewish people: Ashkenazi, Hasidic, Khazarian. They even say Sephardic. But all of these are the same. Here we look up Hasidic. What does it say? Hasidic, sometimes spelled Chasidism, and also known as Hasidic Judaism, Ashkenazi Hebrew, which is originally Piety, Jewish religious group that arose as a spiritual revival movement in the territory of contemporary Western Ukraine during the 18th century. So the 18th century is way after King Bulan. So it's the same people in the same Ukrainian area, the Khazars, and spread rapidly through Europe. Today, most affiliates reside in Israel and the United States. I'm going to see something real quick. Let me go to, see if I can pull this up here. And I'm going to type in piety, see what comes up. Because a lot of people aren't familiar with that word. But that word is the psyop itself in the agenda. Piety is from pity. Pity. The pity Jews. Pity. People you should show mercy and pity on. And thus the psyops continues. So now you have Khazaria, which takes a name out of the Bible, Ashkenaz. Then they're called the Ashkenazi Jews from Khazaria, Ukraine, Russia. Same people, just taking another word, not separate people. And then you have the group of people that have this new agenda of feel sorry, and they're called the pity Jews. We're the pity ones, the Hasidic, the same Ashkenazi, but we're gonna promote we're gonna be called pity. That's the we're gonna be called pity. Let the matrix begin, everybody. Let me walk you step by step. I'm walking you step by step on how this matrix is created. I'm actually walking step by step. Please support the Tehuti Podclass if you like it. If you don't like it, just type in the chat, I don't like this and I don't want to support it. No, please, no problem, fine. I'll drink some water. But at least let me know you don't want to support. At least be man or woman enough to say, I don't want to support. I'm going to type that. I don't. But if you appreciate this and support the knowledge that you're getting, please send the Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. This is what gives me the time to support myself while I'm doing this for you all. So as we see, it's the same people. So when writing yourself into it with the attempt to supplant yourself as the chosen spiritual people while simultaneously being influenced by the Ptolemaic story, you will naturally have to choose the oldest, most amazing, influential. And here's the answer to the question, why is the Exodus story there? Because when you're writing yourself into antiquity, you have to write yourself as the oldest people closest to God, because you never had one. You never had a Ukraine Medunetter. You never had a Ukraine Purim Harun. You never had an afterlife story coming out of Russia. So you write yourself into antiquity to supplant yourself as the chosen spiritual people. But there's already people there. We're writing ourselves in, but we're coming across the greatest of the people who actually, our story is from the Ptolemies who are worshiping them. So you're influenced by the Ptolemaic story, you will naturally have to choose the oldest, most amazing, influential, spiritual civilization to erase. You got to erase them and take their place. Remember, they are the same people as the Ptolemies, who call themselves Setenra, Septepen-Ra. Typo there, Septepen-Ra, the chosen of Ra. This is just another angle of the supplementation. The psyops is, this time, instead of Ptolemaic rulers of Kemet, we're going to play the sympathetic victim role to Kemet. It's just a switch. So one of them, one of the people, plays, we're the Ptolemies, we're the rulers of Kemet. And there's going to be a Septuagint about a group of people called Jews. They're going to be the same people, but they're going to take the angle as, we are the ones that were enslaved and attacked by these people, but we're really God's chosen people. So no matter which side you go to, if you go to the Kemetic side, here are the Ptolemies, they're ruling. And if you go to the other side, here's the same, the Russian, the Khazarian, Ashkenazi, Ukrainian, we're the victims, we're the pitties. And make sure you have more of the pitties. So here we see, on this side, we have Alexander praising Amun-Ra, and he's called a protector. And here it is right here. He's called Septepen-Ra. So here's Septepen-Ra. Here he is right here as Septepen-Ra. Alexandro. See it right there? He is the chosen people. He is of the chosen people. So Alexander on that side, the European on that side, said, he's of the chosen people. I am Septepen-Ra. See the Septepen-Ra, and then they turn the R into an L. Alex, A-N-D-R-S, Alexandros. On this side, we're the rulers and we're the chosen people. And here's the Ptolemy who supposedly chose them. Here's a Ptolemy that supposedly chose the 72. Look how he looks now. Remember how he looked above? Look how he looks now. Ptolemy 1 and 2. Ptolemy, here it is in Browser's museum. He looks purely Kemetic now. So they basically, the psyops was they took the identity of both sides of Kemet. The Ptolemies impersonating as the rulers and the Ukrainians impersonating as the victims. Both making trillions of dollars off of Kemet. All the way to today's Judaical system, right? Because that's how you rule through a Judaical system. And of course, you have to rule through the judges, the judges, and the judges were the Nemez of the Cobra of Kemet. So whether you are ruled by the Kemetic Ptolemies on that side, or whether you come to this side and you're ruled by the pity ones, it's the same people taking both sides, both stealing from the ancient culture that were actually the chosen people. The first to call themselves the chosen, the Septepen-Ra. So the 12 on the jury, right? Because you have to go through the judicial system, right? And when you go there, then you have the jury, right? But you have to have a lawyer. How do they say today? A lawyer? Oh, that's L-Y-L-A-W-Y, Lawier, with the scale. And so the Ptolemies have their Per Em Haru with the 12 judges on the top. There's the 12 judges on the top. That's the jury. And then the Judaic system have the jury with the 12 judges to choose, and they both have the scale. The Ptolemies have the scale from Kemet, and the Lawier, that you call the lawyer, has his scale from Kemet, working both sides of Kemet for the matrix to attack you on both sides. Oh, by the way, Lawier, from where you get the word lawyer from, is from the Hebrew priest in the Exodus story. That's called the Lawi, or today called the jeans that you wear, the Levi, right? Your Levi jeans, right? So the Lawier, you have to understand, when you add ER to a word, it means that which is of. So if you paint, you're a painter. If you fight, you're a fighter. So what's this word lawyer? What is that word lawyer? It's L-A-W, Lawi and lawyer, because the Lawi were the name of the Hebrew priest that held the laws in the Exodus story, today called Levi. When they made the V, when they made the W a V by cutting it down the middle. That's why you call it a W or a W. W, which is double V, taking the V, the W, and cutting it down the middle. Now you get the two principle with the two V's. So now it is a V. So they changed Lawi into Levi. So it becomes a Levitical priest, but the actual letter in the so-called Hebrew is a W. That creates the lawier, or your lawyer, in the Judaical system, where 12 of the jury choose you, and you better have a good lawi. You better have a good lawi. And that's why the symbol of Levi that you can order, the Levi poster, is the scales of Ma'at. There it is right there, everybody. L-E-V-I, your Levi poster that you can order online has scales of Ma'at. Boom! They're actual books. If read without the psyops, makes it clear that they fictitiously wrote themselves into history. So they're their own actual books. If read without the psyops, makes it clear that they fictitiously wrote themselves into Kemetic history by embellishing them, their own selves, into quasi superheroes, which do not comport with reality. But we accepted it. Let's analyze. What's a quasi superhero? Here it is. Let's meet some of the quasi superhero stories. So why did they choose Kemet to write themselves in with this Exodus story? Again, the answer is in the message in the very beginning of the story. Do you remember when Pharaoh took his serpent out, then Moses took his staff out, turned it into a serpent, and it overpowered the Pharaoh's serpent? It symbolizes overpowering the Kemetic spirituality. That's how the story begins. Before there even was an Exodus, there's Moses starting off, going to the Pharaoh, imitating him. The Pharaoh has serpents. The Jews don't. The Pharaoh brings out a serpent. Moses' staff turns to a serpent. That's imitation. And then that serpent, which is the word names, that serpent overpowers the other serpent, which is a representation of this wisdom is going to overpower while imitating you. It's going to overpower and erase you. It's going to gobble up your serpent, erase you while imitating you at the same time. That is the agenda of rewriting themselves into the highest known spiritual civilization in the world and superimposing it. Here's the image that you always see. Pharaoh and the Kemetians are always known to have serpents, but here is Moses now, and all of a sudden he has the power of the serpent, the power of Tehuti. His serpent can gobble up the Pharaoh's serpent, but first has to imitate it first. You imitate, then you gobble it up, you swallow it, then that power is gone. Your power exists, but it's an imitation look of the first power, and the first power is erased, so nobody can go back to the source. Boom! So we all know the story of the Exodus and the Israelites running from the Pharaoh. Here comes the quasi-superheroes. So the first quasi-superhero is Moses. He can turn a staff into a serpent, gobble up the Pharaoh's serpent, even though the Pharaohs for thousands of years were doing Kemetic so-called sorcery with serpents, according to the biblical stories. Moses never did. But of course, Moses learned all the ways of the Egyptians, even to the point where he could overpower their power. We're going to go to the story of the Exodus with the quasi-superheroes and the Israelites running from the Pharaoh. Let me prove to you that whoever wrote this for us added a fictitious supernatural story to the Kemetic history to attempt to outdo the greatest civilization in the world, outrunning Pharaoh, who was on a chariot, by the way. He pulled a horse that moves at about 40 miles an hour. A horse can run about 50-something miles an hour, but when pulling a chariot, it's way down. It can go to about 40 miles an hour. And the fastest human on the planet, how fast does he run? How fast are the fastest people on the planet run? Well, let's take the fastest person that comes to mind. Let's go right over here to Britannica. How fast is the world's fastest human? And you already know who we're going to go to. The Jamaican sprinter in 2009, Usain Bolt, set the world record 100-meter sprint in 9.58 seconds. In 2011, Belgian scientists used lasers to measure Bolt's performance in the different stages of the 100-meter race held in September that year. They found that 13 meters to the race, Bolt reached up to the speeds of 43.99 kilometers per hour. That's 27.33 miles per hour. He finished with a time of 9.76 seconds in that race, but research suggests that, and keeps on. So Usain Bolt, the fastest person in the world, can run 27 miles per hour. A horse in a chariot can go 40 miles per hour. The horse in the chariot is still faster than the fastest person on the planet. Right? But the Israelites are outrunning horses and chariots. This is how you know the Exodus story was written into history. Remember, amongst those outrunning Usain Bolt, those Israelites that were outrunning 27 miles an hour, were 80-year-old women, of course. In the Israelite community, there was, I'm about to show you how many there were. There was hundreds of thousands. There was 80-year-old women outrunning the chariots, 2-year-old Hebrew babies outrunning the chariots. Now I will break yet another psyop, which is the nail in the coffin to this being added into history. How many people were actually running? What was the head count of the Israelites that escaped the Kemetic chariots? Anybody know? Let me go in the room and ask everybody real quick. How many people were running minimum when the Pharaoh was chasing them? How many people were running? I'm going to give you a moment. How many people were running? Just type it in the room. Remember that Moses is escaping and the Israelites are running away. How many Israelites are running away, would you say? Type it in the room, please. How many Israelites are running away from the Pharaoh on a chariot going 40 miles an hour? That's 13 miles faster than Usain Bolt. And Usain Bolt is the fastest man in history. But the pharaohs can't catch these Israelite 80-year-old women. That's whoo. Usain Bolt got nothing. Usain Bolt has nothing on grandmama. Grandmama is outrunning the chariots, and so is the 2-year-old baby too. This is what you believe, right? And Neith too. Is this what they believed? This is what they believe. This is what they chose over Kemet, right? Neith is like, what's this stupidness? I don't need any of this religion. So there it is. Okay, we got 144,000, a whole bunch, 144,000. I don't know, 100,000. That'd be crazy, right? Imagine that. Imagine that, Robert Williams. Imagine 100,000 people running. You know people got squashed, right? I mean, how many people went into spasm attacks at the Travis Scott? $100,000 people running from the chariot. 80-year-old grandmas, 90-year-old. She got the cane. She's going about 40 miles an hour. She's zooming. The smoke is behind her. Pew! She's gone. The little 3-year-old babies are booting. They're gone. That horse cannot catch them. This is what you all chose over Kemet. Well, 100,000. That'd be impressive. That'd be crazy, right? That'd be really crazy. Oh my goodness. 100,000 people. Let's go and see the numbers. Let's check the stats, everybody. Let's check the stats from the Israelites themselves. Here we go. How many of them count? Because we go to the book of Numbers, they actually do count. Oh my goodness. What's the head count? Those listed in the tribe of Reuben were 46,500. Oh my goodness. Those listed in the tribe of Gad were 45,650. Those listed in the tribe of Judah were 74,600. Issachar, it keeps going on, 54,400. 57,400. Zebulon, 57,400. We can keep on going. Let's keep on going. How about Ephraim? You're on the lower side. You only have 40,500 people running. 32,000. How about Manasseh? How many you got, Manasseh? We got 32,200. We're on the run. We're on the move, man. We got 32,200. Of the people of Benjamin, their generations, by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20-year-olds and upwards, every man to go forth, 35,400. 20-year-olds and upwards. Tribe of Dan, how much you got, Dan? Man, we're pushing 62,700. It's light, light little group here. There's 62,700. You can't catch us. You can't catch us, man. 62,000. So Asher, what do you got? We're on the lower end. We got 45,500 running. We're on the low end. Naphtali, you can beat that. What do you got, Naphtali? Oh, we got 53,400. Oh, it keeps going though. It keeps going. Yeah, it keeps going. How many people is that running on foot, outrunning the pharaohs on chariots, running through sand? How many people? How many Israelites we got here in this whole collection? Because it says these were those who were listed, from whom Moses and Aaron listed, with the help of the chiefs of Israel, 12 men, each representing his father's house. So all those listed of the people of Israel by their father's house, from 20 years old and upwards, every man able to go to war in Israel. All those listed were 603,550 people. $603,500 people bolting it. Usain Bolt has nothing on 603,000 people. 500. Bolt, that chariot with that horse was crippled. Ramesses was retarded. 603,500 people. Oh, it gets worse though. It gets worse. It does get worse. It gets worse. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse because now Tehuti's going to add to that. How can I add to this number, everybody? I'm going to add to it. Tehuti's going to make it worse. Boom. What's the real number actually? Think. This is 603 people, 603,550 people are only the men from 20 years old, Jewish Hebrew men who are able for war. So boom. What's the real number actually? Think, everybody. This is 603,550 people are only the men from 20 years old that are able to fight. 20 years old and up that are able to fight. Jewish Hebrew men who are able for war. Let me do the real calculation, everybody. We must add the elderly women, the 20-year-olds' mothers, the elderly men that were not in this count, the 20-year-olds' fathers, each of their grandparents that are still alive, right? Because you have the 20-year-olds, the elderly men that can't make this, then you have each of their grandparents, which is mother and father, and mother and father's father that are still alive, because remember, people in the Bible live to hundreds of years old, right? Men, the 20-year-olds, did they have wives? The 20-year-olds' wives, the older men that couldn't make this, that had wives, at least 2 children. If you're multiplying like this in Kemet, you gotta have at least 2 children. They had like 12 and 15 and more. 2 children each. Times that by the minimum of 7. That number really running out of Kemet is 4,828,400. That's the real number. That's me being extremely nice. I didn't count cousins or anybody. I'm just dealing with each of those 20-year-old men had a father. They had a mother, I hope. They had a grandmother and a grandfather. Each of those 600,000 men had a wife or two, right? I'm just being light work. It's time to buy 7. We got 4,828,400 people. Tehuti snake style questions to break the matrix. If you were to have almost 5 million people in an area and just yelled run, what direction would they go in? I'm gonna stop right here. I'm gonna stop right here and step out just for a quick second. I want everybody to think on this. Imagine, everybody. I want you to imagine 5 million people. 5 million people. And Moses yells, "Run!" What direction does everybody go in? 5 million people. Run. Turn left. Turn right. Hey, you guys, 3 million people down. Can you hear me? I said make a right. Make a right. I'm running backwards because I have to yell at the people to follow the directions of the other people. I said make a right. Hey, 2,835 person down. Make a left right now. The Pharaoh can't hear me. Make a left. What did he say? What did he say? Make a left. 5 million people. I want you to think on that for just a quick second. I'm going to be right back. Right back in a second. Think on it. Think on it. Make a left. Turn right. Okay, let me get back here. All right, everybody, we're back. We're back. 5 million people. Make a right. Turn left. Moses said, turn. What did he say? 5 million people. Run from the Pharaoh. Run this way. You can't see my hand because I'm 5 million people down. Turn over here. Duck down now. I guess it's good that I don't debate anymore. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we are. All right, so here we are. Ready? Boom. Let's go, everybody. 5 million people. So Tehuti snake style question. If you break the matrix, Tehuti snake style question to break the matrix. If you were to have 5 million people in an area and just yell run, what direction would they go in? How would they see up front who to follow? Wouldn't the mass of people take up a full country? Is that how far the Pharaoh was behind the Israelites? They're a full country away. What's the mass of 5 million people? Wake up out of the matrix, everybody. Wake up out of this matrix. This is a story created by these same Ukrainian, the same Roman, same people. This is what almost 3 million people look like. And this is still short. 2 million Jew Hebrews running from Pharaoh. Here's what it is. You ever seen 3 million people? Here's what it looks like. Get a good look, everybody. There's a section of 3 million people. This is who the Pharaoh was chasing. You're still short, though. You still need another 2 million. This is light. This is light. This is. Oh my goodness. You know what's interesting, everybody? You know what's really interesting? I want to ask this question, though, just for fun. If you have a Pharaoh and some of his men chasing you out of Egypt, and you have 5 million people, couldn't you just rush them and crush them? What would happen if you just turn the other way and just run towards the Pharaoh and stomp him? You ever seen a person get stomped out of the club by like 4 guys? You ever seen that? Have you ever seen a person get stomped out by 5 guys? They get bum rushed by 5 guys. One guy, he starts a fight, and then 5 of the other friends come and stomp him out. You've seen that before in any movie, real life, anywhere? Seen 5 men stomp out a guy? How about 5 million? That would work. Did it work? Did it work? You think 5 million could stomp out a Pharaoh? Just turn around. Why are we running? We got 5 million of us. We're being chased by Pharaoh Ramses and the chariot. We got 5 million of us. Turn around and just run the other direction. I promise you're gonna crush him. I promise there's no Kemetic army with 5 million people. I promise. But this is what we believe, right? We argue and argue and argue this nonsense instead of coming to Ma'at. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here is 3 million people. Look at that. Look how it looks. Look how it looks at 3 million people. That's in the Catholic University newspaper. To put it into proper perspective for you, this is 2 million more people running from the Pharaoh than the entire population of Jamaica. The population of Jamaica is coming close to 3 million. That's all of Jamaica. The Pharaoh was chasing 5 million. That's like Jamaica and Trinidad. 2.935 million. The Pharaoh was chasing 5 million. All of Jamaica running from Ramesses. All of Jamaica couldn't stomp out Ramesses? How do you track who you're chasing? How fast is that crowd? And they're all running at 41 miles an hour. Yeah. Now that we have broke that matrix, here is your Exodus image and even more of a proper perspective. Here we go. Here's the Pharaoh right here. See it? There's the Pharaoh. See him there in the corner? See the Pharaoh right there with the chariots? Can you guys see that? Here it is. There's your 5 million people. There's the Pharaoh, and these are the Israelites. Where are my tassels, man? I got to get tassels from my Hebrew. I'm about to convert to Judaism right now. There's the Pharaoh, and there's 3 to 5 million people right here. That's who he's chasing. Do you all see that? Almost 4 million Hebrews running through the Kemetic sand. Oh, by the way, did I tell you it was 110 degrees? I didn't tell you that, right? Did I tell you that part? I missed that part. Didn't I tell you that? That the Kemetic mornings are 110 degrees? Did I tell you it's one of the hottest places on the planet Earth? You got 90-year-old Israelite women outrunning chariots, mobbed and surrounded by 5 million other people at 110 degrees. Oh, and did I tell you that? Let me tell you something brand new. Something you've never heard before. Israelites, you've never heard this before. Do you know that women breastfeed? This is we're about to blow the podcast away right now. Everybody, go and tell the world that women actually breastfeed. It's a new revelation brought to you by the Tehuti Podclass. It is a new discovery made by us that women actually feed their babies with their breasts. Have you ever heard that before? You never heard that before. No way. Only the Tehuti Podclass have you heard that before. Because if you ever heard that before, you can never believe that story. If you ever heard that women breastfeed, you would never believe the story. 5 million people, at least 300,000 of them are breastfeeding, at least minimum 300,000 is 5 million, at least. Let's be nice. 100,000 women are breastfeeding the babies on the breast while they're running 40 miles an hour. They're running 40 miles an hour with the baby on the breast in 110 degrees. And grandma's right beside them at 95. I got you, baby. I got you, baby. I'd rather tell people to smoke crack. That's better. I don't think smoking crack is worse than the Bible. I don't think so. I don't know, because I don't think a crackhead would believe this story if he never heard of the Bible before. I don't think a crackhead would believe this. You got to be worse than crack to believe this story. Matrix broken, but let's summarize, everybody. Let's summarize. I want to summarize this and end this off the right way, and then bring the rest of the room in. Let's summarize, everybody. Now, Tehuti, you are saying that they created the Exodus story as a base for their very existence? Well, actually, I'm not saying it. They are. Now, that would be a psyop breaking. If they actually came out and said it themselves, would that be crazy, everybody? Would that be crazy if they came out and said that the Exodus story, this is the base of what creates them? Would that be crazy? I just want to know, would that be crazy? Would that be crazy? Imagine if they came out and said it themselves, because Tehuti's saying it. They created the Exodus story as a base to formulate their own existence, because in Ukraine they didn't have a PTAH HOTEP. Nope. There was no Aminamopi in Russia. Nope. There was no Tehuti running around in Germany. No. Not a pyramid, not a temple, not a sacred burial, nothing going on. No sacred ritual, nothing in ancient Germany. They had to create themselves into existence by creating the Exodus story. Would it be crazy if they said it themselves, not Tehuti? No way, Tehuti's not going to catch them saying it themselves. No way. No way, Tehuti. No, you're not going to. That'd be the end of the class. Well, let's end the class. Let's just end the class then. Here we go. Let's end it. Ready, everybody? Can everybody hear me clear? Here we go. So, Tehuti. Wow, Tehuti. So are you saying that those people, created the Exodus story as a base for their very existence? Well, actually, I'm not saying it. They are. No, that would be psyops breaking if they actually came out and said it themselves. Oh, I didn't show you the rest of the article in the Jerusalem Post, did I? And who wrote that article? Well, Stephen Gabriel Rosenberg. What is he? A senior at the Albright Institute of Archaeological Research. This is an archaeology Jew Hebrew. Stephen Gabriel Rosenberg is a senior at the Albright Institute of Archaeological Research, Jerusalem. What do they say is the reason for the Exodus story? What does the Jewish representative say himself? Well, I didn't show you the rest of the article. Did I? Oh, I didn't show you it. Let's go to the rest of the article, everybody. Remember how we began the class? This is the beginning of the class with the article, the Jerusalem Post, Exodus, the Exodus. Does archaeology have a say? The Exodus is so fundamental to us in our Jewish sources that it is embarrassing that there is no evidence outside of the Bible to support it. The short answer is no. The whole subject of the Exodus is embarrassing to archaeologists. The Exodus is so fundamental to us in our Jewish sources that it is embarrassing that there's no evidence outside of the Bible to support it. So we prefer not to talk about it and hate to be asked about it. For the account in the Torah
is the basis of our people's creation. It is the basis of our existence. And it is the basis of our important Passover festival. Can I read that again? For the account in the Torah is the basis of our people's creation. Did I read the part that said the account of the Torah is the basis of our people's creation? Let me read that. I don't know. The account in the Torah, the Exodus account specifically, is the basis of our people's creation. It is the basis of our existence. For those who didn't see that, I'm actually going to put it right here. Here it is. For the account in the Torah, the Exodus story account, is the basis of our people's creation. Listen, not Genesis, not in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. No, not that. That's not your people's creation. No, nope. The basis. How did we create our people? Well, we created the Torah and the Exodus story. That's the foundation base of our creation. It is the basis of our existence. Did you say that, Stephen? One of the head of the archaeologist, Gabriel Rosenberg. Did you say that? Did you say that? Say the account, the Exodus account that you're ashamed of is the basis of your people's creation? So you weren't created in the book of Genesis. I gotcha. Boom. HOTEP. I am done. Matrix broken. That's it, everybody. That's my answer. Stranger, I hope. I'm going to check the room and see. That was an hour and 30 minutes. I'm going to check the room and see what the people thought of that answer. Boom. For the Exodus story, for the Exodus Torah story is the basis of our people's creation. Not God. Not in the beginning God created us. No. We were created by formulating the Exodus story. That's how we were created. Before that, we were Ukraine. Before that, we were Russian. Let me let the brothers jump in the chat. Jump in the chat, brothers. Primordial Thought, brothers. Ahati Atep. Scribe hasn't been here all night. Jump in. That's my favorite quote of the year. For the Torah is the basis of our people's creation. Boom. Matrix broken. There's your answer. There is your answer. Ascari, so let me check into the room and see if anybody liked that answer. For all those who heard that and got anything out of that, there's 80 people watching. If you appreciate what it is that I'm doing here, the Cash App is TT Send support, appreciation, or you can ask a question. That's a result of a Tehuti answer, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Where at the end, I just get them to say the basis of our creation is the Exodus story. That was our creation. That's the basis of our existence, not God. Don't get it confused. You think God is our creator? You think the base of our existence and creation is God? Don't get it twisted, man. The basis of our creation is we had to put ourselves in the Kemetic story. All right. Oh, man. Ooh. Let me check the chat and see who liked the answer. See who's up with us still. And Master K said they were so fast it took them 40 years to travel about 300 miles. Yeah, that part, that aspect too, right? 40 years. Yeah. Carolina's laughing. I'm the 100-degree African heat. Bijan Pharaoh's laughing. Women breastfed while running 40 miles per hour. We would put embarrassing, huh? Right? Imagine that. That's embarrassing because our whole existence and the base of our creation is on something that we can't show and prove. But that's where we were created. Peace, Primordial Thought. How you doing, my good brother?
Hey, SABA, Tua, HOTEP. Hey, I didn't even know you had different layers to that. There was even more to the Septuagint and the Greeks. That was crazy. I can never go back to the biblical teachings. There's no way. There's it's insane. It's insane to do so. And the Greeks. That was crazy.
Somebody mute their YouTube. It's echoing. Boss Fee put fire up. Bijan Pharaoh said, I heard Amor say Jesus is in India. I burst out laughing in tears. Yeah, that was the more that I debated Commission. I debated him, and he was saying that Jesus was in India. Okay, Nana? Marina. I got to show this to the Hebrew brother tomorrow. Thank you, man. So yeah, there it is, Primordial Thought. I don't know if you're ready to go back to Muta Ashby.
No. And respects to him because hey, he's taught me a lot, and you guys do teach similar things, but yeah, you go way more deeper than his teachings. That's for sure. And I want to say that the first when you used to do little side jokes like, oh, the mythological and the myth, and I'm like, man, that's all he talked about. I'm like, that's all he talked about.
That's their favorite word. It's actually a word in Kemet that means truth.
Yeah, it's insane, and that's all. They treat them like aspects. They don't think that they're real, the whole nine. And I'm just like, no, the artifacts say differently.
That's right. So yeah, I'm gonna let you brothers break it down, and when I come back, I'm gonna answer your question. It's gonna be it's gonna be fast. It's not
okay. Nah, it's all good.
Yes, not anything deep at all. But we got Ani Pata Aten Tehuti pops up in the after hour session. He pops up for the after party. Here he is. How you doing, good brother? You okay? You good?
Yes, sir. I'm doing excellent. Peace and love. That was phenomenal. Sabatuti. It really goes to show how crazy we are, how deep this goes. That was a hilarious comment. Running 40 miles an hour, breastfeeding the children. It's a funny picture. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was a beautiful breakdown. After seeing that, you just have to be in complete denial, and which is the basis of what it's built on. And I know for me growing up, one of my favorite movies was called The Prince of Egypt. Yeah. It was a cartoon. I used to love that movie as a child. Yeah, so yeah, it was that's phenomenal. I got some great notes out of that. So Tua, great Sabatuti for teaching us the way that you do, like no other. So Tua to you.
Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. These are things that I was holding on to. These are the choose your own adventure answers that you've seen me break down the Septuagint before, but never like this, because these are things that I was gonna crush certain people with. But I've decided that I'm not debating again. So let me just answer the questions. But imagine if I came with Tazari. Imagine if this was a debate on Sun Ed and I brought all that. Imagine that. That's why they can't have me around, because that's the reason. Really, that's really the reason. Because after that, where do you follow up with? You're gonna come with what do you after all that breakdown, you can't really come with anything after that. So it's gonna make it seem like the leverage is gonna be different. You can't come with, well, what you need to recognize, and recognize you can't come from the top of your head after a breakdown like that. So that's why they just have to make me invisible.
I hope they're watching this, Saba. I hope they're watching this, because then that'll make them go research if they're really truly looking for truth. If you're looking for unbiased truth and just really searching, then please try to go challenge what you just said, and they're not going to have anything.
And they're not looking. The people are not looking for truth. That's what's actually happening, is that there are a group of people that are not looking for truth. They do not have the same agenda. It is about views. It's about chaos. It's about drama. It's not about truth. Because how is it that you all can see what's happening here, but nobody on those other channels can see what's happening here? How's that possible? If you're Ma'at Forever, or you're any of those people and you're watching this, what do you say? What would you say? Oh, all of this is false. Everything Tehuti is talking about is false. And you say, wow, that brother would be good. But I'll tell you this: if you don't have a relationship with your lady that's based on who you are as an individual, if your relationship with your lady was based on you pulling up with a nice car, there's always a brother with a nicer car. So if your relationship with your lady is based on something that someone else can outdo, then of course you're not going to take your lady to the car show. You're going to stay in the boondocks, and you're going to have your little Corvette, and that's the baddest car she ever seen in her life. Until she sees a Lamborghini, says, "What is that?" "Oh, that's nothing, dear. That's the mythologicals." And if you're not basing your reality on truth, if you see the truth coming, you have to keep it invisible. I'm going to tell you this type of evil is going on. What's happening right now that blacks are doing, that you see happening, is exactly what I just explained. That the Ukrainian, Jew, Ptolemy, Russian, Roman, that they did is exactly what blacks are doing today. You hide the truth so that you can seem on top, and you bury that and just brace it on drama and chaos. You go into Africa, cause drama and chaos so you can have slaves, take their identity, make them worship you, but you never tell them that it came from Kemet. So when Tehuti comes around, they cannot bring their people around me because their people say they don't want to go back to their channel. That's the phenomenon that's happening. I go into other people's channels, and then when they come learn from me, they actually unsubscribe from the channel that they met me at. That doesn't happen in reverse. Is there anybody that comes here that if they go over to those other channels, you go over to Matt Forever or the other channels over there, and you now unsubscribe from the Tehuti Podclass? Has that ever happened? No. It only happens in reverse. So that's what they don't want. And that's what it is. I'm going to take a little break here. I'll be back. When I come back, I'm going to answer your question very quickly, go over some donations, and then get into the last question that I see here of tonight. The origin of the cross. That seems pretty simple, right? That's a simple answer. Cross came from the Ankh, and the Ankh came from the Ankh, and the Ankh. It's easy, right? Okay, I'll be back. Peace.
That's not your style, Saba.
Oh, peace. HOTEP. Peace, Primordial Thought.
Hey, hell to you, brothers, man. Hell to you, brothers. Good to see y'all.
Oh,
Peace.
Same here, good brother. Peace, Ani. What's going on, good brother?
HOTEP, my good brother.
Hey.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Hey, another thing I noticed too when I read the letter of Aristides, is I've seen this a lot, is what they do is they'll say, they'll put it in there that the Kemetians are the wisest people. You know, they'll say these are the most learned people. And then later on, they'll say, well, the Kemetians said that we are the next ones, that we are the true men of God. And that's something I noticed with this psyops that they create, is that they tell you where they get the information from, but then they alter it to where they make it, they lie and say, well, these same people that are the wisest tell us that now we are the men of God. And that's crazy. That's sick.
That's the Jewish way.
Right.
And nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody, you talk about denial, that's their way. And it's worked for thousands of years. And that's why we're in the quagmire we're in now. And we have grown men acting like women constantly, over and over and over again. Aren't even making money at it either. They're just doing it because it's the pleasure. It's the pleasure of the conflict. We don't do that over here, as everybody can see. SABA was straight about business when he's teaching. If he's going to give you an answer, it's going to be a thorough answer. And I've heard this answer before a few times, but it always sounds good to hear it again, you know, because it just reinforces what those evil people have done to us and are still continuing to do, to the point where it's a self-perpetuating problem that we're constantly repeating amongst ourselves. So instead of just listening to somebody, okay, this guy knows more than me on this subject, let me just listen to what he's saying. Because I might, that's how we are on the panel here. It's like, okay, this guy knows more than us, let's just listen to him. Because it may benefit us. And if it doesn't, I'll just keep it moving. To me, if anybody's attacking somebody because they're just trying to help you, you're a bitch, man. And excuse me, I'm sorry, but I'm going through some things right now, and part of the old me coming out, mixing in with the new me, and I don't have much time left, so I'm tired of just dancing around with these people. I already have one of them coming over to my channel, just not saying, hey, how's it going? It's been a long time. Hey, man, could you share your link with me? They're like, share the link with me. I'm not sharing nothing with you. I don't even want you coming to my channel. You know who you are. I don't have time for that. I put in too much work to study under the great teacher, SABA Tehuti. You know what, brothers like Primordial Thought, and there's many of you in the chat too, Rigo and the great supporters, Raphael, Gary, and many of you, too many to name, that really appreciate SABA and really appreciate us at the teachings of Ma'at and what we're doing. And we appreciate you too. But if anybody's listening to this and you're catching feelings or something's wrong with you, it's just easier for you to bring it up to us, because maybe we can address it and help you, rather than catching an attitude and then infecting other people with that same attitude when you move on from here. And we're not trying to do that here. We're trying to reverse that energy so that we can, quote unquote, now take this with a grain of thought, we're not trying to become the Jews, but any Jewish person, even if they vehemently hate each other, if it's something to do with them going against us, they'll link up like this tonight. They'll link up right now. And they could hate each other. They could be at blows, ready to kill each other. But if it comes to ruining our lives, they're linking up like this. I've done too much research on these people. I know how they think. And it's just going to get worse, because now they're in the AI game, and they're all in the algorithm here, and they're creating robots and doing all this stuff that really nobody's talking about other than what they want you to know. And the more divided we are, the worse it's just going to keep getting, not only for us, but for our children. And our children don't deserve that at all. They really don't. The children definitely need a chance. And we have the tools and the weapons, the mental weapons, to assist them in breaking out of this matrix. And this is what SABA is really about. He just wants people to break out of this matrix. That's why he comes so thorough with these answers. I don't know anybody else that has ever broken it down like this. I don't know. If you do, of course, we always invite somebody to drop a link, but nobody ever does. because it's just something we're saying because we know nobody else has the answer like he does. And we're not just saying that just lightly, like trying to butter him up or to be friendly. We're saying it because it's the truth. You just witness it. Who else is teaching this? Who else has already taught you this? No one. And so this is a testament to how we live here at the teachings of Ma'at. And it's to not only change ourselves, but to change a nation of people that are lost. The popularity, of course, is with those that are fake and phony. This Ma'at Forever guy, I heard one episode from him, to be honest, and I was like, okay, I like what he's saying. Yeah, he's good. And then I find this guy compromises everything. I hope you're listening to me too, because you can call me out and come see me. But the guy started, I'm like, what are you talking? You're compromising Ma'at? No, I'm not with that. Oh man, it's embarrassing.
hey, brother Hati, man, we speak. Hey, I speak peace, peace unto you.
Any of the brothers that are on the front line right now, I have a lot of respect for them. I have a lot of respect. I don't care what anybody thinks. I was locked up with these guys. We have warriors right now ready to go. Their mental capacity just needs to be shifted in a 180 position, and those are the soldiers. They're not going to come if they hear a guy called Ma'at Forever and he's bitchy, he's a bitch. They're not going to be like, what? These guys are soft. They're squares. You know what I mean? And we're not squares here. None of the brothers on the panel are squares here. None of the brothers on the panel here are soft. We don't want people to get misconstrued. Just because you're conscious, you have to be all up in your feelings and soft. No. A lot of us are ex-gangbangers. A lot of us are ex-prisoners. So we're veterans here. And we welcome you other veterans out there because we do need you too. We need everybody. This is a nation. There's not one section of a nation that is not important. From the Masons to the teachers to the protectors, i.e. the soldiers, everybody's included. And us just sitting here talking over and over and over and over and over again about nothing will accomplish nothing. And if that's your agenda, be honest about it. If those other shows were honest about their agenda, I would subscribe to them. If they were honest and said, this is our agenda, we're here to bitch and complain and make money off it, I would subscribe to that because you're being honest. But you're not being honest when you act like you have all the intelligent truth, and you're not helping anybody. You're not even helping yourself. So I wasn't going to say much because I'm in a chill mood tonight, and I just want to sit back and vibe and hear the brothers talk. But I had to let that out because the journey that I'm on now is taking drastic turns, and I realize that SABA's giving me so much, it's time for me to get back. And I don't go to SABA as much as I used to. You can ask SABA. I used to be on his horn every day. So these brothers like, oh, I don't want to talk. Man, I used to be hitting them up. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, I got a question. The point was like, hey, man, I'm busy. I can't get to your questions all the time. But I've been in this for a while now, and it's time for him to get back to like a Sad Fanani and all that, and I respect that. And so I give him his time. And so I will give my time to others. And I am, and carry on the torch, because if we're just going to sit here for decade after decade and you're still not learning nothing and you're still depending on us to teach you, you have serious issues, man. You're not listening, for one. Two, you're not practicing what, quote unquote, you preach. And that's what the Kemetians are about. Most of the glyphs in the Meta Netter have a little two legs in motion. This is an action symbol. They're not just sitting around. Can you imagine if the ancestors were just sitting all day talking? We wouldn't be sitting here right here talking about the ancestors. They were constantly building, because while they were working, they were talking like this and building. We had to get into that mode again. We can't be scared of our families or friends or anything. I'll tell you from personal experience, at least mine, you're going to lose a lot of people. And a lot of people aren't going to like you. But you know what? At the end of the day, I can lay my head down tonight on my pillow and be content with myself. And I never had that before SABA, because I was like one of these guys talking all this trash, but I wasn't real about it. It's crazy because like we live in a society that promotes this BS, and the BS is so ingrained in us that we say slogans like, "Oh, I keep it real." You're not keeping it real. You're perpetuating killing each other. You know what? I would expect you to say, "Let's keep it real. Let's start shooting the enemy. Let's do that. Let's do that." Okay, now you're keeping it real because that's how your enemy thinks. Your enemy hates you. The enemy hates you. I watch these white nationalists, or not so much now, I used to. And what you don't hear, if they could have their AR on you and Biden say, okay, today we're going to have a purge for a year. There were no laws. What are you going to do? You don't manufacture any weapons. You can't even agree on one topic together. And these small-time crackers or honkies, what do you want to call them, tomahawks, they are trained since little kids to kill you. And then you want to saddle up and buddy. You know how many sisters I talk to? They say, oh, I think I'm going to have to get rid of my white friends now. I'm not telling you to get rid of your white friends, but if you're really following this life, if you're about this life, your white friends will drop off. One of my best friends was a white friend, and he dropped off. And I was, man, and I can go deeper into that. That's when I knew that I was crossing over. So, but I'm proud of brothers on the panel. Tef is the Tehuti. And I saw with him when he was chilling on his bed, and his wife was like, "Hey, get your ass up, show some respect, show that backbone of yours." And I said, you know what, this guy's gonna be the spokesman. He's gonna be the backbone of the movement, because if you just look at the man's bright smile and you feel his energy, even if you're down and depressed, it'll lift you up. You will rise like the Ubin, like Kepara. Ani Patah is a man after the SABA's own heart. I can predict this guy is going to be carrying the movement well into the future. And he's meant for it, because what you don't know about Ani is very loyal and dedicated to Ma'at. And he's willing to lay down his life for Ma'at. Me and Ani had some deep discussions. So if I trust anybody on the panel, no offense to other brothers, other than Saba, I trust Ani first. I'll say it, I trust Ani first. No offense to other brothers on the panel, but I respect Ani's ways, and I respect that he is here for the long haul. And then Primordial Thought, I just met you, brother. I don't really know you, but the little that I do know, I know that you're ready to serve. And that's really the major step in this movement, is serving one another. Because when I met Saba, the first thing I wanted to do was serve another man. I never felt like that before. I didn't even want to serve my own father. I was that type of person. So when I met Saba, it was like, wow, what can I do? So I immediately went into serve mode, and to serve is move, and I taught on this. To be loyal means to serve. The etymology of loyalty is to serve. And one of the meta words to serve is move, or new. That was the name for the loyalists. So the people that are loyal to Kemet. And these brothers on the panel here are doing that week after week, consistency. There's no other black men that I know, other than if they're serving the tomahawks, like football and entertainment, and they're getting paid heavily, are as consistent as us. And if there is anybody that is, you let us know who they are. But there's no other group of men that can call themselves men and hold their heads high and poke their chest out and actually be, I'm going to wrap it up right now, but there's no other men that know how to hold their heads up, to poke their chest out, and to truly be accountable to one another than us right here. And it's proven over and over that leadership comes from the top down, and that if you just follow your leader, that eventually everything will work out in the end, and everything will be all right. And those that can't do that weren't meant to follow in the beginning. So I'll just end with that. Saba, yes, I know you're busy. That's why I don't reach out as much, but I want to let you know that you are thought about often. Your picture is always up in my living room, and I appreciate all you do, and I never regret at any moment from the first time that I met you. Peace.
Okay, thank you. Can you all hear me? Do I have my mute off?
Yeah, we can hear you too, Saba.
Okay, yes, thank you, HOTEP. I just stepped back into whatever it was you were saying earlier, but thank you for those last words. And yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thank you all, brothers. This is a beautiful thing. It's a very, very beautiful thing. And the energies that come out against it can only come out. Oh, you know what? Nanny, 1 second, everybody, hold on. 1 second. Take the snake a second. I don't have my this on. Can I see that? Thank you. Do a little swap, snake swap for now. Snake swap.
As the
Okay.
as the Techetu and as a member, I will support and follow my brother. So I just wanted to say to the chat, I will support and follow my brother Ani as long as it is Ma'at. The foundation is Ma'at, and that is what my brother stands on. And I was just on your SoundCloud just to let you know, Ani, I'm on that SoundCloud, brother. So here new to you. So I echo high to your sentiment about my good brother Ani. And Primordial thought I just wanted to say that because I'm older in age than that brother, but in knowledge, in Ma'at, I follow him. I follow his lead. I follow Ahati's lead. It's levels to this. I follow SABA. All I want is the truth. I just want to learn. I want to be great. So I acknowledge greatness when I see it, especially when I'm standing next to it. So Henu to Ani Pata Aten Tehuti. Henu to Ahati Ma'at. Henu to SABA Tehuti, Amen HOTEP Ra, and Henu to my good brother Menkur Ra. And Henu to everybody in the chat. Peace and love.
Okay, thank you. Yes, peace and love, brother. Yes, okay, I fixed that. All right, everybody. Yes, this is a beautiful thing, and that's why the people that that attempt to come against this cannot come against the information. So they have to say things like, "Oh, is this? It's all about the money." Or and I love it. I really love it because yes, this is all about the money. Whatever this is that the person is speaking of, absolutely. Whatever that THIS, the this that he's talking about, which particularly was me giving tribute to those supporters that were supporting with money. So when you get a trophy for being a hockey player, and you get that trophy, and they're giving their commemoration to the great hockey players, that this at that point is all about hockey. And that's why they're giving the hockey player a trophy. So when you give somebody an attribute for something done well, whatever you're attributing them to, it's all about that at that time. So at that time, I'm attributing all the people that donated the money, because without that, the person that's against it wouldn't be able to pay their internet bill to make a comment. You wouldn't have the money to pay the internet bill to even get onto YouTube. If whatever the situation is, it's all about survival. And the only way this thing can survive as it's set up right now is if I'm surviving. That's the bottom line of that. It's not about, and I tell people this all the time, it's not just about Ma'at, because everybody says they're teaching Ma'at. What makes this special? Muta Ashby, Rana for Amun, Afro-Akanu, Afro-Akainu, Ashar-Kwezi, everybody says they're teaching Ma'at. This is something different than just saying Ma'at. It's completely unique. And it's a uniqueness that I've created to pass on. And I'm not finished creating it yet. But in order for me to create it, I can't work at 7-Eleven. So I can't, I don't have time. I wouldn't create it. So I need the time to do this. So shout out to the beautiful supporters that are supporting with the finances, that are supplementing my time, because then I would have to do something else with my time, and then you all would not have the Podclass. And that's just the bottom line of this. If I had to do anything else with my time because I had to make money from some other means, there'd just be no other Podclass. And Primordial would still be learning from Muta Ashby, and Hati would still be Hebrew Israelite, and Atef would be reading whatever, and that's what it would be. So I'm doing my best to change history before I die, before I pass, I have to change the vibrational frequency so that I can feel comfortable that when I do pass, this continues on. But right now I can't be comfortable because I'm just creating this. This is just brand new. Not to me, but to bring to the world. So I want to let everybody know that this is all done for just the love of the people. And that's the only reason why I'm sacrificing my time to do this, is just strictly for love, because I honestly can do something else and still live with my family in the exact same ma'at Hati knows. When a Hati comes over here, there's no difference between how the Podclass is and how my family is. I live the Podclass when the thing shuts down. So this is strictly because I feel the Kemetian Natiru do not want all the time and effort they put in to be shrouded over with mythology and principles, and all the brothers really hate each other, all the sisters hate each other. There's over thousands of years placed in by the scribes. It cannot go to waste. I will not see it go to waste, and I will not just have it for my family. I'll have it for all you. I want to address Primordial. Shout out to you, Primordial, for your question. And I want to go ahead and just address this pretty quickly, because it's not really anything that deep. But you asked this question. I'm going to put it up in the room here. It was an interesting analysis. When I said it to my goddesses, they were like, huh? They were like, oh yes. But it's I'm going to go ahead and put this up in the room, and then let everybody know what simple thing really created this the forum. I said to my goddesses, I said no, the brother is I said his mind is moving. He's excited. His mind is moving. He's looking for, when you get into this knowledge, you want to look for clues and things to put things together, and you want to look for things, and your mind just starts sometimes overworking. But I'm going to show you something, and then show you how simple it is, and then I appreciate your support and donation, but let me show you how simple the question is. So here's Primordial Thought, everybody. Who's in the room, support nation, which I'm going to put in this. So give the brother some noise. I'm going to, oh, it's not showing, it's not let me do it again. Yeah. Is this it? There we go. There it is right there. Shout out to Primordial Thought for $30 for support. Question in Gmail. Thank you, my good brother, Primordial Thought. And let me go ahead and put... Let me go put how this brother's mind is working. Kind of creative but insightful, and also looking for patterns. And now is it showing in the room? No, it's not.
To $30.
$30, that's it? Okay. So let me go ahead and put this in here. Boom, boom. Primordial Thought, there it is. So here is the question that the good brother sent to my email. He said, I've realized the form is, wait, hold on. So the brother, he discovered something. He figured it out. He found something. Let me read it again. Hold on. He said, HOTEP, SABA, I've realized the formula you use to run your Podclass. It's very similar but not equivalent. Shout out to your last breakdown to the Christian church and how other religious structure or any other religious structure. Let me be clear when I say that there's no way your style of teaching and truth you bring based on archaeological facts and never opinions is the same as the false teachings that the other religious teachers teach. But with that being said, the formula way other religious teachers deliver their message, regardless of whether it's truth or not, it's still successful by the way it's delivered. The formula I'm speaking on is the use of music while you teach, and the brothers that come on the panel to give the preacher a break, just like the deacon. I get the donations which support the movement, just like the tithes for the church, which again, Saba, what you bring to the table is nowhere, shape, or form falsehood like we get from the other religious teachings. I'm only curious why the formula being used works. I speak health and prosperity to you and your family. Tua Saba. Okay. Okay, good. So I will tell you this. The formula that I'm using is not based on that at all. It's actually started off very simple. It actually started off with me doing the Podclass, and I simply had to take breaks. And when I had to take breaks because I have to eat, when I'm doing the Podclass, there's times where I must eat. I have to get use the restroom, take breaks. I got to put a snake up or do something. And at that time, I only had a hot tea. So it was just a hot tea, and a hot tea would come to the front sometimes during my break, or sometimes I would play Bible cartoons, something to give me a break. So the format simply started because I need to use the restroom and I need to eat and I need to take a break. How am I going to engage with the people while I do these things? And the music in the background is to keep me in thought and to keep me and the people engaged, because on my end, while I'm teaching, I don't see what you all are teaching, what you all are seeing. So on the StreamYard end, what I see as a teacher is just the screen that I'm actually looking at and reading. While you all may be interacting with the chat, you may see me on the screen. I'm cracking jokes, I'm teaching. You'll see the screen share. On my end, I don't see the chat. I don't interact with anybody. The particular music keeps me engaged because I don't have anybody to engage with until I click off the screen share. It also keeps the crowd interesting because music was a thing developed to imitate the heartbeat, and it was used to imitate a rhythm that kept things alive. So when they play on the drum, it was actually an imitation of the heart, and it kept you interested, interacted, because we have neurons in our brain that deal with symmetry, sound symmetry, and visual symmetry. So we like the way that something looks on one side of the face. Oh, see, this is turning into a breakdown now. But it's so we like the way.
yeah. Come on, Saba. Go. Just let it flow.
What'd you say?
I said let it flow. Go ahead. Let it flow.
So we have mirror neurons and we have neurons that expect symmetry, because symmetry deals with easy predictions. So when you see something on one side of the face, if you have an eye here, you're supposed to have an eye over here. If you have one nostril here, you have one nostril here. If your mouth curves this way, it should curve the other side. And it's actually visually pleasing to the brain to see the echo of things in symmetry. We don't like seeing things that we have to figure out in a state of that causes a state of confusion to our brain. So we like the fact that if I hold up this mouse, this side of the mouse looks just like this side. If I hold up this phone, this side of the phone looks like this side. This side of the phone, if it's a rectangle, it's a symmetry, and that becomes very appealing to the eye, because we like structure. It represents safety. The same thing with the music. If the heart is on beat, we feel safe and structured. When your heart starts to lapse off of beat, you feel like you're gonna die. I don't know if you ever had your heart skip a beat or any kind of heart problem, but you feel like death is on the way. So the rhythm of the heart going da-dum, 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 feeling that in our body, hearing it subconsciously, was a sign of biological imperative. It means that you're alive, you're on a rhythm, and everything is smooth. If your heart goes da-dum, 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 you start to know I'm gonna die at any moment. This is not safe. So we like symmetry. We like things that are in a pattern. That's one of the reasons why we're attracted to music. So music keeps us engaged, and that's why we look up the etymology of music. It means to think. It actually has nothing to do with the beat. It has nothing to do with sound. Music comes from the word mus, and it means to think. And I could do a whole class on Pythagorean Pythagorean tunes coming from Kemet, the 4-3-3-2. But that's a whole other thing. But we like to hear it. So when we hear it, we start to move to it. It keeps us engaged. And that's why we'll even listen to an instrumental before an a cappella. At a club, they can play an instrumental. Very hard to play an a cappella at a club. People wouldn't know how to move to it, but you move to the actual beat. So the beat is in the background to keep me engaged, to keep the people engaged, and that's why I have certain mysterious sounding beats. This beat here that I picked up on, it's a hip hop sounding beat that actually sounds like, it reminds me of Snakes, and it sounds like Indian women singing and dancing, and so it gives me a certain vibe. And my goddesses, while I'm playing this, sometimes are in the background moving like snakes, so it's a good visual appearance for me to see. The brothers coming in is a form of what's called edification. So edification is when you hear others speak about someone good that's not themselves saying it. You actually gain more respect for the person when others speak on the person. It's an edification principle that humans gravitate to. The reason why we gravitate to it is because when you hear somebody talking about themselves, we start to feel a little bit insecure. This happens to our subconscious. You start to may even think you want to battle that person, or oh, you think you're that, and well, I do this too. But when you hear someone else talking about someone else, you're just listening to say, oh, that person affected this person. Let me see what they did. You're no longer in the view of that other person. So I purposely stay off the camera for a while for the brothers to speak about the class and to speak about me, for the audience to see that brothers can be humble enough to speak greatly about someone else, as opposed to the brother, which is me coming on and saying, I'm the best teacher, none of you compared to me, I'm this and that, I'm none of you. All I say is, if you find it equal, put it in the chat. And I say, you all don't get this anywhere else, or do you? If you do, let me know, and I'll bring my whole podcast there. But it's actually the brothers who speak about me without me asking them to. It's a natural format that developed when you actually save somebody's life. They're naturally, when you come out of a car accident, you're naturally going to talk about the person who pulled you out. And the other people are going to say, wow, that person's a great man. But the person that pulled you out doesn't have to sit there and yell, I pulled him out, I pulled him out, I pulled him out. The person could actually be quiet for a while and let the other people say, yo, that guy over there that's being quiet, he's the one that actually saved all these people's lives. And so it's called edification. And it's teaching black men to become men and not evil babies. So black men today and women are evil babies. We're evil, selfish babies that do not like to support each other, do not like to speak good about each other. And that's why when certain people come in the chat, the thing they type is a bad thing. You know some of the people that come in and say something off, right? They never come in the chat and say, Tehuti was on point with that. Tehuti was true about that. They only talk about what they're against. So when you see other people do YouTube videos of Tehuti, I've done 500 classes. So of the 500 classes, why is there no YouTube video about how great I am? About the truth? But there's all kind of YouTube videos about what people dislike about me. Because we're evil reptilian creatures. We're evil, destructive. Our natural nature is our oldest nature, which is that of a reptile, which is that which seeks to just be for itself and destroy anything in path that could threaten itself. It's your sharpest reaction of defense. So because of that, the reptilian gene takes over and we start to attack. So what I set up is I set up a group of men, and I said, they're going to talk about me without me asking them. I'm just going to say, what did you all think about the class? And they're naturally going to say, the SABA, he's the best. Nobody did it. And they're naturally going to say that. The deacons actually in the church never are seen supporting. That's a major difference so when you see the deacons, they pass around the plate. These men are actually the greatest supporters. So they're actually the donators themselves, which you never see the deacon pass the plate to himself and put money, and he passes the plate around and gives it to the pastor. So it's a different type of a format, but it's based on creating men. I want to believe that there are black women and men that actually exist, and that we're not evil reptilian children, evil beings that all we can do is cut each other down. And you have a YouTube channel with over 20,000 subscribers, and you have no way of life. Every video, it's 6 videos about someone else and 1 video about Kemet. 6 to 7 videos about Hebrew and 1 video about teaching. 14 videos about this person, that person. But that is what childish, evil babies do. So that's actually the simple format, is to turn people into men, because I swept my teacher's path before he walked on it. And that's how the men treated each other in Kemet. So when my teacher walked, I would throw flowers down at his feet that he had to walk on, and I would sweep the ground before I threw the flowers down. And that's what my goddesses have done for me. Literally throwing flowers down on the ground. And that is literally what we can do for each other or anyone that you look up to. And you'll actually see that kind of treatment in every Kung Fu video. Watch the old Kung Fu movies, which they don't make anymore for some interesting reason. There's no more Kung Fu movies. Anybody ever notice that? There's no more Kung Fu movies. So Kung Fu movies are gone, but in all of those, there's the master teacher, and then there's his students treating him like a god until they become the big gray-haired man, and then they have the same thing. That's actually the format, is to destroy ego and to bring down our reptilian nature, and to do what I did with my master teacher, which was to dress like him and run out into bullets. That's the difference between me and a YouTuber and a book writer, is that I know what a bullet sounds like. I don't know how many people in this Podclass knows what a bullet sounds like coming for them because you're teaching the truth. I don't care about your street life. Yeah, I was on the streets of 64th and 3rd, the niggers and the niggers and the niggers. No. Do you know what a bullet sounds like when it's coming from you, coming for you from a redneck, from an agent of the government? Do you know what the bullet sounds like? It sounds different, because the intention of that shot is to kill the black nation. Does anybody here, raise your hand in the Podclass, does anybody here knows what it feels like to have bullets rushing by you, not because you're in a gang, not because you cheated on with somebody's girl, not because you got caught by the thugs, not because you're in the crossfire, but because you're teaching the truth, and their intentions is to destroy the truth, and that's why they're shooting at you. Does anybody in this room know what that sounds like? If so, tell me what you were teaching and who was shooting at you. That is what raised me up, to run into the bullets, to hopefully be the bullet catcher, so that the teacher, who was more important than me, could get away through the back. I would put on his shades, his hat, and run out there and run in a circle, so that if the bullets are going to fly and they're going to hit, hopefully they're going to hit me or one of the other brothers, and he can get away. That's how the soldiers treated Ramesses, but that's not how black men treat each other today. So that's the format. That's the format. Is basically me raising black men. I had to take breaks naturally, so I had to get the brothers to come on, and I also wanted people to see how other brothers who don't know each other can talk to each other. So when a Hati comes on and says, I trust the scribe, this is a man who only met the scribe twice, and he never said that about anybody in California. But the only reason why he knows the scribe is because of me. So you all are based in relationships because of the Tehuti Podclass, and now you're all interacting and loving each other. Hail Atef, and Atef is saying, I'm older than Scribe, but I follow him. Nowhere on YouTube is that happening. That is the format, my brothers, to create that environment, and that's what I did. That's what it is. And the donations are asked from the donations have to come, and they have to be asked for, because my people are not holy enough to give them. They're not pure enough to give them. You know, when you're on the date, you know, when you meet a beautiful sister at the club, you know, when she looks knockout gorgeous and you're excited to have sex with her, She doesn't have to ask you to buy a condom. How come? She doesn't have to ask you to get the hotel. What happened? Because you will donate to the hotel owner. You will donate because you're only borrowing it. You're gonna donate to the condom because you're only gonna use it once. It's not a world prize of something that you're gonna keep up on the wall. You're donating to that company so that you can have sex with this beautiful girl because your biological imperative says, I'm gonna give my, what is this? Is $70 a room? $70 a night? Yep. $70 a night. I'm gonna take 2. And why? Because I want to have sex. And the girl who I met at the club never asked me to get the hotel, and never asked me to buy the condom, never asked me to drive her home, never asked me to open the car door for her. These are just natural things that I do for reciprocity because I want sex. That's what the brothers do. The girl never asked you to buy those rims on the car. Never asked you to buy that chain, but you bought it. $200. That's what the girl's gonna like. $200. We got it. So I have to ask because I'm showing people that we're trading the love for all those things for the love of knowledge. And for the first time, we're going to equate finances, like the Kemetians did, finances with knowledge. Those two things don't get equated. And that's why we don't take this knowledge seriously. It's just a hobby to us. Once you know that your finances are completely attached to what it is your way of life is, then you wake up out of the matrix. And that's why the Kemetians' way of life, every job they had was intertwined with Ma'at. There's literally no job in Kemet that anybody had that didn't intertwine with Ma'at. So the brain combined their biological imperative of survival directly with their spiritual teachings. But to us, the spiritual teaching is a hobby. No matter what you teach, you're going to get to that job over there. And it doesn't matter what the boss believes, but you're going to work for that job over there. And this knowledge, that's what you do on your part-time. Friday nights, you can have that. You better be here Saturday morning. You better be there for Bill Wanker on Saturday morning. But once we associate that the money is attached to that, that's what I did. And the very first time I did that was when I had the debate with my pastor, my mother's pastor, to live in the house. I had to be so serious about the knowledge that if I lose this debate, I'm going to live on the street with the dog over there. I immediately snapped out of it. And I realized that my survival is now connected with my knowledge. And that's what actually created me. So that is, my brother. So I'm going to say to you for that right.
Hey, Tua, Sava, Tua. I think you hit it right on the money. Thank you for elaborating on that. I think it's like a crystallized bad habit that we've been on YouTube for so long before you even jumped on. We're just talking about YouTube in general, or any social media platform, and we've gotten accustomed to just taking in free information. So even when we run into the truth, we're still stuck in that bad habit of, oh no, it's free. We should just continue to show up and continue to just leech off of it. And so while I was watching you, even though I'm vetting you, I had to even analyze myself and be like, okay, well, hey, when we gonna start donating? Hey, when we're gonna start supporting? Because I started to see that it was a bad habit that we just show up for free all the time. And
yes,
and so that's how I looked at it. So yeah.
Thank you, brother. I was raised up in the DVD days and the tape days. So back in the early days of knowledge.
LimeWire? Are you still on all the DVDs? Get the burnt CDs?
Oh no! Before LimeWire was invented, before that, you had to actually buy the DVD or the cassette of the teacher you wanted to hear. So there was no internet. If you wanted to hear, say, an Ashar or whoever it was at that time, back in 1992, you had to go buy the book and the CD. There was no internet to download. There was no YouTube to watch. If you wanted to hear a lecture from Dr. Ben, you either went to a Dr. Ben lecture, paid the ticket, or you bought the book, or when it was recorded on a VHS tape, you bought the VHS. There was no free watching of any Dr. Nothing Clark, no free watching of none of that. Technology really damaged us. Thank you, brother. Stay on here. We're gonna get to the speaking of donations, let's get to the donations, and I'm gonna answer the very last question. See if I can do all this by 1 o'clock, because that cross question is gonna be great. So everybody here, is Annie here? I can't tell if that's a background or is
that's the background.
Oh, okay. Okay, he stepped off. Okay, here we go. Everybody, I'm gonna give the donations.
I'm here,
Saba. We
Saba.
have okay, good. Did I do Nito Campbell yet? I don't think so. Nito Campbell, give this man noise right here. Give this man some noise right here. Thank you. Beautiful Nito Campbell, great supporter. And we got the monster donators, Amun Ma'at Ra. I love that name, and I love the other brother. It's like Amun Ma'at Sin Ra. It's like a Set Ra. It's a bunch of names in one. I love these names. Amun Ma'at Ra, very serious brother, and his support is extremely is always high. And he never has to ask a question. He just supports. Thank you, my brother. I'm trying to figure out if this is a good brother who actually, there's a brother with this name who actually writes Kemetic books. If that is you, brother, I would actually like to know, because I would tell I'll check out a book and then tell the Podclass to check it out as well. Okay, let me go ahead and show him. Shout out to give this brother some noise. Where is he? $72.27. Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Appreciate Amun and Hot Raw. You are great. Oh no, don't do that. Okay, let me shut all this down and start again with this Google. Okay, let me go to Gmail. I have to refresh my my pages. My Chrome split, and I just have StreamYard in one Chrome and the rest of my stuff in the other one. Okay, good. We got more here. Okay, good. I got it back. David Reed, who is becoming definitely the most consistent new person. David Reed is, I think, OFC LLC in the room. David Reed, I'm going to go ahead and put this in the room. Give me a moment. Boom. And boom. And here we go. Give this man some noise. David Reed should be coming up on the screen in a minute. Here we go. David Reed. Give this man some noise. Shout out to David Reed. David Reed. David Reed says, for being truthful and humble in teaching what our Kemetic ancestors left in their records. I couldn't have said it better. That's literally what I'm here for. To teach what they said in their records. Yes, what did they say about themselves? Very, very important to know that ancient people of what they call Africa could actually speak for themselves. It's a new phenomenon. Even though they say that we're savages, we can actually speak for ourselves. All right. Shout out to one of the most consistent supporters ever, who always gives respect to not just me, but gives respect to Ahati and the brothers on the panel. And he is none other than Askari 21, also known as Owen Hythe. Give him some noise, everybody. Give him some noise. He says support Tehuti and Ahati and sisters and brothers. Thank you, my good brother Owen Hythe. He has a question in the files too about oh yes, he has a question about Sobek Sneferu. I usually don't ask anybody to ask a question, but if somebody sent in a question about Sobek and I combine it to the Sobek Sneferu, it would actually give a good answer. When I first saw it, I thought it was Sobek, but I see Sobek Neferu, but I want to also do something special with a breakdown with Sobek. If somebody were to send in that question, I would actually combine them into one, and that would be a good class. But thank you, Ascari, for sending that. I want to break that down and the Sobek part. But I don't have a question on Sobek, so we'll see. Okay, shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Shout out to Numero Uno. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, haha, that's groceries. Hold on. Sincere Austin, I see your email. Yes, we're on for tomorrow. Contact me tomorrow. For the time that I gave you. I don't even remember. I wrote it somewhere. So busy. Oh, shout out to this young lady who sent me a message really just to say thank you for a Metadata class she ordered. So she's gonna order again, and her name is let me read her name. Oh, I'm not on the screen. Let me read her name. Her name is April. Oh, Mystic Mama. Mystic Mama. I think this is Mystic Mama. Shout out to Mystic Mama, who actually ordered a MetaNetter class, and she was just sending me $3.33 to actually just say thank you. Love my first MetaNetter class. Will order it again, and I appreciate that. This is not a big, huge donation, but I appreciate that she could have said this to me in a Facebook Messenger. I love my first MetaNetter class. I'll order again, but she's actually using. Her and Sarah Jean do this, actually using the Cash App as a reciprocity communication app, sending messages to me, and a little bit of a donation. I appreciate that that creativity. Harassed It For Your Culture does it a lot. Okay, now we got we got somebody who's on the panel. Somebody on the panel. Let me see who this is. They look familiar. And let me go ahead and save this. Shout out to the good brother who's on the panel right now. I'm going to share the screen. We're going to give him a nice shout out. Primordial Thought. Is that you? There he is right there. Primordial Thought. I can't read what it says. I got to put it on my big screen. Hold on. It says oh, for support. Thank you, Primordial Thought. Give this man some noise music. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Primordial Thought. You came, it wasn't out of nowhere because you've been watching, but you manifested yourself just like full throttle strong. Like you're on the panel almost every podcast now. You're a consistent supporter, question asker. You really just came on 100%. I really appreciate that because it shows that you're taking this for this is a life decision. This is not just like I said, a hobby. This isn't chess.
Hey, SABA, I just, even though people know, like you said, I've been watching for 2 years, I just want to try to hope that I can help them in speeding up that process to support you. Like, it really doesn't take that long. But yes, I did my own vetting, and I hope everybody does the same thing, because I would never tell them to do something opposite than what I've done. But I hope that I can speed that process up and just show them, like, hey, no, like, you the real deal.
Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Thank you. Jay Rashad said, yes, Sabatuthi, you are correct. Numbers chapter 1, it mentions that the young men were from ages 20 years old and up. Yep. Okay, shout out to Jah Rashid. Jah Rashid is always giving respect and props. Shout out to Jah Rashid. Let me take this on the screen. I'll do 2 more, then I'm going to get into the next answer and see if I can wrap that up by 1. Is Netter Kurt in the room? Netter the greatest? If you are, press 9. Because the next question I see is your question. Okay, let me go ahead and see if I need to save this. Primordial 9 is already saved. So let me cancel that. And who else do we have here? We have, hey, Caro. Is Caro in the room? Caro is also known to us as Carolina. She's also Carolina with Carolina with the I-N. And there's Carolina with 2 E's. Shout out to one of the greatest supporters in so many in different aspects, in coming to the Mennetter class, supporting the Mennetter class even when she doesn't come to it. This is her right here. Give her some great noise. Give her some noise. 2222. Shout out to you, Carolina. Much love. I hope you're in the room, and you continue to grow and stay as you are in the personality, the youthful. We've spoken about timidness and all of that, but that is a perfect thing. That is great. It is an extremely youthful energy that a lot of people, when they get older, wish that they had that type of shy, timid kind of nature, which is just a level of just a certain form of innocence that we actually lose when we get damaged and rough and rugged, and you can't tell me nothing. And but keep that beautiful energy, and stick with the good brother Scribe, and you guys will be perfect, and everything is great. She's one of the greatest donating sisters who participates in literally in everything. So shout out to you. Okay, next up is the great supporter, who's known as the Pharaoh, also known as the Barbasian Pharaoh, who I'm actually going to be speaking with tomorrow. Let me put him in the room here. He is giving support, and this is the good brother Bijan Pharaoh. Tell me when it's showing in the room, brothers. Bijan Pharaoh. Where is it? Where are you? There it is. Bijan Pharaoh. Shout out to you, my good brother. He has become definitely a consistent supporter. He makes it to certain Metanetter classes. Much respect for that. And he's definitely in every pod class. He watches from trains and outdoors. Shout out to you, Bijan Pharaoh. Oh, he's right here. There he is. Shout out to Bijan Pharaoh. He's right there. Appreciate you. I'll do one more and then I'll get into the answer, everybody. Octavius Stephen Escalar. Oh, here's my other one of my favorite names. He shot I'll actually do 2 more because I just like this name. This is the other name that I like, which is Amun Min Ra Sut Atum. And he gave a donation of, what is this? Okay, he gave $8. Let me go ahead and put that in the room. $8. You all see that in the room?
Yeah, we can see it, Saba.
And let's see what he said. He says, for It's too small. I can't read that. But I'll just say some type of gratitude, but the writing is too small. Shout out to you, good brother. I really, really like that name. Shout out to you. And we have, I love the PayPals because the PayPals are like surprises. They're like surprises because I don't know how much they are. Okay, last one here, Lamonte Wilson was a PayPal. I have to click on it to see what the support is, whereas the Cash App shows it right in my Gmail. Is that shown on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
Shout out to Lamonte Wilson. Give him some noise. Everybody give him some noise. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, is everybody ready? Is everybody ready? Oh my gosh, hold on. What in the world just happened here? Hold on a second. This is why I like the PayPal, because the PayPals, it just says on my Gmail PayPal. So it doesn't say what it is. It says forward PayPal. So it's like opening up a gift that you don't know what's in it. I could click on it. It could be $3. Or I could click on it. It could be it could be anything. I never know what it is. PayPal. But I just want to do this before I do anything. Answer. Shout out. Oh my goodness! Shout out to this brother right here. Like I said, it could be $3, or it could be $172. Shout out to Rigo out the woodwork. I happened to click on the PayPal after Lamonte, and it just happens to be this. Lamonte was going to be the last one. Shout out to Rigo. I got to give him some noise. Oh my gosh, man. Rigo combined both of his donations. Rigo put both of his donations in one. Oh my goodness, Rigo. Rigo, my good brother, thank you. Rigo's gonna stay on the list of huge donators. Shout out to Rigo, my good brother. You are incredible. Surprising too. Surprising. I did not expect that at all. Bombs to you, Rigo. Bombs. You get the horn. You get everything. Shout out to you, Rigo. Thank you very, very much. $172. I think that's top of the night. I think peace and love. Thank you for everything you do for us. What? That's a slow one. That's a slow horn. Okay. Shout out to you, Rigo. Appreciate that. Oh my goodness, that was incredible. I'm still in the room. Let me see if Rigo, Lamonte. Okay, is everybody ready? Is everybody ready? I'm gonna let you talk a minute or step away just to throw some water, do something to my face so that I can just go and not have to take a break. I'll be right back, and we're gonna get into the next question. The next question, which everybody thinks they have the answer. Did we lose Primordial Thought? Or who do we lose?
Yeah, it looks like he fell off.
Okay. Shout out to Primordial Thought. Primordial Thought is a great. Primordial Thought is gonna be right there on the team. I already know that. Shout out to you, Primordial Thought. I'm gonna step away for just a second, do something to my face. When I come back, everybody, get ready for this question right here. I'm actually gonna put the question in the room. The Primordial Thought come done?
Yes.
I'm actually gonna put this question in the room. Here is the last question that I'm gonna answer for tonight, because it's already 12:34. This will take us to about 1:10. And I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the room so that everybody know what they are about to. what they're about to expect. Why is it sounds slow? Shout out to it's like a slow horn. Shout out to Netzer the Greatest, also known as Netzer Hotep. I'm gonna put the question in the room. And I want to tell you all something right now. What's showing in the room right now? Oh, just
nothing right now. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you all right now. Look at this question, everybody. This is a question that is a basic, apparent basic question, and it's definitely based on trust for me as a teacher and humility to even put this question in the room, because this would seem like the question every conscious person claims they know. Everybody knows this one, right? Here it is. What's this question right here? Everybody knows the answer to this. Where is it? Everybody knows this right here, right? Hotep or SABA, Tehuti. Could you break the matrix, the origin of the cross, and how it predates Christianity? Everybody knows that answer, right? Everybody knows that. To ask that question in a Tehuti podcast where there's going to be thousands watching, you know that my answer is you have trust in my answer, and you have no problem. Ascari does it a lot. Someone else does it a lot. Ascari does it. I think Raphael Gary does it. But they ask questions that appear to be simple, like, tell us about Harriet Tubman. What's the Nicene Council? And then the answers that they get, they know are going to be completely different. Shout out to you, my good brother. I'm going to show the donation and give this brother some noise for this great donation for this question that's asked here. That's not it. That's not it. There it is. 25. Is it 25? $25 question and email. Give this brother some noise, please. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be back in 1 minute. Right back. When I come back, everybody, I'm going to answer that question on the origin of the cross. And let me ask the question before I go. Primordial thought. Have you learned about the origin of the cross before Christianity? Where does the cross come from?
No, not at all. I'm excited.
Oh, okay.
I only hear it tied to the Ankh. That's it. But they only leave it that, and then that's it. And then they just run. Then they just run away and just start, babbling about whatever else.
I had to step through the hard school in the Meta class. I put him through the school of hard knocks. Yet I had to say, where's the original cross? And he did exactly just that. Everybody's just instinctive to say it's the Ankh, and that's and then I play a role called Chris the Christian in the Meta class. I play the role of a Christian, and it's actually a snake-style Christian, and I would say, oh, the cross is from the Ankh, but I said the Ankh is a circle on top of a line going over the horizon, and another line coming down. Nothing is crossing. A cross is something that goes like this, right? They have to intersect, but the Ankh doesn't have any intersections. It's a circle on top of a horizon with a line going down. And I would say, how is that a cross? It's not even a cross. So we're going to find all that out, and I'm going to break it down for you. Everybody just answer that. And the interesting thing is that it's going to tie into that, but that's not going to be a cross. So yeah, I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. I'll be right back in a moment to break down the origin of the cross. I'll be right back.
What you think, Primordial Thought? You ready?
Oh, you already know it, Tef. We on.
Hey, I was just like you, brother. I was like, I wasn't vetting though. I just was looking for the truth, period. And I recognized immediately. It was an energy thing, I think. When I seen SABA and he was just talking, he was just so calm. And it was just different than all the arguing and all the other stuff, because you kind of get accustomed to that. It's like the chaos. It's like we get used to the chaos, and then I remember I was showing my goddess I was showing her one of the channels, and we was watching it, and she was like, how did you get here from there? Like, how was you able to decipher through all the foolishness and arguing and isfet? And I really didn't have an answer for her other than I was just searching for the truth for real. So I wasn't really entertained by the ignorance. It's not really entertaining when I see my people behaving in that fashion. It's just not. Once upon a time, when you're younger and you're immature, you kind of like gravitate toward that. But I think like the more responsibility you get and the more mature you get, it's like the isfet becomes. It's just not. I'm just not attracted to it. So and he's right. I unsubscribe. I don't even go to none of that because I just want to learn and I just want the truth. I want it uncut and it's more beneficial for me. Like my life is my art and I have so much to learn, bro. That's why I don't ask no questions because I want to know everything. And I feel like when I ask a question, I'm not necessarily asking the wrong question, but I always feel like I could have asked a better question. You know what I mean? But when somebody else asked the question, every question that's asked, I benefit from every single one. That's why I just support. Every question is important. Everything that SABA, everything come out SABA mouth is important. And the matrix is set up to like, it's little things that kind of try to throw you off, but I was telling my goddess, I was like, I really don't know how I was able to navigate through the ignorance to end up with the truth, other than I was just searching for the truth.
Leading with that left, brother. You leading with that left.
Saba. To our Saba.
You're welcome. Okay, here we go, everybody. So the question is the origin of the cross. This is from Netter Unk HOTEP L. Thank you, my good brother. Let me put this a little closer to me. Move this here. Netter Unk HOTEP L. Thank you very much. I think he did about 4 in a row. So thank you very much again. For those who just came on, again, he gave $25. Shout out to you. Respect for the support. And he's asking a question which most of the people would actually already think that they have the answer to. And for those who just came on and don't know what the question was, if you just tune into the podcast now, the question that he asked that is one of the first things that people think they're taught. But this brother is beautiful enough to humble himself to say, no, I'm gonna relearn it again, Tehuti style. HOTEP or SABA, could you break down? Sorry, HOTEP or. So everybody, or means great. HOTEP or SABA Tehuti. Could you break the matrix, the origin of the cross, and how it predates Christianity? This good brother is awesome because he loves questions that pertain to breaking Christianity. Was that on the screen? Was this question just on the screen right now?
Yeah, it shows Saba, yes. Okay,
good. Okay, everybody, so here we go. Welcome to the Tutti Podclass. Brothers, I'm going to see you, whoever survives to the next, after I break this down, I'll let brothers come on again. It's dropping one by one, but we'll see. But I'll have you guys come on. I'm going to break this down. This should take about maybe 35 minutes. I'm going to try maybe 40 minutes, and then we're going to get to the closing. So, brothers, I'll see you in the chat. Primordial Thought, love you. Atef, love you. Ahati, love you. Much love. Ani Patar, love you. Much love. Peace to you all. And now we're going to get into the answer. Here we go.
Peace and love.
Everybody ready? Press 9 if you... Peace. Yes, sir. Press 9 if you can hear me, because we're about to get into this awesome question that was asked by this good brother. This is late, but we're gonna I'm dedicated and I'm gonna break down. Are you all ready? Press 9 if you're ready, if you can hear me, if you can see me clear, because once I start, it's that's it. Once I start, I'm just gonna keep going. And if you're typing in the room that we can't hear you or anything, I actually won't be able to see that. So Can you all hear me clear and good? Everything's good? Press 9. Beautiful. Here we go. Ready? Here we are. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, my good people. Let me remove a hottie from the screen. And there we go. Okay, beautiful. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. It is 12:45. I'm going to see if I can get this question answered in maybe 40 minutes. This is the one right here. Beautiful question. We're going to answer it Tehuti style. Anki and Ma'at, here we go. Are you ready? Here we are. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody can see me. Here we are. You should be able to see the screen. Yep. Boom. Here we are. The cross, the most famous, iconic, religious symbol in the world. Literally. But why? Why is this origin? What is this origin? Why is this the most popular religious symbol in the world? What is its origin, and why is it a symbol that represents a redeemer while simultaneously symbolizing transfer of sins and a symbol of eternal life, transition to an afterlife realm? Why does it represent all that? Where does it come from? As a matter of fact, when we see this image, what nostalgic memories come back to your head? So I know you all aren't Christians right now, but you can just type in the room. When you see the cross, what memories come back? When you see this image, what memories just come back to your mind? You can go ahead and type it in the room. I'll look in there in a little bit, but just go ahead and type. What you see the cross, not what you think of it now, but just the memories of what does it bring to you as far as memory wise? I'll go ahead and check the room. So these crosses, all these different crosses, what comes to mind when you see these images? Because we all went to different churches, but what comes to your mind? Let me go and check the room. I want to interact with you. I want to keep everybody awake and moving. A white man hanging from it. Okay, Raphael Gary was originally a punishment before it was just. But what comes to your Jesus is always on it. Yes, that's what. Right. There we go. That's the nostalgic answer that comes. Jesus is always on it. I remember the churches. I remember it on people's necks. I remember being baptized and all that foolishness. Yeah. When we see that cross, all these memories on it. We see a white man hanging on it. What did Raphael Gary say? Raphael Gary said, white man hanging from it. And Jesus is always on it. Okay, here we go. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. So, question. Why do we read books? Everybody type it in the room real quick. Go ahead and give a quick answer. Why do we read books? Why do we even read books? What's the purpose? Go ahead and type it in the room. Why do you read a book for? Okay. While you're typing that, I'm going to give the answer that I know. To study something that was before us. Usually when you're reading a book, especially of knowledge, you're reading it about something that happened before you to gain knowledge, to catch up on history or to know what to do today. Actually, almost everything you read in the book manual is happened before you. Even if you get a vacuum cleaner, somebody created that vacuum cleaner before you, and here's the instruction manual to explain how did that person work the vacuum cleaner. Now you're reading it so that you can know today. So books are about reading things that happened before you to attain some type of knowledge or a story that you can apply to today. So Darius McNair says, yeah, to gain knowledge, gain information. Absolutely. Gain information, to gain knowledge, to learn, to get info. Jesus dying for our sins and resurrect allegedly. Yep. Yeah. So to gain knowledge, that's what to get a greater a trill. It says gain a greater understanding. Yeah. Basically, we all have the same answer. Wonderful. Pretty simple, right? That's how you read a book, to gain knowledge, to gain understanding of something that we don't know about. Because if you know about it, why would you read it, right? Watch the psyops. Ready? Snake style. Here we go. So the letters turn green. Let's look at all these different crosses, or at least most of them. See all these different crosses? bunch of different crosses here. We more than likely have seen all of them. All of these crosses look pretty familiar to us. Don't count these ones in the back, but they look pretty familiar to us. Pretty familiar, right? Church crosses. Some have lights behind them. Some are in front of the church. Some are in walls, engraved in walls. Some have Jesus on it. Some don't. All these crosses, okay? Now here we go. Ready? Wait. They are all different. Most creatively, stylistically designed. Let me reveal the first psyops. You may not have a thought about this, but let me break a matrix right here. These stylistic diversities of quote-unquote crosses is the first sign that the actual symbol was adorned in ancient times and was stolen by Christians and not the Christian narrative, which is the cross was a Roman instrument of execution that their Redeemer was killed on. That's their story. I think Stephen E. put that. Let me go in the room. I think Stephen E. actually put that, right? Stephen E., let me scroll up and see. Stephen E. put, yeah, here it is. So Stephen E. put, was originally a punishment before there was a Jesus. Right. Okay, good. So look at these crosses. See these crosses here? The psyops is actually right in front of you. Let me break the matrix for you. Something you never really thought about or may not have asked about, but let me go ahead and put this in your mind. So the narrative is the cross was a Roman instrument of execution that the Redeemer was killed on. How do we know this is psyops? You actually believe the Roman government had attractive, symmetrical, eye-appealing, artistically designed execution tools that they would spill blood and whip and punish criminals on? Well, you did. You never asked the pastor or preacher, why are the crosses so pretty? Get a good look at this? Look at these crosses, everybody. Look how stylistic they are. You got circles in the back. They got little, looks like fleur-de-lis looking things right here. These have like roses on the end of it. This one has a nice pretty light here. Look at these. They're stylistic. This has white in the middle, white line going down the middle, a nice wooden frame. This one's in flowers. Look how pretty they are. Do you mean to tell me that the Romans were doing that? That's what the Romans had? They were like, let's make this stylistically. Let's put flowers on this end, some flowers over here. We're going to put a nice white line. Why are we doing this, sir? Or we're doing this so that we can bash criminals on and spill their blood while hammering nails into them and then whipping them and their guts flying out on these nice pretty crosses. That's the, which one is the cross? Is it the one? The psyops is deep, everybody. So nobody ever asked that, right? Nobody ever asked that. The crosses that Christians have in the churches, they're very stylistic. They're pretty. They're nice. They have designs on the side. They have circles in the back, fleur-de-lis. They're very, very pretty. They don't look like an execution tool, do they? They look like an execution tool? Where the Romans put that much time into creating something pretty just to kill somebody on? And there's your first psyops, everybody. That the cross was actually something that was adored pre-Christian, because look at it. This is not something you would kill somebody on. This is too pretty. Look how symmetrically nice it is. These are designed, gorgeous things. They look nice, appealing to the eye. Eye-appealing, artistically designed. You never ask the pastor or the preacher, why are the crosses so pretty? If they're execution tools. Now, for the other side of the matrix, if someone killed a person you loved, your son, your daughter, stabbed her, hammered your 4-year-old son in the head, gutted your wife, then when you got home, you saw her gutted with a shovel. Let me ask you now, would you design a symmetrically gold shovel, pretty Gucci hammers, and put them around your neck? Do you see right off the bat the psyops isn't working? Let me go back to the screen share. Let me go back to the screen share here. Okay. Annie, I see you coming in probably because I wasn't sharing my screen. I'm about to Sure enough. Thank you, though, my brother. Appreciate it. Okay, so see these pretty crosses. So if someone was to kill a person you loved, your son. Anybody have children here? Someone was to kill your daughter, stabbed her, hammered your 4-year-old son in the head, gutted your wife when you got home with a shovel. Let me ask you, would you now design a symmetrically gold shovel, a pretty Gucci hammer, and wear it around your neck? No, you wouldn't. Human nature would never take the tool that killed a loved one and turn it into a pretty article and wear it as jewelry or put it on your holy temple. You would never put the tool that killed Malcolm X on top of a mosque, would you? No, you wouldn't. You would never do it. But yet, when we see, I don't know if that's Mahalia Jackson, I'm not sure who these people are, but whoever they are, when you look at them, it doesn't matter if they're R&B singers, it doesn't matter if they're advertisers. Look at what the cross is. The cross is a designer article. It's perfect symmetry. It's on her head right here. It's on a shirt. This is for sale. Nice gold piece. This one has some diamonds in it. Even the starving little boy has one on. Nice wooden piece. This thing here, I'm not sure what this is, but this creature has it in the middle of his forehead. This guy has a really nice looking one. Look at this one. This one's nice over here. This one is what's he got over here? This guy has a nice one. This guy has a white outfit on, nice. Look at this one. He has pink diamonds in his. Pink diamonds and rose pink diamonds. He's wearing all red, just having to look like the guy above him. Look at these beautiful things. These are gorgeous. Look at these things sparkling and shining. This is the execution tool that killed the Savior? Or was this something else? Because it seems like nobody has any qualms of wearing this execution tool, but it's the only execution tool that everybody naturally wants to wear. You don't want to wear the electric chair that killed your grandfather because he was wrongly accused. You don't want to dip that and ice that out. You don't come home and find your wife raped and stabbed, and you take the knife and say, what type of knife is this? Oh, it's a jackknife, 6 inches. Hey, let me go down to my jeweler. I want a jackknife, gold, 6 inches with a little bit of studded diamonds, some VS1s, and me and my children are gonna wear that now. Why? Because this is what gutted my wife after she was raped. Is that human nature? Absolutely not. So the fact that they're wearing this and have this on their churches shows you that this is not the execution tool. Human nature doesn't tell anybody to do that. And that's why nobody does that. Nobody wears the gun that killed Malcolm X. Nobody wears the bullet that killed Martin Luther King. Nobody. That's the psyops right off the bat. But you never thought of that. People were wearing it. You can't wear something like that. It's not your nature too. You would never do it. Let's continue, everybody. Here we go. So we got all these brothers. Look at this guy. This guy doesn't have any eyeballs. I'm not sure what. I don't go out much, so I don't know what this thing is. But is this a Halloween outfit? I'm not sure. But there's crosses here. There's one looks like it's inked in his head, and he has no eyeballs or something. I don't know. Oh, and this guy right here, Drake. I don't know how many hundreds of thousands he paid for this thing right here. He looks very happy. But I've never seen people so happy and smiling wearing an executionary tool. Have you? I've never seen it. So guess who else is depicted with the cross? Who else is sporting a cross? Oh, look at this. Oh, who else got the cross on? Ah, yes, the man himself, Jesus. This is the oldest known icon of the Christ Pantocrator. Look up Christ Pantocrator. Okay, Christ Pantocrator is the all creator. So it's an old Benzonite image, and this is at the Saint Catherine's Monastery, 6th century AD. Do you see something wrong here, anybody? What's wrong with this picture? Something is very wrong with this picture. Something is wrong with this picture, and it has to do with how I started this class off. Let's see if anybody can get it. What is wrong with this picture right here? This is Jesus right here. I'll give you a couple seconds to take a look at it, and then I'll check the room. What's wrong with this picture right here? Let me check. See if we're telling the truth. What's wrong with that picture right there, everybody? Anybody know? Nan, come here a second. It looks like Gerard Leto. I don't know what that is. What's wrong with the picture, everybody? Let me go ahead and tell you. He looks like he got a bulging eye. That's true. That's actually true. That's something else too. That's another thing. Blacked out eye. Okay, good. Let me tell you what's wrong with this, everybody. You ready? What's wrong with this picture here? It goes back to how I started the pod class. This is how I do my snake style teaching. I ask everybody a question. Once they commit to the answer, I use that answer to give them a lesson on it because they already said it. Remember how I began the class? I asked the question, does anybody remember it? It was a question, why do we read books? Everybody remember the answer? It was to get information, learn history, absorb knowledge, get information, learn history. Okay, this is one of the oldest images of Pantocrator Jesus. Okay, yes, the Jesus image already shows him with a book, with a cross already on it. Nobody ever noticed that before? The images of Jesus. Did you ever notice he already has a book and it already has a cross on it? That's how Jesus was walking around. He has a book. What is Jesus reading about? Well, that book already has a cross on the book already. Why would Jesus be walking around with a book with a Roman? Welcome to the Matrix. So he already has a cross on it. Yes, the Jesus image already shows him with a book with a cross on it. This was the hint that the Jesus character associated with a cross was derived from something pre-existing that he was reading. It's a psyops coded image. And what is interesting about what is behind Jesus? What is interesting? What is that interesting symbol behind Jesus? Here's another one. We never noticed all these pictures of Jesus. He's holding the book, didn't we? This is the Benzonite image depicting Jesus as the Pantocrator. These are some of the oldest images of the European-looking Jesus we have today. And he always has this book with a circle in it. You see that? Over here, the book with a cross on it. And over here, the book with a cross on it with a circle in it. Why is he always holding this book with a cross? What is he reading about? What is this interesting looking cross that goes back to some of the oldest quote-unquote all creator images of Jesus that we see on churches with a circle in the center? Look closely at the book he's holding. See that? There's a circle in the center, and then there's a circle behind him, and there's a cross. You go back over here, same thing. He's holding a cross, and there's a circle behind him, and he has a book with a cross. What is this image really about? What's actually happening? Why is Jesus walking around with an image of him holding a book? Is he reading something that existed before him? That's the purpose of reading, right? Is it a symbol that the cross image actually existed as something knowledgeable prior to him? Because it's on a book. It's not depicted, and it's really pretty too. Look how designer the images are. You think the Romans are going to make this? Look at this. You think the Romans made this right here? Let's put two lines here, nice two lines here, symmetrical two here, two lines here, one up the top, symmetrical, pretty image there. And how about this one here with the nice stars and dots in it, with a perfect circle in the center? You think this is what the Romans were killing people on? Absolutely not. That is not what the cross was. Take a look. This is called the Celtic cross, with the circle behind it, in front of it, or within it. Right where the lines cross each other. It's called the Celtic cross. and it's behind him, right there, with a circle, and he's holding one in his hand. It's a cross with a circle in it. A cross. Why is Jesus sporting a Celtic cross? Well, because of what the word Celtic means. Celtic root, gal, means power, ability. Old Breton, power, ability. Bravery and courage. It deals with the ability to have bravery and courage. Is this describing the Jesus character associated with the cross? Bravery and courage? Let me break the matrix for you, because it's not. Was Jesus brave and courageous? Absolutely not. Because when we go to Luke 22:41, it says, and he was withdrawn from them about the stone cast. He kneeled down and prayed, saying, Father, if thou be willing, remove this cup, the crucifixion, remove this cup from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but thine will be done. And there appeared an angel unto him from heaven, strengthening him. What did he do after he strengthened? And he began in agony. He prayed even more earnestly. And his sweat was as it were great drops of blood falling on the ground. This man was petrified. He was sweating blood not to be crucified. Does this sound like power and bravery and courage? No. Sounds like a person petrified. You don't want nothing to do with the cross. You see Jesus right here? Oh, oops. Wrong plagiarized. Let's get back to the cross and Jesus sweating blood to escape it. And as you can see, even after the angel strengthened him, he prayed even harder to escape. He strengthened him about the cross. Jesus sweating blood. What did he do afterwards? Luke 22:44, being in agony. He was so scared. Imagine being so scared of something you're in agony. And he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat as it were great drops of blood falling down. This man was petrified. This is not bravery, especially when you and God pre-planned this 4.6 billion years ago. Jesus, you remember 4.6 billion years ago? The all-knowing God, and you already planned this to happen? Remember this? So this is not bravery, especially when you and God planned this 4 billion years ago, Jesus. So what is the origin of the ancient cross that we originally see behind Jesus' image that predates him? Because he is reading a book with it on the book. And it represents bravery, the Celtic cross. It's right behind him, and it's a circle cross on the book. And here it is right over here. What is this cross? It represents bravery and courage. But Jesus nowhere in the Bible was brave and courage. He was petrified. Okay? But sometimes you may see bravery cross, and it appears with a fish on it. Look at this, everybody. So everybody may think they know what this is. What is this image? What is this cross with a circle behind it and a fish-looking thing on it? Looks like three symbols in one: a cross, a circle behind it, and a fish-looking thing on it. Get your pens and pads out, because what I'm about to reveal, you have never heard before. I will test the room. What have you been taught a fish on a Celtic cross is? And not just the fish on this exact circle cross symbol. The question is to everyone in the class, the viewers, the chat, the team, scribe, Menkora, Atef, Ahati, moderators, anyone tell me what these two together represent, because I've never revealed it before. Let me see if the past teachers have. What is the symbol with the fish and the Celtic cross? How do they come together? Let me check the room and see if anybody knows. And don't start breaking down the fish, please. I never asked about that. What is the symbol of the fish and the Celtic cross together? It's one thing. Don't just break down the Celtic cross, and don't just break down the fish. What is the fish and the Celtic cross? How do they combine with each other? Anybody know? The fish and the Celtic cross. Break it down. The fish and the circle cross all together. What do they have to do with each other? What does it mean? Anybody know? Don't tell me about the fish. Don't tell me about the cross. Tell me about the fish and the circle and the cross together. All those, that's one symbol. What is it? Anybody know? Anybody know? I see a lot of people talking about the fish, even though I tell them not to. You know, they can't help it. They can't. I love how the brain works. It's like, don't tell me about the fish. I know you all are excited, and when people think they know something, they want to just, but I'm saying, don't tell me about the fish. I want to know what the fish and the Celtic cross together mean together. Anybody know? The fish and the Celtic cross. Hey, shout out to this is a new person, Wiggy. What is this? Wiggy1 2300. Shout out to you. I've never seen you before. Peace and love. Shannon put infinity sign. Let me break it down, everybody. Thank you for your what everybody typed. Now I'm going to tell you for the first time. So when you hear people answering it like this, you know that you are part of history because they're getting it from this Podclass. This answer has never been done before, and there's nobody breaking this down. And that's why nobody's ever heard of it before, and nobody can answer it because the fish, somebody put Dagon. That's a hint. So how is it tie-in? What is the connection between the fish and the circle? Thank you all for your inputs. Great. Mark this date. So when you hear people saying this after this date, you knew where it came from. And you were part of that history. Now, most of us have seen this before, whether from myself or others. And this is what came to everybody's mind, right? Everybody thought about the fish. Everybody's typing Dagon. The fish is Pisces. The fish, the fish, the fish. But I'm asking about the fish and the Celtic cross together. Those two things together are a symbol that actually break the matrix and reveal the importance of them being together, which is why sometimes you see the cross with the circle in the middle, Celtic cross, and the fish on top of that. That's something specific. So we've heard of Dagon, and the fish head, the Mitri on the Pope's hat. We've been breaking this down. I've been breaking this down since 1992. So we're all familiar with the fish. But what is this? What is the fish on the circle cross? What is it? Let me break it down for the first time. Here are the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you for being a part of this symbol. So what actually is Dagon the god of? So somebody put Dagon, right? So what is Dagon the god of? Does anybody know? Well, here we're going to go to Britannica right here. And Dagon, spelled Dagon, West Semitic god, crop fertility. Crop fertility. Dagon was the Hebrew Ugaritic common noun for grain. The god was the god of the grain. Crop fertility, grains. Okay, so Dagon ties into grains. Very good. Steven put, somebody put flat earth. This is hilarious. Gosh. Oh man, it's good to laugh. It's late though. Thank you so much. Grain, that's right. Dagon is associated with grain. Ready, everybody? What does grain have to do with the fish and the circle? Ready? Here we go. Over to the Podclass. So Dagon is associated with grain and crop fertility. Wonderful. So we see the fish everyone's talking about, and how is it also the symbol of grain, a grain god? So we see the fish that everybody's familiar with, but how is it a symbol of a grain god? Now I will take you to the Medunetter entry for grain. Everybody ready? Here's the Medunetter entry for grain. Get a good look. Medunetter entry 29. And here's the grain, plural grains. Then we have grain production. This is the first time you all are ever going to see this. Take note. Or how is this symbol tie into the fish and grain? What does it mean together? It's the Dagon grain. We got that part. So we know one is the grain. And here we go. So here we go, everybody. Well, In order to mill the grain, you must have a grain grinder. Let me show you the metaglyph for the grain grinder. Get a good look, everybody. This is the Egyptian hieroglyphic in the dead. It's also called Anet. Gardner AA27. And has the shape of a cross. Presumably some tool such as a mill, often alongside of a pot. Ideogram, determinative in context of grains. Grinding stone, grind, to rub out. Do you see that symbol right there? Does that look familiar? What is that, everyone? Let me magnify it and show you the meta word for the grain grinder. Uh-oh. And there it is. Boom. The grain symbol in Kemet is the circle, even down to the shape of how this particular cross comes out like a horn. Look how the meta symbol comes out. See how it widens? And there's a circle in the center. Then these widen. Then it widens. The circle in the center. This is the grain symbol, everybody. Uh-oh. The grain symbol with the fish of the Dagon, because the Dagon is a word that actually means grain. And there we have the Medunetter grain symbol. It's called Anet, also. Anet. And it is right there in front of you as the Celtic cross, the Benzonite image that's behind the Jesus. How does this all tie in? Boom, the Medunetter for grain processing, something that a farmer or a shepherd does. Whose Kemetic position of the great grain culture, and guess what? Here it is. So this is the Kemetic position of the grain man, the farmer and the shepherd. Right there. And if you take Jesus' image and cut it in half with his staff and superimpose it with the other half of Tutankhamun or any pharaoh, it actually turns into the pharaoh image. Yes, the crossing of the arms. So when you cross your arms, that is a symbol of the grain master and the farmer. The cross, the crossing of the arms, like you see Tutankhamun doing right there. Crossing of the arms. The crossing of the arms is the grain master, the grain grinder, the grain farmer, and the great shepherd, whose symbol is the great cross of a grain grinding tool called the Anet. And yes, the crossing of the arms, you prepare for the everlasting life. This Jesus becomes the God of the grain, depicted with the same tool called the winnowing fan. And that's why we see Jesus over here in Matthew 3:12. His winnowing fork is in his hand. He will clear his thrashing floor, gathering his wheat grains into the barn and burning up the chaff with unquenchable fire. It is separating the bad grain from the good grain. And you see images of Jesus there with his tool in his hand, as you can see right here. This tool of the winnowing fork is this tool Pharaoh holds right here, the heck and the ku, which is the tool that separates grain. And this one holds the sheep, the heck and the ku. And the word ku means light, conscious light. Conscious light, the ability to consciously see something. Because you don't need your eyes to see. You can see the truth from falsehood with your eyes closed. You can hear a story and know what's truth and falsehood, and you say, I see what you mean. And you say that with your eyes closed. The term see and ku, light seeing, is associated with understanding. That's why when you say to somebody you understand them, you say, I see what you're talking about. But you can't actually see what they're talking about. You can hear, but when you see it is when you understand it. The light consciousness that gives you the ability to separate negativity from positivity is fed from Ma'at is called Ku, and that is symbolized by the threshing, winnowing fork that you separate wheat from, the good wheat from the bad wheat. And then you hold it in the shape of a cross when you're going into the everlasting life. And so the word for wheat was Dagan. And that is why the Dagan fish is above the grain tool, because Dagan is the word for grain and the god of grain. And the shape of that particular cross is the grain tool. So that you put the fish of Dagan over the grain tool because it represents the master of the grain, the great farmer. Wow, Tehuti, this is crazy. And how does this all tie in with that cross representing a brave man? Well, who was the brave anointed son of God, son of Mary, through a spiritual birth, who had the courage and bravery to fight the evil one called Satan, who is your guide to everlasting life, because no one gets to the Father but by him and through him? That just sounds like Jesus, doesn't it? Well, no, it's actually Heru. It's actually right here that you get to the Father, and no one gets to the Father but by him, because he's depicted in the Purim Haru as holding your hand, taking you to the Heavenly Father, Asar, or El Asar, where you get the word Lazarus from, the first resurrected of the dead, which was Asar, the first resurrected of the dead. Here is Heru taking you to Asar Lazarus, the Heavenly Father, because Heru is the great light, the great bird that flies through the sky. You cannot get to the Father but by him. His mother's name is Mary, and he's the courageous one who fought Satan, who was known as Set. Oh, guess how you spell Heru's name in the Medunetter when he is called, when he redeems his father. So Heru, by the way, let me get in the room right here. Heru is the great redeemer. He's the great redeemer, the first redeemer, not the Jesus, but the first redeemer who redeemed his father's death. Guess what his name was when he was the great redeemer? Guess how you spell that name as the great redeemer? Guess how you spell that name? Let me spell it out for you in the Medunetter and see if this ties in for you. See what you get out of this. So he was the great redeemer of his father. No man gets to his father but by him. But how do you spell that name? Well, we're going to go to the Purim Haru. Let's go to the Purim Haru, right? Let's go to the Book of the Dead, as they call it. And this is the Book of the Dead, plate 7. And here it is. It says, Amsu Heru is the avenger of his father. What's the word for avenger? Oh, look, Annette. There's the cross. There's the grain grinder. He was the avenger. He was the redeemer of his father, the brave one, the Celtic cross. There's this image right there. That's the word for one who is brave enough to redeem his father and became known today as the Celtic cross. Thus the word Celtic means bravery, not pertaining to a Jesus who was actually crying blood, sweating blood. Boom! The one of the grain, the brave avenger. The original cross was Heru's actual name. That was one of his names, Herunet. Do you see it right here? There it is. There's Heru right there. Oh, did I? Oh no! What? You see right there? If you all can hear me, see me, press a 9. Heru, net. You see H-R, Heru net, the avenger. He was the great avenger of the great redeemer of his father. Avenge and redeem, same thing. You're bringing right to that which is wrong. His name is the actual grain grinding tool, which is Herunet, the great grain grinder, the great shepherd, that you put your position in the position of his father, the great shepherd, when you want to transfer a transition into the afterlife. When you get your consciousness, because the Lord is my shepherd, and you walk through the valley of the dark shadow of the darkness, but you can still see. Why? Because your ku is activated from Podclass. Oh, the Sayats gets deeper. It gets deeper. Speaking of crossing over to the afterlife, do you actually know the Greek word in the Bible for what? Oh, the psyops gets deeper. Oh, the psyops gets deeper. Speaking of crossing over to the afterlife, do you actually know what the Greek word in the Bible for cross is? It's actually storos. And it's crucified. Storos. It's storo. In Bodmer's papyrus, P75, storograms are the earliest image of Jesus on the cross, predating other Christian crucifixion imagery by 200 years. Here is Storos, and this is the P75 Bodmer papyrus. Shrink it down. Are you ready, everybody? Here is the the oldest Storos in the Bodmer papyrus P75, and here it is. This is the word that they're saying is cross. Probably can't make this out. I don't expect you to, so I'm going to help you out with that. I know that you can't see it. Let me zoom in. Let's look at the word Storos. Do you see that, everybody? You see anything interesting there? Anything at all? Anything interesting? Let me zoom in even more. There's the image in Storos, which they say is cross, but it's actually not. It's actually not the word cross. It's actually the word stake. But the word has the unk in it, and that's where the confusion came in. That the cross came from the unk, because the Storos word that they're using translating as cross is actually storos, and it's a stake. Because you would think that the Romans had these pretty crosses with designs on it that you're going to wear on your shirt as a killing tool, when in actuality it was just any wood. Some wood was designed for your hands to hang on. Some wood was just long, a stake in the ground, and the criminals would just hang on it. They'd be nailed to the back like this. There's no cross thing going over for them to have their hands on. It's just a stake in the ground, and it's storos. But the symbol for the word looked exactly like the unk. But to the Greeks and the Romans, it was a killing tool, because remember, they took everything Kemetic and made it death. Remember that class I did? Everything that's life is death. I did that class already, if you all remember that clearly. The Shen, which means everlasting life, they turn it into the word cartouche, which is the cartridge of a bullet to kill you. The Harakuti Temra, which you're calling the Sphinx, is the symbol of the 25,920 degree year period that it takes for the axis to go through the 12 houses, which is a complete circle of life. They turn it to the word Sphinx, which is to strangle you. Everything, the Mummy movie is a horror movie, but the Sahu, which is the original mummy, is about everlasting life. So the symbol of the Ankh, which was actually about everlasting life, they put it as Storos with that same symbol, but it became a symbol of violent killing, because the Europeans and the Romans took everything that was about life. They were attracted to death. They made it death. They took the top part, which was a version of a Shen, and made it Omega, which is also death. Almost any symbol that you can think of in Kemet became something that was evil. I did a whole class on that. So the Storos, which was actually the Ankh, they made the symbol of something that you kill a criminal on. When in ancient times it was a symbol of everlasting life and had nothing to do with an actual cross. The real cross is coming up. The actual cross, there it is, the Book of the Dead, Per Amharu, coming forth by light, now is dead. The Book of the Dead. Everything they turn into death. They did the same thing with the Storos. It was not a cross. They put the word cross in there in the English that you have. But yet, when you go to Rome, you see stakes and all type of wood that they would hang people on. Nothing pretty. Nothing symmetrical pretty like this pretty cross that they're showing you. Nope. It was something meant to be uncomfortable. There is your storus, which is the word for cross in the Bible, but it's actually the Ankh, as you can see ever so clearly. Boom, the Ankh. Why is this not popularly known? Where are these papyruses? I want to see these papyruses. Are they hidden? Are they protected? Tehuti? Why would Gospels be protected? The Bible is the Word of God. It's everywhere for everyone. Well, let me take you to discovery.com to find out what happened to these original papyruses with the Ankh on them. Let's see what happened. Here we are on discovery.com. Discovery, the oldest Gospels acquired by the Vatican. Oh, the oldest Gospels acquired. The world's oldest known copy of the Gospel of St. Luke, containing the earliest Lord's Prayer, and one of the oldest copies of the Gospel of St. John, have been acquired by the Vatican, according to some reports in Rome. A non-sectarian New York nonprofit paved the way, helped facilitate the acquisition. Now stored in the Vatican's library, the documents are for the first time available for scholarly review. Why is that? In the future, excerpts may be put on display for the general public. What's all this protection? Collectively known as the Bodmer Papyrus, with these Roman numerals, the documents date to 175 to 225 AD and consist of 51 leaves from manuscripts that originally consisted of 72 leaves, of course, right? Folded in the middle to form a single choir. According to the Father Richard Donahue, rector of the Cathedral of St. Paul, Birmingham, Alabama, who also helped with the acquisition, the papyrus authenticates that which has been passed down over the millennia. F.R. Donahue told the Discovery News. Okay. So where are these papyruses, man? What's the story behind them? Well, let's look at the story, everybody. Watch how this turns into a movie. Watch this. You ready? Okay. To fund the construction of the library, the Martin Bodmer Foundation contacted the auction house, Christie, about the sale. Gary Krupp, founder of the Pave the Way, Donahue and others learned of the sale, and with the Vatican's help, sought a buyer who could purchase the papyrus for the Vatican. That would Frank J. Hanna III, CEO of Investment Management Company and the co-chairman of Presidential Advisory Commission on Educational Excellence, agreed to be the buyer. Hanna privately purchased the document. These are words of God, right? Privately purchased documents for an undisclosed significant price. With drama befitting a Dan Brown novel, the papyrus was transported to Switzerland to the Vatican. An armed motorcrad surrounded by people with machine guns picked up the text, said Krupp, the only Jewish man to have ever twice knighted by two popes. Donahue added, the materials were carried in passenger section of the public plane that had some seats removed. Officers then escorted it to the Vatican. Carl Jean-Louis Torin, a librarian and active archivist at the Vatican, received the papyrus, from which he took a few pages to the Pope Benedict's private apartment. Wow. Armed forces moving these gospels with machine guns, with them being put in the passenger section of planes where they're ripping out seats just to move these papyruses that have the storus on it. What's going on here? The psyops. Do you ever notice the hypnotic phrase that every Christian from here to Japan says? Jesus died on the quote-unquote cross so he can deliver us from sin. The transference of everlasting life concepts is directly from the pyramid text, 2400 BC, antechamber, south wall, utterance 260. Here's where it's from, everybody. Jesus died on the cross so he can deliver and transfer. He transferred the sins to himself to give you everlasting life. Well, we go to the antechamber of the pyramid text, south wall, utterance 260, and what does it say? So that he punishes strife. Unas comes out, is the guardian of Ma'at. He brings it while it is with him. Those who are very angry turn around about him. Those who are in noon transfer life to him. It's about a transference of life to him. Okay? When energy transfers, it has to pass through the peripheral of an entity. The exact point of entrance where the two energies of life overlap in order to transfer would be a, what would it be? What would it be? The exact point of entrance where two energies of life overlap in order to transfer. What would that be, everybody? What would that be? Very simple. The answer is it would be a cross or crossing. Boom. And what transfers life, quote unquote, energy on the most basic understandable level? Sex, the orgasm, as seen demonstrated in a study at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, where people were injected with radioactive oxygen tracer and stimulated to orgasm to see which parts of the brain were stimulated. It was also where they rediscovered a light energy that was synchronistic with the orgasm, and they called it bions, which transferred in and out of the body that had to cross the peripheral. They found that pleasure is the movement of the organ charged biological energy towards the peripheral, and anxiety is the movement of the energy towards the center. All energy that is bypassing and crossing over the peripheral of the skin to get energy from one thing into a person. That they usually depict when they show you with images of chakra and lights, auras going around a person, which we know is stunning photography. By the way, the root of the word bion is bio, which means life. Thus, sexual energy, which creates everlasting life, is associated with a crossing over of bioenergetic life energy, which can also transfer and cross to another individual, not just through sexual intercourse, which creates life, but also bion light itself crosses over. And that's why when the University of California did that study that I spoke about so many times and showed the two individuals that were angry with each other, there was a bar seen in the middle, an auric bar, where the two individuals that were peaceful and loving, they formed a bridge and a crossing of energy past the peripheral of this bion energy. So the Groningen, Netherlands, showed the bion energy. University of California showed the bion energy, and it could crisscross or cross over from one person to a next, or cross over from the outside of the peripherals of the skin into the inside of the person. This is bion energy or life energy. Boom, the crossing of the Ka energy to make one have the ability to enter the next realm. What do they call that day? What do they call that today? They say, see you at the what roads? What do they call it when you go to the other side of eternity? They've even made songs about it. What do they see? What do they say, everybody? See you at the what roads? What's the word there in the middle? See you at, they even have a song. I think Bone Thugs and Harmony has a song about it. What is it called, everybody? See you at the what? See you at the what? Crossroads. That's right. You see that? So the word crossed became significantly associated with something that pertains to the afterlife, the crossing over to the afterlife. That's right, Wiggy Wong, Darius McNear, the crossroads. That's right, Rigo, the crossroads. Stephen E said crossroads, Darius got it. That's right, the crossroads. Ooh, welcome everybody to the Podclass. Here we go. Gonna break this down. I'm staying up late for all of you tonight. For this breakdown, this is a breakdown of breakdowns. Here we go. You all got it right. Boom. See you at the crossroads. You know the word for that realm in the Medu is Urt. The word for the realm that you go to after death, one of the words for it is called Earth. Guess how you write it, everybody? There it is right there. Earth. It means to rest. And here it is right here. Look how you write it. There it is, everybody. You see that? The name of the other world. You see where the arrow is pointing to? What is that, everybody? That's where they get that concept from. Crossroads, because the actual way to write in the meta-netter, the name for the other side that you go to, the first letter of it is a cross. It's the crisscross, called the other realm. You see that? The Earth, boom, with a cross, which is right there where the arrow is pointing to. So that's when you cross over, or you transition from the one who rests, which is called the Earth, which means to rest. There's the cross right there. And then when you rise in consciousness as Asar did, then you become the inert, one who rests not, because now you're active, you're back to life. So you go from a sleeping realm to be motionless to an inert. Now you're moving. And that's where the scientists got the word for causing something to continuous moving. They call it inertia, or the inert. It is inert, which is Osiris's name, which is one who was resting at one time and then crossed over to consciousness, and then he became the inert, from earth to inert. And the word of it was drawn with a cross. Boom, with a cross. The X is the crossing of photonic energy, symbol of the quantum world of the spirit Ba. That's what it is. And that's why when you look at the quantum symbol of the other side in the quantum realm of the string theory, what's the thing theory? What's the string theory? What's the quantum string theory? It is the invisible forces that all intercross and interconnect in a realm that you can't see with your physical eye. It is that which intercrosses like a web and connects you to that other side and connects everything, and you can't see it. And when the two things entangle, they call it photonic entanglement. And there's no distance limit to the photonic entanglement. So this is actually right here, what you're looking at, that I've shown before, is the quantum string theory symbol, which is the cross. The same exact symbol that is over here, the realm of the unseen that the eye can't see, where things intercross and are interconnected. They call it the crossroads. Now, the birth on the thigh of the Holy Mother, that's what we call it. Why do we call it that? Because you can't be brought to life without feminine energy. So the birth of the thigh of the Holy Mother of God, which was Neith. Neith is considered the mother of Ra, the Holy Mother of God. Guess how you spell Neith? Oh, the meta-netter for Neith is the exact quantum string theory symbol that is the crossroads, because she is the god of knitting energy that you can't see, the god of weaving and binding of energetic forces that crisscross each other that you can't see. So the scientists took Neith's name, which are these two symbols right here, this one here, this one here, and this one here. And that's why when we go to the scientific symbols for the quantum string intercrossing theory, we see Neith's name in there. The meta-netter goddess of the string theory. And I'm still not done. I'm still not done. Why be done when there's more? Boom! The way to cross over into this realm successfully is to be pure with Ma'at in you. Ma'at has to be in you and a part of you. Unki M Ma'at. You live M. Unk. Live M. It's in you. The word N. So the Ma'at has to be inside of you to the point where you guard it as you would yourself, because there's no separation between you and Ma'at. You guard the truth as you guard yourself, because you consider yourself a walking manifestation of the truth. So to guard the truth is the same as guarding yourself. After this consciousness has been transferred to you, then you can see, quote unquote, you can see and judge good from evil. You can examine, which is what the word mat means, to see. With the ku, the light energy, conscious light, to see. That's why the word ma'a means to see and examine, which is the only way a life form can guard itself. The only way a life form guards itself, it has to see and know what's going on around it. They don't fight blind. You have to see, whether you use sonic energy, whether you use sonar, radar, echo, whether you're a bat, you have to be able to see what's going on around you. Whether you're a seal, a fish, whether you're nocturnal like an owl, whether you're a lion, you have to see in order to block and fight. So thus the concept of Ma'at is associated with that which guards you and protects you. But what does it protect you from? Negative Isfet entering into you, because you are Ma'at, you are the truth, so thus negative energy can't enter into you. Only the positive energy can go through you. Let me take you to the Purim Haru, plate 1, and look to the word for guard. Here we are, everybody. Now that I've broken all that down, we're going to go to, what did I put here? Plate 1, page 4, here it is. So here it is right here. The Ab2 fish, the ant fish. I did a class on that already. And here it is, here it is. May I see Eru as the guardian. The word for see is ma'ah. Do you see it right there? The word ma means to see. It doesn't just mean truth and balance. You only know the truth once you can decipher it. The word for guardian is ari. You see right there? So ma'ah, may I ma'ah as the guardian. The ma'ah is the guardian. The ability for you to see and be conscious is your ari. It is your guardian of the rudder, the Tehuti, and Ma'at. Look at the other glyph for Ari. Here's Ari right here. Oh, look at that. It's an eye in order to see. The same eye as Ma'at. Because in order to protect yourself in the afterlife, when you cross over, you have to be able to see. So that's the same word for guardian, which is the symbol of the eye, is the same word over here for Ma'at, which is a symbol of the eye. You see right here? There's Ma'at. Because that's how you guard yourself. When you completely see within a realm of truth, you can decipher the good wheat, the good grain from the bad grain, the Isfet from the Ma'at. Because now you can see and examine, and now you can guard yourself. Biological imperative. So that's the same word Ari for guardian is the same symbol for Ma'at. Boom. Let's look back on plate 1 for the Med spelling of Ma'at. Oh, look at that. There's Ma'at, the eye, means to see, and there's Ari, the guard, the eye. Same exact eye. Because that is how you protect yourself when you have the ability to see in the darkness or to see conscious reality, even though that which surrounds you is Isfet and chaos. Woo! Let's go back to the pyramid text where it says, those who were very angry turn about him. Those who were in noon transfer life to him. But the next one, Unas, shelter is in his eye. The protection of Unas is in his eye. Unas' victorious strength is in his eye. The power of Unas is in his eye. The eye, Ma'ah, is your protection, the Ari. Ooh, let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Podclass, because this energy of life and Ma'at has transferred to you. You see where it says right here? Those who are in noon transfer life to him. Once the life, that energy transfer and crosses over to that being through the peripheral of his existence, it crosses into him. Then he's in the crossroads. Then the eye is the protection, because he has the ability to see good from evil. So because this energy of life and Ma'at has transferred to you, thus it's in you now, because it's on inside of you. And it's to cross over that which was you, because you're where you exist, apparently with your eyes stops where your skin stops. Oh, where you going, man? Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Which takes us to the Medner glyph for in. What's the Medner glyph for in, everybody? There it is right there. Where are you going? I have carried away the god who, my own town. I have found him in. See the word for in? In is am. which is just ma backwards. It's the same word. Ma, am, me, mat, mut, all that is the exact same word. Doesn't matter if it's read forward or backward, because the vowel sound can come before or after the consonant. So it can be am, or it can be m, or it can be ma. You see that right there? Against the weak. So I have found in him, in it. Against the weak, in. Look at the word in now. See in right here? In is the same owl. So whether it's an owl with the reed, or whether it's just the owl, it is M, or whether it's im, it's the same thing, which is in something. He who lives in, you see, Anta, im, and M, same thing. Am, in, ma, same thing. He who liveth in. So the Anki and Ma'at has to be inside of you. And the word there is the owl, which is the same word from Ma'a, because it is the letter M, which spells the first letter of Ma'a, which has the owl with the two eyes always facing you. Because it is the magnetic glyph that's not going in any direction. It's actually facing you, representing the vision of the owl, which is the vision of Ma'a, because Ma'a means to examine. And the owl has 260 degrees of a head spin, because it has so many thick rods in its eyes. The eyes can't actually move. It almost looks like it spins its head in a 360. At nighttime, giving it good vision, representing Ma again. To transfer across the peripheral to be in you, and the owl, which is M, is Ma, to examine, the precise ability to see, quote unquote, in the dark as an owl does, when the truth is in you and you are it. When the truth has crossed over and become a part of you and transferred life to you, and you are it, then you are Ma'at. It is in you, it's crossed over to you, and now you have the ability to see in that realm that they call the crossroads, which is earth, which is drawn with a cross. Okay, and because the Am is Ma'a, which I've taught you means investigate and examine to get to the truth, and the symbol is the I, let me break a matrix for you. What do investigators say when they want to speak with an eyewitness again, to be sure they get the total truth? What is the word that immediately comes to mind that associates with the word examine? Let me go in the room and see. What's the word that goes with examine when the investigators want to talk to an eyewitness again to make sure they get the total truth? What's the word they use before examine? We know examine means ma'at and ma is also in. What's the word they use? What examine? Let's blank examine the witness. What's that word there? Anybody know? What's that word there? We got to talk to the witness again to make sure we get all the details. What is that word? Blank examine. Nobody knows? Interrogate examine? Interview examine? No. What is it called when they go to the... There it is. Cross. They put the word cross with the word examine when they want to get the complete truth and talk to the eyewitness. They say we're going to cross-examine the witness to get everything for sure this time. It's cross-examine. They put it right there in front of you. They know they have to put the word cross in front of examine. It could be examine again. It could be many other things, but they make sure they put the word cross. So when investigators, because ma'at means to examine, investigate, of today say they want to speak with an eyewitness, the I, because the I is how you write ma'at, which is to get the truth of something, and they want to be sure they get the truth because the word truth is ma'a. What is the word they use? Cross-examine, because the word ma'a means examine. I put HOTEP, I'm done, but psych, I lied because, oh wait, one more thing you should know by now. My teaching style is all a build, a setup. then the snake style 360. Remember in the very beginning of the class, I asked about the nostalgic feeling you felt when you saw that cross, and all of you gave different answers. Most of you said white man on the cross. What do you see when you see that symbol? Some said Jesus hanging from it. There's a bunch of different images when I showed the cross, and in your subconscious mind, you gave a lot of images of nostalgia. Do you know what nostalgia means, everybody? Nostalgia is when you see something and it's something from your past that brings back this nice feeling. That's what nostalgia is. It brings back a certain feeling. So here's what I showed you, and I said, what comes to mind when you see this image? All of you gave the answer. So where are you going? Where are you going? Nope. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Okay. Ready? What if I were to tell you that you have never seen that cross before in your life, but the imagery is still in your subconscious? That is from the temple of Kamambo in Kemet, by the way. Is the udder of the mother cow. The cross, I wonder what that means. And here is the scepter of the shepherd that you hold when you cross over. Where are you going? You want to go over here? Hold on, everybody. And there's the cross, there's the cow, udder symbol, a cross symbol, and then the symbol you hold when you cross your arms. This is from Kamambo Temple in Kemet. What is that though? Boom. And guess what it is, everybody? It's the cross. It is the other way to spell the am, which is in the imbuing of truth, ma'ah, within which you need, at the crossroads, the Netzerkert, the earth, where you are reborn upon the thigh of Mary and become the Son of God and gain everlasting life. Now I'm done. This is the other way to spell am, which is crossing something inside of you. It's to something to be in you, and it is actually the cross. And this is the female image, the udder of life. And this is in, and this is the hek, which is a symbol of power. And it's the shepherd's sign of control, which you cross over when you're in your quote-unquote mummified state. And you represent the great God of the shepherd, because the other side represents the God of the grain. Hotep, I'm done, everybody. That is it. Boom. There you go. I hope you all appreciated that. That is my answer. That is the original cross. That is where they came from, both of them. The Celtic cross, the cross of the Am, the cross of the Ma'ah, which something has to cross over to be in you, because the life transfers over to Unas, and then it becomes something that's in him, and then he becomes the guardian of it, because he can see with Ma'ah, which is Am, which the way you spell that is the cross, representing something crisscrossing into you in order for it to be a part of you. Boom, that's it. I'm done, everybody. Woo! Gosh, it's 2 in the morning. Let me check the room and see what you all thought of it. Ra Moses says, Tehuti, great sharing of information. Thanks. Thank you, my good brother. Ooh, Wiggy Wong says, Hotep. I'm going to put the link in the room, and you all can tell me what you thought of the answer, and then we're going to close this out. This is the latest 7 hours and 37 minutes of teaching, everybody. I take 8-minute breaks. 8-minute breaks or so. 7 hours and 35 minutes, and I take 3 8-minute breaks. So that is over 7 hours of teaching. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. If you've seen anything like this before, please put their name or YouTube channel in the chat. I am not a lecturer. I am not your favorite teacher. What I am is an answerer. It is a new title that has never been brought to the conscious community before, and that's why I appear to be so confusing, because nobody knows what to label me. Is he a Kemetic teacher? I'm an answer of questions. So I'm not your favorite teacher. I am the answer of questions. I don't come here with a lecture to teach. I do teach well, but everything that I teach is based on a question that you asked. And I answer it with the utmost thoroughness to the best of my gifted ability. And I hope that you all learned from these answers that I gave. I am an answerer. That is a title I brought to the quote-unquote conscious community that doesn't exist, because no other person calls himself an answerer. Atef, you or any other brothers see that's their title? They're an answerer?
Never.
No. It's something brand new, inventing and bringing to this community. And why? Because it is the hardest thing to be. It's easy to be a teacher. You got bad teachers. You got all kind of teachers, and you're all a whole group of teachers and the Kemetic teachers. It's hard to be an answer. That means that the knowledge I give is only based on what you ask. It's your journey, your quest. It's not my quest. It's your journey and your quest, and I'm answering what is on your mind. And that is very, very difficult to do. So I'm bringing a new title, and that is The Answerer. Knock, knock, and the door is answered. And that's why I call myself a SABA, because of that. Knock, knock, and someone answers the door. The door is the SABA that you knock on. One person's on one side, and the answer is on the other side. But the SABA is the doorway you get through to get to the answer. Because you can't just smash through the door and go in somebody's house. Somebody has to open the door, and that is the person that is the answer. I'm just the doorway. I'm not even claiming to come up with the information. I'm just the doorway that's utilizing a gift that I got. Thank you, everybody, for appreciating this. Yes, bringer of knowledge. Yes, yes, yes. All of that. Boom. Gentlemen, you can go ahead and speak for a minute, and then we're going to close it out. Now you know what the cross is, Atef.
Amazing, Saba. Absolutely amazing.
You want to chill? Okay. Thank you very much. That's the so you see where the Ankh and the cross diverged and the confusion began? It's from their word for the stake. That's why the Jehovah's Witnesses never say cross. Walk up to a Jehovah's Witness, they'll never tell you Jesus died on a cross. They'll tell you he died on a stake. And ask them, what's that word there for stake? They'll say storus. The Jehovah's Witnesses never say cross. Ask one when you see them. Okay, here we go, everybody. How you doing over there, Annie Patah?
HOTEP, doing excellent. That was, I've been waiting for that since you dropped that gem in the Medu class. Because that's where he first planted the seed of you all, was in the Medu class, when he was like, no, so if you're not in the Medu class, get in it ASAP. That was beautiful, great Saba. It's just really amazing to me how all these symbols that we don't really have to get rid of what we already love. We just have to reprogram and reevaluate ourselves to the original teachings of the symbols that originate with us anyways. And that's the beautiful thing about it, is these aren't new concepts that we today practice. They just seem that way, but in reality they're not. And it's just beautiful that we have you, Great Saba Tehuti, and being able to really reveal and show this to us and bring this to us, so that way we have the truth and we can do with it as we please, and move from there. So so grateful to you, Great SABA Tehuti. That was beautiful.
Thank you, my brother. That's right. Thank you so much. You have the truth, and then you can do with it as you know the best. Can you hear me, everybody? My screen is frozen.
Yes, we can hear you, Saba.
Okay, good. Yes, absolutely. So now you know why these symbols are so powerful. The cross is an extremely powerful symbol. They knew that it was. They just changed it to another narrative. The power is still there. Fire is very, very powerful. You can say this fire represents a god, or you can say that this fire is just something we cook with. No matter what you say it is, when I throw that fire on your skin, you're going to burn. No matter what you change the narrative to, the fire itself holds a power. That's what they did with all of our symbols. The symbols hold a power regardless of what you say that it is. The symbol was already created with an intention. And it represented life in many forms. See one behind me? See that right there? When you put the cross in a circle, it represents where people live. That's the difference between Kemet and what they say is the black land. Because this symbol doesn't mean land, it means where people are alive at. You can have land and nobody there alive, but when you have this symbol, that's life. So a little extra jewel there, but let's get on. Let's get on with the last donations. Wow. Atef, you going straight to work after this?
No, I'm gonna go to lay down for a little bit and then take my goddess and my daughters to the library.
Oh,
it's my Earth Day. It's my Earth Day today, Saba.
Oh, happy Earth Day! Actually, today, right? Because it's after 12.
Yes. Yeah, it's 5. What time? It's 5. It's 5:07 here. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful gift. My God is sitting here. She just woke up. She dozed off. I'm gonna go to sleep for a few hours. Wake up, go to the library.
You know what's beautiful is when you tell your God is when you tell your ladies, or vice versa, that you're gonna hang out with the fellas, and we're gonna hang out till 5 in the morning. At least she knows you're right there by the computer. You're still hanging out with the fellas, but it's a different hangout now. You're right there getting knowledge as opposed to stumbling in half drunk.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can hang out with the fellas right here on this screen. All right, everybody, we're gonna do some shout outs. And the donators, the beautiful donators. There's some great donations that have come in today. Thank you all. This is really really beautiful, everybody. Let me go ahead and put this in the room right here. Give him some noise, everybody. This is Israel Hoyley. I think Israel Hoyley is Godmind. Is he? Israel Hoyley, give him some noise, please. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. Yeah, I just made a new effect here. I can make the donations move up and down on the screen. Okay, shout out to Israel Hoyle. We got animated donations. All right, shout out to Israel Hoyle. Appreciate you, my great, good brother. You're awesome, wonderful, and fabulous. That should be off the screen now. Let me see if it's saved. It should be green. Yep, Israel Hoyle is saved. Thank you, my brother. Let's go through these. We have a lot of donations. Wow, Atef is in here back to back. What is this? I just see Atef. Here we go. Back to back with a 777. Hey, Atef. I don't know if you can see the screen right now. Let me put in the screen here. I'm going to tell Atef something personally that I like here. All right, let me see if it goes on the screen. Can you see all that? 7?
Yes.
777 support. So a TEF, no matter how much you donate, I don't care if you win the lottery, I don't care if you get a raise at your job, I don't care if you can start donating $30 a pop, $100 a pop, no matter what, I always want you to donate this 777. This is a special thing that reminds me of when you started the support, and you always put the metanetter. This is a sentimental thing right here. When you really started coming consistent, it was 777. So I don't care what you donate after this, but somewhere in there, always do this one for me.
No problem, Saba. And it's the 3. I when you taught us about the 3, so it's the 3. It's usually the 2 donations and then the metanetter class. So the support is still always an energy attached to it. No matter what the number is, it's always an energy and an appreciation attached to it. So 2 off for that, Saba.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you very, very much. That's off the screen now, right, gentlemen?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let me put another one on the screen, which is there's a lot tonight. Wow. You're back. It's you again. Here it is. Yeah, it's the 3, right? The 3. Here we go. Is that shown on the screen now?
Yes.
Give this man some noise.
No, it's not showing. It's not showing.
Oh, no?
No, I had a lag. I got the TV, my other laptop. No, it's not showing.
I'm not even on. I'm not on. I'm not it's my side. I'm not there. Now it should be on.
There it goes.
Give this man some noise, please. Woo! And it says support again. Thank you so much, my brother. Appreciate you. That is beautiful. Thank you very, very much for your consistent 23, 24. For your consistent support. Appreciate you, my good brother. Let's go ahead and share the screen again. Okay, you're back on the screen now, right? Are you back on the screen there,
yes,
Tef?
it's showing. Yes.
Okay, good. So, we got another one from a TEF. I thought this was. Is this metanetter class? No, this is support.
No,
wow.
No.
Okay. Is it showing now?
Yes.
Give him some noise. There you go, Tef. I want to clap. Thank you, my good brother. You are, my goddess is clapping in the background. You're getting a round of applause here at the house.
Two.
Okay, we're going to stop that. Wonderful. We got more, though. I'm going to go ahead and save that. 25. Okay, good. And the next one is, who's the next one here? The next one is, hey, Shannon. Is Shannon in the room? Is Shannon here? Shannon came up with reciprocity and gratitude. Is anything on the screen, gentlemen, at all?
No.
Okay, no problem. Let me fix that. Shannon came up to the plate, stepped up with 1072. Thank you, Shannon, if you're in the room. This means a lot to me. This means a lot to me. Okay, because of certain things that I know, I thank you very much for this. Appreciate you, Shannon. I'm gonna give you a clap with my hands. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. You support everything. Everything that you can. And your plants that you gave me are growing. What do they call again? Snake plants? They're growing. They're growing taller. And yeah, she gave me plants called snake plants. How interesting, right? So they're growing and they're growing new leaves. Shout out to Shannon. Appreciate you. Wonderful
I have them
sister.
all over my house, Saba.
Oh, really? How interesting.
Yes. Yes. Got 3 of them right now. A Sekhmet, Bastet, and Patar right in front of me behind my computer.
Wait, the plants have names?
Yes.
All right, man. All right, this is beautiful.
Feed the ducks, water the grass, everything. Everything for the nectar.
Oh,
Reciprocity, HOTEP.
That is beautiful. Hey, Scribe came through with what this is oh, shout out to Big Vapes for the shirt sale. Shout out to Big Vapes for the shirt sale. Shirt purchase, some shirt sale. Shout out to Big Vapes for the shirt purchase. Thank you for you, Big Vapes. I've been informed that you have purchased a what did he get, Scribe? Did he get a hooded one? He already had one already.
Yes, he already had one, but he got another just t-shirt.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Raphael Gary's so great, man. So Raphael Gary is so great. That's all I gotta say. He's if Raphael Gary was to put all of his donations together, he'd have the hugest numbers. Raphael Gary is a great supporter. You all remember when I said I'm going to answer that question about Sobek?
Yeah.
Yes.
Raphael Gary, I guess he heard because Ascari asked about Sobek Neferu. So I said I also want to break down Sobek as well. So Raphael Gary jumps in, and what does he do? He does this. And I will tell you, this brother does not support any other channel that I watch him. He's everywhere. He's all over this channel supporting them. I appreciate that. Give him some noise, please. Sobek attachments. Woo! So when I answer that question about Ascari, if you're listening, when I answer the question about Sobek Neferu, I'm going to be breaking down her, and then I'm also going to be, because Raphael Gary gave for the Sobek part, I'm going to explain why she even called herself that. Why is Sobek Neferu even a name in existence? So it's going to be history on her, and then history on where this why that name even exists. Shout out to Raphael Gary, good brother. Shout out to you, man. You are just really consistent. Hey, Stephen Escalar gave an extra tip for the cross breakdown. Wow, you guys are amazing tonight. You all tell me when you see it on the screen, okay? There's a lot of donations tonight. You all are thank you so much. It's worth staying up and doing this. Thank you so much, everybody. And tell me when you all see it on the screen. Let me go ahead and put extra cross Steven. Thank you, Stephen Escalar. Stephen Escalar actually heard the cross breakdown, and he actually gave an extra tip on top of the question that was asked by Netzer the Greatest. And he actually gave this. So give this man some noise. Whenever anybody gives an extra tip for an answer already, give him some noise, please. Stephen Escalar is amazing. Shout out to Wiggy Wong, who's very excited and active in the chat. I don't even know what's being said anymore, but Wiggy Wong is very interactively participating. And I guess asking questions, and I guess Scribe is clearing things up. How the Podclass actually works. Shout out to Wiggy Wong. Shout out to Ramos, who says technology of the Neteru is the primary key to obtaining absolute godhood. Yes, I'm all, that's wonderful. True. Okay, here we go. We got, hey, Damian Goodman. I've not seen this name before, but shout out to this new donator. Oh, who's Wiggy Wong? Okay. Okay. Wiggy Wong came in excited and already donating. Thank you, Wiggy Wong. What an interesting name. You're going to have to break that name down to us one day. The Wiggy Wong. Thank you, Wiggy Wong. Let me go and put this chat in the chat. I mean, in the room here. Shout out to Wiggy Wong as a brand new person and already coming in, giving support and donations, and very active in the chat. Very talkative, and I like that. Let me know that you're. Let me know that you're watching. Let me know that you're interacting. Let me know that you're benefiting. Let me know that you appreciate. There's no problem, people who are watching. I know there's around 60 people watching. No problem to come in the chat and just say, I appreciate you, Tehuti. I appreciate the answer. Even if you do that, come on in and interact. I'm very, very open to it. Okay. That's how we can start off, and then you can move on to actually supporting. And speaking of supporting, we got this brother here that I actually have on my list as consistent supporters. Okay. Not the biggest supporters, but consistency means that you're always. That's why I had two lists of the biggest supporters and then the consistent ones, because every podcast you're giving something. That's consistency. It doesn't have to be huge every one, but if you're consistent, consistency associates with me with the word dependability. I can always depend on you that you're going to support, whether it's big or small. Consistency is the key. That's the word. The mean habapet and maya means you're consistent with maya. Mean means something that's consistent. So shout out to this consistent brother right here. He's also consistent with how much he gives. He always gives 666. I don't know if he's going to explain it one day, but shout out to I am Kudzani for enlightenment 666. Shout out to you, Kudzani. Appreciate you, my good brother. Thank you. We're going to get through these. You all are on a donating. Oh, there's just one left. Okay. I was about to say you are all on a donate. No, there's not. There's milk. Oh my goodness, I have to scroll down. I skipped all the way up to Scribe as the last donator, but actually I have to go back down because I skipped Melkia Wamangu, Octavia, Octavia Sly. Here he is right here. I skipped about 5 of them, jumping up top. Shout out to Octavia Sly. He's also consistent. He's consistent with his donations and the amount that he gives. Shout out to Octavia Sly. I'm going to show him in just a moment. And Octavia Sly comes in with a donation of what he always gives, which is $11.55. Octavia Sly with the $11.55. I appreciate you for the knowledge in Jeb time. I guess that's in bedtime, or I don't know. I don't know the code language some of you speak in, but shout out to you. The knowledge in Jeb time. Shout out to you, good brother. I have a question for you. He has a question too. I think he asked about pole splitting or something. You're coming up too. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. You are very, very consistent. Octavia Sly, thank you for your consistent support. Let me see if you are on here on the chart. Yeah, you are there. You are there. Okay, good. Okay, next on the donation is Stephen Escalar, the wonderful man who just this is a real this is a real genuine brother right here. He's very, very genuine. He's very genuine, and he is very observative, if that's the word, observative. And let me go ahead and give him his shout out too. Stephen Escalar he participates in everything as well. If there's a Mentor class, he's in it. If there's a Mentor class he missed, he gets it. Stephen Escalar, thank you, my good brother. And he's been with me from the very, very beginning. I believe he was the first person to have a one-on-one with me after the Killer Priest. Give him some noise, everybody. 3372. My good brother, Stephen Escalar. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And we have Big Vapes. Big Vapes, who's $20 from This is Big Vape's new thing now. Everybody has a particular pattern. Big Vape is it looks like every pod class he's gonna donate for the next Metanetter class in the order that he's getting them from. So let me go ahead and put a note so that this doesn't get mixed up with regular pod class donations. It's actually for Menu. Big Vapes, who's actually getting all the Metanetter classes in order, and right now he's on class number 6. Shout out to Big Vapes. Is it also Big Vapes that also just got another shirt?
Yes.
What a supporter, man. $20. Give him some noise. He's actually thank you. This is an example of people that get the Metanetter class, even if you missed it. He's getting classes from 7 months ago. He wasn't there. He missed it. So he's ordering it right now. It's class number 6. You can email me at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, and I will give you instructions on how to get the Metanetter classes. Thank you, Big Vase, for being such a good supporter. That's 2 different supports in one night for that which we do, which is the shirt and the Metanetter class. Thank you. Now we're going to go over to the beautiful, let's go to Stephen Pope. Here is a new person. Stephen Pope, who gave Stephen Pope. What's this? $3 from Stephen Pope. Let me go ahead and shout out to Stephen Pope, a brand new person. I like how this is Scribe and Atef. If you can actually see the pattern, the new people come in and they like test the waters with small donations. Sarah Jean did it. Almost everybody did it. They like test the waters, and then as time goes on, the donations they get bigger and bigger, and I guess they build up their trust that, hey, this is the place to be, and then they turn into the monsters. Sarah Jean used to only donate like $5 and then turned to $165, $125, $25. So shout out to this new person, starting with $3. Never seen the name before. It is Stephen Pope. Shout out to you. And as Stephen Pope keeps coming, the donations will keep coming, expanding, and then eventually Stephen Pope will ask a question, and once I answer that person's question, that's it. That's all I got to do. Once I answer your question, the truth hits you personally. Shout out to who do we have left here? We have the beautiful Melkia Wamangu, who I did a one-on-one discussion with. She was actually the one that she donated like $75, and it turned into one-on-one with her. She was very excited and happy. And I'm going to show her in the room right now. Shout out to you, beautiful sister, Melkia Wamangu, who used to be a Hebrew Israelite. But those days are long gone. You can't go back to Hebrew Israelitism after this. You cannot. Give her some noise, everybody. Give her some noise on brothers. $27 for support. Thank you, good sister. Melkia Wamangu was one of those ones that started out with the little donations, and then boom, just dropped like 75, and then boom, 27, and that's how it builds up. So thank you if you're still awake. If not, you'll catch us on the replay. Thank you, Melkia Wamangu. Last but not least, we're going to refresh this and see if this is last. I believe the last is the man on the panel right now. Let me refresh it right here and see. We're going to end 2:31. I have a one-on-one in 12 hours. Oh, let's do it. I got to go pick up 40 rats in the morning and then do a one-on-one and wrestle with an anaconda and fight a Now monitor. Here we go. All right. The wonderful, the awesome. This is Mr. Consistent right here. Mr. Consistent right here coming up. He's on the panel. He's in front of us all. He's consistent in ways that a lot of people can't really see. And Hati says he has a lot of trust for this brother. And Hati doesn't trust anybody. So Hati is ready to fight everybody on the planet. So he's ready to find something to chop you down at. I've never heard him use the word. He doesn't use the words like respect and trust when it comes. He's building that part of him up, and it's only me. And he mentioned Scribe as the one that he. I heard it from the background. Something the one that he either trusts the most or something the most. But whatever it was, it's a term that Hati never used for. He never says this about anybody. So this brother right here has built himself up, and his name is Ani Patah ATEN Tehuti. Give him some noise, please. 2772. Thank you, brother Atef. What was that last?
That's a Scribe bomb. He crashed him into the plane, the airplane, to the building.
It sounds like a stealth flyer. It sounds like a stealth flyer flying by or something. It sounds I like it. You guys have some very interesting sounds going on here. Okay, I don't know the word for it because I'm really tired, but it sounds like paranome. It's when something goes backwards and forwards and still the same. So it sounds like that word. The paranome donations where it's 2772. It's like a mirror image of itself. Thank you very much, good brother. Oh, and what did it say? I'm sorry. Did I read what it said? No, I didn't read it. Let me go back and see. I know it said something. And let's give the credit for what was said. It says, Tua, great SABA Tehuti. That's actually how Scribe talks too. How he wrote this is actually how he says it too. It's exactly these words. Tua, great SABA Tehuti. He always says that. Thank you so much, Scribe Ani, one of the only brothers that got to keep his old name after he got his new name. He's still a scribe. He's not formally known as, so that's awesome. Thank you, everybody. This has been another wonderful thing. This has been a wonderful class. Wonderful class. Let me say what Wiggy Wong 23 says. Bro, I've never donated to any YouTuber before. I love that. Why do you brothers think he did that? I've never even seen. Have you seen this name before, Wiggy?
Well, because he you're not a YouTuber.
That's what I was gonna say. Who's a YouTuber? That's what I was wondering.
He still never donated to a YouTuber before. Thank you, good brother. Something hit you that made you support and donate. Wait till I answer one of your questions. Wait till you put one of your questions in one of those cash apps, and I design something personally for you. That's when things are gonna hit strong. When you see an answer that was something you always wanted to know about, and it's designed for you, put on YouTube, customized for you forever, that you can always replay and show your friends. Thank you for coming, Wiggy Wong. I'm gonna let you brothers do some close out words. I'm gonna step away for a minute, then I'm gonna come back and close out, and the Tef can do the affirmation.
Scribe, you want to do the you can go, Scribe.
Sure. To our good brother, and happy birthday, happy Earth Day, great brother Atef.
To our brother.
Nini up.
To our my brother.
Yes,
Gonna
sir.
do the website, brother. You didn't do the website.
Yes, of course. Hotep Ma'at, everyone, peace and love to everyone who shows support for the Tehuti Podclass and our great SABA Tehuti, and showing your reciprocity and letting our SABA know that you appreciate him and what he brings forth. Because this is just like Wiggy Wong said, he's never donated to anyone online before. This is the reason why. Great brother, you asked some pretty popular questions, and we would love to to have SABA Tehuti break that down. So ask that to him, and we all will benefit from that. So yes, excellent podcast. This is another one for the record books, to break that matrix and that spell on the cross. Was phenomenal. So Tua, great SABA Tehuti, teachingsofma'at.org. For everyone who is new, our website is teachingsofma'at.org, and this is where you can find everything that SABA Tehuti does and that the Teachings of Ma'at does as well. We host a live stream Sunday class on the Teachings of Ma'at YouTube channel, and you can find all of that at our website. And I'll put that link in the chat right now for all of the new people who may not know about this. So there's the link in the chat, teachingsofma'at.org, and I'll show it real quick to our great brother Atef. So this is the home website. This is where you'll find the affirmation. You can download this as well, so you can print it and put it up on your wall and read it as you rise and as you lay down to go to sleep. And a great thing that we offer is a weekly newsletter that we send out that's packed full of information. We have audio recordings of laws of Ma'at, instructions of Ma'at to help guide you. Our Discord community, we have a Discord as well, so join our Discord community. We have monthly open public community meetings, which are phenomenal. Shout out to the great sister Malkia, who came to the last public meeting and expressed some great words. So shout out to you, sister, for that. We have all type of information here. So when you scroll down right here, you'll see the subscribe section. You can put in your email address, and it'll log you into our newsletter section. So you'll start to receive those every single week, which are packed full of a lot of information. And they summarize our Study Guide Sunday class that we host every week, Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Our shop section here is where you can purchase the Teachings of Ma'at t-shirts, short sleeve, long sleeve, and hoodies. Shout out to Big Vapes, Patah Bull Mo. Don't forget the 3 L's. So shout out to you, good brother. That'll be being sent out to you this coming up week. So shout out to you for that. And this is also where you can purchase Saba Tehuti's ebooks. He has 2 ebooks as well for those of you who are not familiar with this. So once you go to this site here, you can purchase these as well. Once you make the purchase, it's sent directly to your email, and you'll get a link to download it as soon as you make the purchase. So we have Stepping Out of the Matrix, Volume 1, and Melanin Dark Consciousness, Egyptian Science by HOTEP Ra. And these are phenomenal ebooks, and we give full, complete breakdowns and readings of these two books on the Teachings of Ma'at YouTube channel, which is what started the T.O.M. organization, the Secrets of the Ages, Volume 1, Stepping Out of the Matrix. So there's plenty here to go through. Our social media, volunteer section, donate section, our social media, everything is here. So be sure to join us there, and I will post our YouTube link as well for you all to be sure that you are subscribed there as well. This coming up Sunday, I will be presenting this week, and it's going to be excellent. It's going to be great. I'm going to bring some beautiful tones to you all, as I always do. Fresh music, fresh tones, fresh poetry for you all to enjoy and utilize. So it's going to be excellent. So be sure you're there, 5 p.m. Pacific time, our YouTube channel. And I'm going to be dealing with words and sound vibration. And I'm going to take us into some deep waters. Some deep waters. Okay, so be sure you are there in class, and I look forward to seeing you all. Once again, tu'a and adoration to all of the great supporters who support. We appreciate you on an extreme level. Ultimate gratitude to you. So with that being said, may you all have a wonderful, fantastic weekend. And we look forward to seeing you this Sunday and Metanetter Monday as well. If you want to learn and take this information and learn how to apply it even more so to your daily life and start to recognize these glyphs, and as the great Saba just broke down with the cross and how powerful these symbols are, get in the Metanetter class and you'll really start to begin to truly understand how important and how powerful the Metanetter language is and how beautiful it is. So join us Metanetter Monday. Just email Saba for that. And I look forward to building with you all and seeing everyone there. Hotep Ma'at.
Wonderful, my brother Hotep Ma'at. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful words. Great, great closing. I didn't get to see, but when you were talking about the T.O.M, did you screen share and show the website at all, or were you just talking?
Yes, I screen shared and showed the website.
Oh, beautiful, man. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's great, great, great. I want the people to see that. This brother here is the humble designer of the website. He's the pilot, the controller of the things on the website. Scribe is the technician. Thank you, Scribe. Tua. And now we're gonna close out this. Oh, what's that?
You're welcome, Grace Saba Nini Uk.
All right. Okay, we're gonna close out this great pod class. The brother Atef is gonna do the affirmation. I want to tell everybody, thank you all for coming to another beautiful Tehuti pod class. Atef is gonna do the affirmation, then I'm gonna close out. Shout out to all the new people here. Okay, I'm going to put the affirmation on the screen. We'll see if a Tef can actually go to sleep before the sun comes up. Let's see. I don't know. I think it's already starting to peak. Oh my gosh, man. Oh boy. What a life. Happy Earth Day again at Tef. And that's beautiful. For the Earth Day, you're going to the library?
Yes, me and my goddess, and I'm gonna take my 2 daughters. Try to do that every Saturday. I remember you was talking about the library. So, the summer's coming, so I have to, it's our job to teach our children. So 2 hours for a beautiful Earth Day class and beautiful gifts. So yeah, definitely. And I'm gonna email you to I'm gonna text you for the email. I don't know what happened. My phone was acting up. I don't know, Saba. Matrix. So it's not the whole email gone that you sent. It's not on my phone, computer, nothing. I was gonna print it out when I got to a printer when I got to work, but it's a matrix, man.
Oh my
but
goodness.
We'll get some rest and yep.
Okay. Yes. Definitely contact me and then I'll just go ahead and send it out like I sent it to you. Wonderful. Okay, Mamba, you stay right there. Perfect, man. Okay, everybody. Let me check the donations. Make sure that was the last one. Reset. I think that's the last one. That is it. Scribe with the last one. Okay, we can close out, everybody. I'm gonna just put the affirmation on, and the brother Atef will close us out with the affirmation. Ready, Atef?
Yes. On the count of 3.
Sorry. Let me take the bottom part. I gotta take the bottom part off the off there. Okay, go ahead, brother.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. Un and S. Nintet or Set and Ma'at. Min Hepa Pat and Ma'at. Her and Hugh Kiwi. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, my brother. Beautiful. Okay. You got any quick thing you wanted to say before we close out, or did you already close in 5 minutes?
No, that's it. Just 2 hours for a beautiful Earth Day. I definitely could not have spent it with more better people. My beautiful goddess is on the side of me. my excellent teachers in front of me, on the side of me, wherever. So 2 hours for everything, Saba. And Ani. 2 hours. That's it. HOTEP Ma'at. Peace and love, everybody in the chat, and thanks for those beautiful questions.
Beautiful. Thank you, my brother. Okay, good. I'm gonna go big screen. I will be listening in the background on Sunday to. Is it you, Ani, today? Sunday? You, Ani, right?
Yes, Ani. I look like Ani froze.
Uh-oh.
Yes. Yep, Ani's teaching.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go big screen. The brother's telling happy birthday to you. The brother Wiggy Wong saying happy birthday to you, Atef.
2 hours, brother. 2 hours.
Subscribe to the Teaching of Ma'at YouTube channel, our website for all information regarding the teachings of Ma'at. http://teachingsofma'at.org. Everybody go there and check it out. Okay, everybody, I'm going to close out. I'm going to go big screen and close this out, my good brother. I'll see you Sunday. I'll see you Sunday.
2 hours. HOTEP Ma'at, Saba. Peace and love.
All right. Tell your goddess and children I said peace and love, and have a great day with you today.
2 hours. I will.
Okay. All right, everyone. We're gonna close it out, and let me go ahead and I'm gonna put you in the back. I'm gonna go big screen. Big screen. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody. Thank you for coming to another beautiful Tehuti Podclass. You all make this class take place. Without you, there would be no great questions to answer for me. This is where is she? She's gone to the back. Oh my. Well, she's somewhere there, I think. Let me see. Oh, she's on the back. Okay, this is Neith Ka on the hat. She's Neith 2. Right there moving around. You can see her. There she is. She keeps moving. She keeps moving away from the there you are, Neith. She's going crazy. She's all over the place. Okay, no problem. All right, Neith. That is Neith right there. This is Mamba. Say peace to the Mamba. Mamba on the Ankh with a tuning fork, given to me as a beautiful gift, the Ankh from the brother Scribe. Peace and love, everybody. Shout out to everybody who came to the class. And I'm going to say peace for now. Shout out to Wiggy Wong. Shout out to Ram Moses. Shout out to that's all I see when I scroll. It's all Wiggy Wong. Shout out to Achua Productions. Shout out to Stephen E. Shout out to good brother Rigo. Peace and love, everybody. You all are wonderful. You all created another great Tehuti Podclass by participating, asking me questions. Of course, we go by ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Peace and love to everybody that is in this room, everybody that supports. My AI moderator is saying support with Cash App to TT Amun. Appreciate you, AI moderator, and to all the wonderful moderators that help participate in keeping the room clean, calm. They are the beautiful Nani Aset Mer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the wonderful Scribe. Those are the Ma'aterators. Okay, everybody, let me go big screen again. Where are you going? Peace and love, everybody. Thank you for coming to another beautiful Tehuti Podclass. Please support the class if you're watching this on YouTube and you're watching this in the week and you got the answers that you were curious about and you want to support continuing keeping me doing this and raising and educating the people. Shout out to you and peace and love from the spider, which is, I don't know where she is. She's somewhere on my hat. Let me just see something because I don't want her to fly somewhere off. Oh, she's on the very top, of course. On the very top of the hat. Right here. There she is. There's Neith right there, all the way from Zimbabwe, South Africa. And here is Mamba. Mamba over here. Peace and love, everybody. Another beautiful Tehuti Podclass. I'm about to close it out. I will see you all next week. Thank you all for coming. Thank you to Atef. Thank you to Ani. Thank you to Minkara. Thank you to Ahati. Thank you to everybody that came on the panel, to Primordial Thoughts. Peace and love, everybody. You all are a wonderful set of individuals, and we are a wonderful set as a group. Keep the love alive. Keep the teachings alive. Tell people about the Tehuti Podclass, and make sure this continues. Peace.